Welcome to the Pencil Bob channel. I hope you enjoy my stories.
Another appalling day in Earth's strategic command, Sean thought, his gaze sweeping across the array of vids displaying the ongoing debacle. It wasn't the carnage that appalled him. He was long past that. It was the sheer, unrelenting irrationality of it all. The aliens kept attacking, regardless of whether they won a skirmish or lost 3 ships for every human drone destroyed. They showed no concept of a budget, no regard for tactical retreat, and certainly no discernible strategy that fit within the human military playbook, which was admittedly the only playbook available to the geniuses in upper command. The only consistent rule of engagement was that the clear never negotiated, and the only consistent response from ESC was to keep tossing more ships, more drones, and more personnel into the fray. Earth was, officially, winning, as long as you meticulously disregarded the cost for machinery, the staggering consumption of fuel, and the constantly escalating price in human lives. The victories felt less like strategic gains, and more like the exhausted triumph of a man who managed to put out a forest fire by flooding the entire continent. Sean, a technical analyst whose job had devolved from plotting subtle diplomatic approaches to charting the predictable decay of human morale, leaned closer to his console, swiping at a layer of dust that seemed to materialize hourly in the pressurized, climate-controlled command center. He rubbed his eyes, the fatigue of constant, low-grade crisis having settled permanently behind them. The main view screen, situated on the enormous wall directly behind the commanding officer's station, displayed a tactical overlay of the orbital battle. Small, red triangles, the Cliert, moved with infuriating persistence against the blue squares of the human defense grid. It was like watching a swarm of wasps relentlessly batter a windowpane, irritating, destructive, and seemingly impossible to deter through logic or conventional weaponry. Major, you have to take a look at this. Sean blurted out, the sudden alarm in his voice cutting through the hum of the command deck. He pointed a trembling finger toward the large view screen. Major Gerald Hassad, his posture a monument to decades of military rigidity, was mid-sentence, lecturing a junior officer about the proper categorization of salvaged alien shrapnel, a truly vital task, apparently. He broke off, turning slowly, his face already set in a mask of stern impatience. But the impatience vanished, replaced by a momentary, terrifying blankness. A failure of his rigidly trained mind to process a catastrophic anomaly. 5 red triangles had broken through the orbital perimeter. Not just broken through, but were accelerating on a direct collision course for the military base below. The sight of the ships themselves was what truly rendered the Major momentarily speechless. Not one of the 5 craft possessed a uniform structure. They were all radically different, ranging from something that looked like a crudely welded hexagon with oversized engine nacelles bolted haphazardly to the corners, to a vessel that resembled a metallic birdcage wrapped around a nuclear reactor. They all looked, Hassad realized with a jolt of sheer, bewildered professional disgust, like they had been cobbled together in somebody's backyard from random parts acquired from a spaceship scrapyard. It was a violation of every engineering, tactical, and aesthetic principle the Major held dear. This is getting ridiculous, he thought, the absurdity of fighting a galactic war against what appeared to be spacefaring junk collectors nearly making him laugh, a reaction he repressed with decades of self-control. His disbelief quickly curdled into a bellow of professional rage. Get the main turrets online and shoot those bastards down. If any one of you lets just one of those ships through, you're going to face a court-martial. Is that understood? None. The command center, already operating at a simmer of tension, erupted into a full shrieking frenzy. The noise was amplified by the Major's shouted instructions, a raw, panicked counterpoint to the automated alarms that were now wailing in overlapping, contradictory tones. Those manning computer terminals typed furiously on them, their fingers blurring over holographic interfaces, attempting to override protocols and force the defense grid's ancient, temperamental automated targeting system online. It was a chaos born of necessity and deep-seated technical frustration. The human response, Hassad knew, was always 3 parts desperation, 1 part technical brilliance, and 6 parts bureaucratic red tape. They were efficient only in their panic. Minutes crawled by, each second feeling like a geological epoch. The main turrets finally screamed to life, their plasma cannons spitting white-hot bolts into the atmosphere. The defense network, now operating purely on manual override, and the adrenaline of 20 stressed-out tech specialists, managed to track and obliterate 4 of the 5 incoming targets. They exploded not in elegant cinematic fireballs, but in showers of grotesque, oddly shaped debris, confirming their haphazard construction. But the 5th ship was different. It seemed to gain momentum, its patchwork frame shedding pieces as it descended, but holding together with maddening tenacity. It quit firing entirely once it hit the upper atmosphere, dropping like a stone. It was a dedicated, terrifying, final act. It became a suicide run. The impact was less of a sound and more of a sickening structural shudder that ran through the entire military complex. On the view screen, the tactical overlay registered a massive secondary explosion in the base's southwest quadrant. The fifth ship had crashed and exploded, striking one of the massive maintenance hangars. "Dispatch the damn rescue teams now," Major Hassad ordered, his voice cracking with strain. He slammed his fist down on the console, the sound muffled by the still wailing alarms. The entire sequence, from the initial breach observation to the final disastrous impact, had taken less than 90 seconds. The Major stared at the smoking icon on the screen, a chilling mixture of professional duty and personal panic churning in his stomach. He hadn't stopped 4 ships, he had failed to stop one. And the consequences of that failure were now the responsibility of the medics and the repair crews. The danger was real, the incompetence was endemic, and the entire situation, from the crudely built alien ships to the panicked screams of his staff, was deeply and profoundly absurd. The seismic shockwave of the impact was still dissipating through the foundations of the command center as Major Hassad snapped his next order, his mind already cycling through the grim logistics of disaster management. "Secure the perimeter on Sector Delta 7. All available engineering teams to Hangar 4. We need damage reports and casualty counts now." The command center's chaotic hum began to settle into a new, grim operational rhythm, the rhythm of cleanup and damage control. The Major's stern face was a mask of furious concentration as he watched the preliminary thermal scans of the wreckage. The focus of the facility had shifted from defense to triage, underscoring the immediate crippling cost of the Clyart's commitment to self-destructive aggression. The loss of equipment was secondary. The personnel losses, Hassad knew, would weigh heavily on the already strained resources of the ESCS. The narrative of human defense was less about glorious battle and more about desperately responding to the constant, painful attrition inflicted by an opponent whose philosophy was utterly alien to human concepts of efficiency or preservation. Meanwhile, on a lower, less frenetic level of the command center, Benjamin, head of interspecies relations, felt a familiar surge of helpless fury. He had been the head of IR for well over a decade and couldn't understand, for the life of him, why he wasn't part of the negotiations, or failing that, at least privy to the high-level tactical discussions. He wasn't entirely out of the loop, however, getting information in bits and pieces, whispers, and the general tenor of panic that pervaded the facility. But scraps were not policy, and Benjamin craved the latter. He was an expert, damn it, but his expertise had been reduced to shuffling paper and making sure the departmental stationery was compliant with new federal guidelines. He noticed Tom Watkinson emerge from the closed, reinforced doors leading to the secure negotiation chambers, the very doors Benjamin had been forbidden to pass through for months. Tom looked exhausted, his usually impeccable uniform slightly rumpled, a clear sign that the diplomatic absurdity inside those rooms had been particularly grueling. Benjamin, seizing the opportunity, yelled his friend's name loudly across the low-traffic corridor, then waved him over with a dramatic, almost desperate flourish. "Tom, what's the latest news about the negotiations?" "Nell." Tom approached with a look of weariness mixed with preemptive annoyance. "Hi, Benjamin," he said, his voice flat. "You already know that I can't divulge any information on the current standing of these negotiations." Benjamin took a step closer, lowering his voice into a conspiratorial whine, leveraging the one tool he had left. "Emotional blackmail. How long have we been friends, Tom?" "This has nothing to do with that," Tom countered, his caution hardening. "You were demoted for a reason, and while I feel bad for you, I'm not going to suffer the same fate. Governments have secrets for reasons." Tom's pragmatism was an annoying constant shield against Benjamin's theatrical pleas. "Oh, come on, Tom, give me something," Benjamin whined, sounding less like a distinguished head of a department and more like a teenager begging for car keys. "All I can tell you is it's not going as we hoped," Tom stated with a painful finality, hoping his friend would accept it as his last word on the matter. "I already know that. The only thing the Clyart have negotiated so far is the coordinates for our hangar bay. Come on, I can be helpful with the Clyart." "Nobody knows them as well as I do," Benjamin argued, his ambition overriding his common sense. He knew he was probably wasting his time, but the need for relevance was a physical ache. Tom sighed, running a hand over his face. The stress of the failed negotiations and the fresh scent of burning debris mixed poorly with Benjamin's perpetual self-pity. "Benjamin, you've never met them personally that I know of. So all your expertise with them is second and third-hand information. Let's be realistic. You, like most of the other people here, already know that this war is merely an inconvenience. They can't possibly win. The ESC is only trying to minimize the damage, not negotiate an armistice. So what do you want from me? You are the architect of your own destruction." "Now, Tom's voice softened slightly, a residue of genuine friendship filtering through his official stiffness. "I do understand your point of view. And the secrets you revealed were just minor, yes. But the facts are clear. You were extremely lucky just to get a demotion. It was treason, Benjamin. They could have executed you for that. You got slapped on the wrist. Go home, Benjamin, there's nothing you can do here but get in trouble." No. Benjamin straightened his tie, his dignity momentarily ruffled. I didn't get demoted. I'm still head of the IR, he stated, attempting a semblance of professional defense. Tom's eyes were filled with exasperated pity. Benjamin, they left you the title, but that's about it. No more negotiations. And currently, all you get to do is shuffle paper. Go home. I have a ton of classified paperwork to take care of now, and I've got to get back to the office. If you keep up your inquiries, you're going to get into serious trouble, and I'll have no way to help you. Tom cautioned, a genuinely worried line forming between his brows. Benjamin, desperate for a scapegoat that wasn't himself, leaned in. It's because I'm not a totter, isn't it? He argued, looking at his friend for confirmation of a grand conspiracy. Tom stared at him, unable to suppress a sudden, sharp, dry laugh. For Christ's sakes, Benjamin, it has nothing to do with that. Look at the vids. There's an alien ship stuck in the wall of Hangar 4. That's the problem. The totters are merely the second biggest problem. Perhaps you don't remember that during your last negotiation, you had sex with the opposition, were involved in illegal drugs, and finally, speculated on Paradise with her in your inebriated state. You told her why Paradise had been quarantined. She used the fact that you gave her to further their position in the negotiations. What the hell did you think was going to happen after all of that? Tom's normally restrained voice rose sharply, detailing Benjamin's spectacular fall from grace with brutal efficiency. Benjamin hung his head in shame, the memory a perpetual humiliation. He murmured quietly, She drugged me. I just want to do my job, Tom. Me. I know, Ben, I know, Tom said, his anger replaced by exhaustion. Go home. Drop by the ranch on the weekend. Your sister Greta would like to see more of you. She misses you. You haven't been there in ages. We'll cook up some real steaks, not that synthetic crap they serve here. Tom offered the suggestion as a genuine lifeline, a brief moment of warmth amidst the cold absurdity of their workplace. Benjamin managed a weak, sarcastic attempt at his old humor. Tell Greta I said hello, and I'll see if I can fit it into my busy schedule of paper shuffling and trying to look important. He turned and walked away, his shoulders slumped, leaving Tom to stare at the reinforced door leading to the negotiations. The client were outside, crashing crude ships into their vital infrastructure, but inside, the true battle was being fought over status, past mistakes, and a deep, pathetic yearning for relevance. The system was broken, the danger was imminent, and the head of interspecies relations was going home to decide whether he had time in his schedule to see his sister. The absurdity, Benjamin knew, was the only thing that felt truly stable in the ESC. The lingering smell of smoke and burned insulation was still heavy in the pressurized air of Earth Strategic Command, a constant, unpleasant reminder of the Clyart's successful suicide run from the previous day. Yet, for all the catastrophic evidence of the alien threat, the central activity of the ESC had not shifted. It remained the same paralyzing dance of bureaucracy, political maneuvering, and the rigid defense of institutional incompetence. The crisis, it seemed, was merely fodder for more paperwork. Benjamin, head of interspecies relations, felt the acidic burn of uselessness corroding his insides. He was a professional sidelined, a seasoned veteran of alien engagement reduced to the status of an overly expensive potted plant. He had spent the morning wading through archived communication logs he was technically still allowed to access, though they were weeks out of date, trying to derive some scrap of actionable intelligence that the geniuses currently running the show had missed. All he found was confirmation of his own superior, untapped knowledge, which only intensified his professional agony. As he was attempting to rationalize the need for a fifth, entirely new color-coded system for tracking non-essential supply requisitions, he caught sight of the man he was desperately waiting for. Tom Watkinson was emerging from the inner command doors, the double-thick soundproof portals that sealed off the sanctum of high-level meetings, and the farcical clear negotiations. Tom looked even more strained than he had the day before, carrying a precariously tall stack of classified data slates under one arm. Benjamin moved instantly, propelled by a potent mix of professional ambition and personal desperation. He abandoned his station and ran after Tom, navigating the labyrinth of desks and consoles with a practiced, frantic gait. Tom! Wait up! Benjamin called out, waving frantically over the heads of several mid-level analysts, who reflexively ducked, accustomed to the head of IR's dramatic displays. Tom froze, sighed profoundly, and then slowly turned, the look on his face suggesting he had just been handed a mandate to personally organize the Earth's surrender. Benjamin, I told you yesterday, Tom began, his voice flat with exhaustion. I know. Secrets, treason, shame. Go home to Greta. I got the memo, Benjamin interrupted, catching up and leaning in conspiratorially. But listen, the Clyart. Did you see the damage? Their attacks are becoming more desperate, which means they're losing, but their rationale isn't tactical, it's cultural. I have all the data on their cultural combat codes, their honor systems. I can give them a roadmap out of this without losing face. They respect expertise. I should be in that room right now. What did they say about the terms? Tom shifted the heavy stack of data slates, adjusting his weight, clearly setting himself up for a lengthy, unavoidable exchange. His expression was a masterpiece of stiff resistance mixed with genuine, yet severely tested, friendship. The terms, Benjamin, are that they don't like our terms, and we don't like their terms. We discussed what color the sky is on their homeworld for 45 minutes, which is apparently a profound insult to their reproductive cycle. Look, you need to understand, your expertise is irrelevant, because your authority is gone, Tom said, his tone biting. You still have the title of head of interspecies relations, which is as useful as having the title of world's best bureaucratic pen pusher. It's a courtesy title. You're a ghost, Benjamin. No. But they need my knowledge on the cleared. I'm telling you, their aggression is driven by a need for ritualized honorable combat, not conquest. If we understood that, we could. Tom cut him off. A sharp, surgical incision of sarcasm. Oh, you mean the knowledge you accumulated through second-hand whispers and third-hand translations, while you were having illicit, compromised relations with a different alien diplomat. The one where you decided to share top-secret, quarantined planet data. You remember that, don't you? The little detail about paradise that only a dozen people on Earth knew. Now. Benjamin winced, the sting of the memory palpable. She drugged me, and I thought she was just interested in Earth's unique ecological zone. Nestor. You were high on 2 different controlled substances, sharing government secrets, and, just to refresh your memory, you admitted to me you were extremely interested in her unique ecological zones, Tom retorted, the humor utterly dry, delivered with the professional calm of a man who dealt with daily treason. Benjamin, you provided the enemy. The other enemy? The one we actually knew how to negotiate with a critical piece of leverage. That is why you were confined to the stationery closet. That's why you're here, trying to glean intel from a man whose job is to carry folders. I got demoted, not lobotomized. I still know more about the Cliert than anyone else on this level. Benjamin insisted, his frustration spilling over into a desperate loud argument. He tried to project a sense of unwavering determination, but it came across as mere petulance. Tom leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl that carried more weight than Major Hassad's shouts. No, you got spared a firing squad, Benjamin. And you got spared that fate because I and Greta begged Frederick not to press the charges of treason and illicit involvement with the enemy to the fullest extent. They left you the empty chair because the paperwork to abolish your department was more effort than it was worth. And now you want me to compromise my own precarious position to feed your ego by getting you inside the room? What? So you can accidentally give the coordinates to the president's bunker because you had one too many synthetic cocktails and thought the representative was cute? Tom shook his head, a mixture of pity and finality settling over him. Let me put this in terms your current job title can understand. You are a risk factor. Your knowledge, while extensive, is currently rated as high risk, low impact. Your naive overconfidence that you can somehow charm or intellectually persuade the cleared, who, by the way, have absolutely no sense of irony or romantic subplots, is exactly what keeps you out of the room. They don't want to conquer us. They want an honorable death in battle, and they build their ships out of space garbage. Can you explain that in a way that doesn't involve your personal failings? No, you can't. And that's the final word, Benjamin. Tom shifted his stack of slates again, giving Benjamin a warning look. The conversation was a rapid-fire volley of tension and biting sarcasm, a perfect illustration of how personal history and bureaucratic rigidity had permanently stalled Benjamin's professional life. What? Benjamin was left sputtering, his determined posture deflating under the weight of his friend's merciless, factual critique. The reality was that his accumulated knowledge was now less valuable than the integrity of Tom's career. Go to your sisters this weekend, Benjamin, Tom reiterated, his tone returning to strained kindness. And for the love of God, stop trying to be relevant. It's going to get you killed. With a final sharp glare, Tom turned and walked quickly toward his office, leaving Benjamin stranded staring at the closed command doors, a highly skilled man trapped by his own spectacular, catastrophic past. After being thoroughly and sarcastically dismantled by Tom, Benjamin felt his professional determination shrivel, replaced by a dull, aching sense of impotence. Tom's words had been a relentless litany of truth, punctuated by the embarrassing specifics of Benjamin's past blunders, the drugs, the sex, the revelation of the paradise quarantine. The cumulative weight of his own misjudgments was a barrier far thicker than the reinforced doors to the negotiation room. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the wisdom of Tom's advice, if not the delivery. He needed to step back, if only to prevent himself from being permanently exiled from the facility entirely. He did not, however, follow Tom's advice to go home. The thought of retreating to his empty apartment to stare at the walls while the fate of humanity was being negotiated, however poorly, was intolerable. Instead, Benjamin drifted back toward the main hub of the command center, A sprawling, dimly lit cavern dominated by holographic displays and the constant rhythmic tapping of computer terminals. He settled near a rarely used diagnostic station, adopting a posture of observation, a low-risk way of indulging his addiction to relevance. What he saw was a perfect, crystalline satire of human bureaucracy in a crisis. The Clyart threat was immediate, tactical, and brutally efficient in its self-destructive way. The human response was a monument to organizational redundancy. He watched a young lieutenant, sweat beading on his brow, attempting to generate a report on the previous day's hangar damage. The system had locked him into a pre-crisis format, demanding 15 different signatures, 3 separate security clearances, and a full itemized accounting of the destroyed attack drones, a list that the lieutenant couldn't complete because the wreckage was still smoldering and classified as a hazardous zone. The lieutenant punched the desk in frustration, the thud muffled by the acoustic paneling before starting the process again from step 1. Prioritizing the procedural integrity of the report over the actual physical reality of the damage. Nearby, 2 mid-level officers were engaged in a frantic, hushed argument about jurisdictional boundaries. One insisted that the repair of the hangar fell under the purview of the ESC Infrastructure Corps. The other argued vehemently that since the destruction was caused by an alien ship, it was clearly a matter for the Interstellar Defense and Salvage Branch. The argument devolved into an exchange of increasingly obscure regulatory citations, all while the gaping compromised hole in the hangar bay remained a monument to their procedural paralysis. The satire was sharp and painful. The Clyart, an alien species whose entire philosophy revolved around dying in combat, were predictable precisely because their motives were simple: honor and death. The humans, supposedly rational and adaptable, were completely unpredictable and chaotic because their motives were complex: status, ego, procedure, and avoiding personal blame. Benjamin watched Major Hassad, looking drawn and brittle, attempt to coordinate air traffic flow around the damaged sector. Hassad was forced to rely on 10-year-old protocol manuals because the newly installed state-of-the-art traffic management system had been designed by a consulting firm that prioritized user-friendliness over actual functionality, and it was now locked in an infinite restart loop after being confused by the explosion. The major screamed orders that were technically correct but logistically impossible to execute, his voice echoing his profound lack of faith in the technology he was compelled to use. Benjamin began, almost involuntarily, to mentally prepare contingencies. He ran simulations in his head, drawing on the vast detailed knowledge of alien psychology he had meticulously accumulated during his career. He knew the Clyart were drawn to perceived threat. They respected armed resistance and ignored unarmed targets. Their attacks were less about victory, and more about fulfilling a cultural imperative. If they were truly rational, he mused, they wouldn't be throwing ships cobbled together from scrap into suicide runs. They would use their heavy capital ships and obliterate the base from orbit. Their use of bizarre improvised small craft was a sign of both desperation and a fundamental religious need to engage in ritualized personal combat. The solution is simple, Benjamin thought, tapping a finger on the diagnostic console. Stop offering honorable targets. Disarm. Or at least stop overreacting to every minor probe. He mentally drafted a memo, his internal prose elegant and persuasive, detailing the specific Clyart rituals he had researched years ago that pointed directly to this conclusion. The Clyart's behavior, erratic and bizarre to the panicked military, was disciplined and predictable to Benjamin. They weren't struggling to interpret alien motives. They were struggling to accept that the alien motives didn't fit into a tactical spreadsheet. He sighed, his shoulders sagging, knowing that even if he printed the memo, it would be intercepted by Tom, or filed under historical curiosities, or worse, tossed into the secure shredder by the robo-cleaner before it ever reached the attention of General Markov. His competence was not just ignored. It was actively detrimental to the political status quo, which preferred the narrative of a relentless, conquering enemy to the humiliating reality of a species desperate for ritualized self-destruction. Benjamin lingered for another hour, the absurd ballet of bureaucracy playing out around him. He watched a sanitation crew spend 20 minutes arguing over the exact boundary of a coffee spill to determine which union was responsible for cleaning it up. He saw a senior official panic because his favorite brand of synthetic nutrient paste was out of stock, completely overriding a discussion about troop deployment. The spectacle was a constant source of dark humor, but beneath the humor was a chilling truth. This was how Earth would lose. Not through superior alien technology, but through the triumph of procedure over survival. By the time Benjamin decided to leave, having successfully avoided doing anything of substance or importance for the entire day, he felt utterly impotent. He was the only person in the room with the key to understanding the enemy, yet he was locked out by the indelible stains of his own past recklessness. He was caught between his undeniable, though currently useless, competence and the rigid, overwhelming force of institutionalized incompetence. As he walked toward the exit, his thoughts drifted to the Special Ops Unit, Frank's unit. Frank and his operatives were the antithesis of the ESC, operating outside the rules, dealing with ugly realities, and possessing a terrifying, yet undeniable, efficiency. Benjamin knew that if anyone could cut through this bureaucratic nonsense, it would be Frank, a thought that offered a tiny, dark sliver of hope, though it was quickly tempered by the knowledge that Frank's solutions often involved eliminating problems, which sometimes included the person presenting them. The stage was set, the clueless, the expert, the hostile, and the ultimate, terrifying pragmatist. The morning after the Clyde incursion tasted like burned metal and bureaucratic failure. A thin, acrid ribbon of smoke still drifted lazily from the massive breach in Hangar 4. A constant visual indictment of Earth's strategic command's inability to stop a ship literally assembled from space junk. Benjamin walked briskly through the perimeter of the containment zone, navigating around snaking power cables and scattered debris that had already been cordoned off with bright orange tape that read, "Classified alien artifacts. Do not touch without level 5 hazmat certification." He knew the fragments were mostly aluminum alloys and highly ineffective plasma coil remnants, but procedure demanded the theater of high security. The base buzzed with the mechanical whir of automated repair units and the frantic, agitated clatter of human repair teams. Alarms, seemingly stuck on an arbitrary cycle, continued to chirp erratically from several damaged subsystems. Benjamin stopped to watch two engineers arguing fiercely over a twisted, melted turbine that had clearly absorbed the main force of the explosion. "Look, Engineer Porthos," one man, clearly agitated, insisted, wiping the smear of grime from his forehead. "The protocol for a fusion melt involving unidentified biological residue is clearly code Omega-7. We have to contain, document, and then await level 6 bioassessment. The code Omega-7 is superseded by protocol Gamma-4 when the damage exceeds 70% structural integrity," the other retorted, holding up a greasy data slate and tapping a section of text with an exasperated finger. "That means we tag it, isolate the power source, and move it to the scrapyard, then fill out the paperwork after the site is clear. Do you want to spend the rest of your shift arguing jurisdiction, or do you want to secure the hangar before the Major has a cardiac episode?" "Then, I don't care about the Major's cardiovascular health. I care about due process," Porthos snapped back. "If we bypass Omega-7, the supply corps will reject the requisition for a new turbine, and we'll be waiting 3 weeks for a temporary waiver. You know how this works, Thompkins. It's the paperwork that kills you, not the aliens." "Then, Benjamin muttered under his breath, pitching his voice just loud enough for the robo-cleaner unit rolling past to register the complaint. "The Clyde are literally trying to die for honor, and the humans are trying to die for a properly signed requisition form. This species is determined to make inefficiency our defining evolutionary trait." "No." He moved on, stepping around a team of janitors who were engaged in their own absurd conflict. They were diligently sweeping up minor metallic fragments and dust, but only in the areas designated general use. A patch of particularly nasty, smoking debris lay just outside their invisible line of jurisdiction. Benjamin paused and addressed the nearest janitor, a harried-looking woman with a worn expression. "Excuse me, why are you leaving that section? That's where the actual damage is." "No." She stopped sweeping, adjusting the filter of her face mask. "Sir, that's Zone Alpha 9, contaminated debris. We are only certified for Zone Beta 2, general cleanup, non-hazardous residue. Maintenance and containment has the contract for Alpha 9, but they won't be here until 1400 hours. But the fire suppression system only just got that hot spot under control. That material is still unstable," Benjamin exclaimed, gesturing to the still smoking fragments. "Yes, sir, but disrupting the demarcation lines results in a contractual breach," she replied with the flat, emotionless tone of someone who had suffered years of bureaucratic indoctrination. "And a contractual breach means we lose our benefits, which are currently being negotiated. We have to follow procedure." "No." Benjamin threw his hands up in a tiny, silent gesture of surrender. "I swear, we are going to lose this war because the cleaning crew is more afraid of the Union rep than a plasma explosion." He noticed a flurry of activity near the perimeter of the hangar bay. Military medics, easily identifiable by their bright blue smocks, were meticulously going through the list of injured personnel. They were not, however, tending to any of the visibly limping or bandaged repair crew members. Instead, they were focused on a small queue of people who seemed perfectly fine, but were holding clipboards. Benjamin, driven by a morbid fascination with human self-sabotage, approached a medic who was diligently checking off names. "Medic, surely the priority should be the ones who are actually hurt, shouldn't it?" Benjamin asked, trying to keep the sarcasm below the level of open insubordination. The medic glanced up, her expression utterly detached. "Sir, these are the personnel whose status changed from active duty to active duty. Incident response due to proximity to the event. We need to document their psychological and physical status changes for accountability. They are low priority for treatment, but high priority for documentation." She tapped her clipboard decisively. Without this paperwork, the command can't authorize their shift continuation, or their compensatory injury leave, if they develop latent radiation sickness later. So, you're prioritizing the paperwork that might be needed later over the immediate need for a bandage? Benjamin pressed. We are prioritizing personnel accountability, sir. If they don't get this done now, they can't file for compensation. And then the ESC faces liability risk, she explained, as if the concept of financial liability was a far greater threat than a cleared suicide vessel. Besides, the ones who were seriously injured were immediately evacuated. These people are merely inconvenienced, but highly liable. We must apply the protocol. Benjamin shook his head, a wry, frustrated smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. Right. God forbid a human should receive attention before their status is properly codified. It's a miracle we haven't outsourced the breathing to an approved vendor yet. Max de Carroll. He watched a crane, clearly capable of lifting 10 times the weight, gently maneuver a single mangled section of cleared ship hull onto a hover pallet, a process that took 4 technicians and half an hour to complete, all because the load capacity had to be verified by 3 different safety checks. Every form filled, every order shouted, every redundant check seemed not only to slow the process, but to actively court disaster. If the Clyde hit us again right now, they wouldn't even need a weapon, Benjamin muttered to himself, turning away from the spectacle of the medics interviewing a perfectly healthy technician about a hypothetical trauma response. They could just wait for us to file ourselves into oblivion. They're relying on a warrior culture. We're relying on the inherent stability of a level 3 bureaucratic process. I wonder which one is more absurd. No. He pulled out his own personal data slate and began making a note not on the damage but on the failures. He wrote a brief internal memorandum detailing the exact contradictory protocols he had just witnessed, listing the engineer's conflict, the janitor's jurisdictional fear, and the medic's prioritization of documentation over immediate care. Humans manage to create inefficiency even when the alternative is death, he whispered, reading his own typed words. His observations were no longer just general frustration. They were becoming a detailed, damning critique of the ESC's operational structure. The only problem was, this critique would only ever be seen by Benjamin himself. The frustration was not just external. It was internal. Knowing the solution, detailing the problem, and being rendered utterly and completely impotent by his own history and the rigid absurdity of the system. The Clyde could strike again in 20 minutes, and they would still find humans fumbling over which protocol to apply to the burning wreckage. That certainty was, in its own dark way, almost reassuring. Later in the day, the chaos of the hangar cleanup had been traded for the sterile low-volume incompetence of a planning meeting. Benjamin, using his titular rank as head of interspecies relations to justify his presence, a rank that afforded him a seat but no voice, attended a mid-level briefing in a smaller, quieter operations room adjacent to Major Hassad's command deck. The air was cool, the holographic projections crisp, and the atmosphere was thick with the pretense of strategic competence. The briefing focused exclusively on the logistical nightmare created by the hangar damage, the cost of the destroyed attack drones, the projected downtime for the maintenance facilities, and the grim logistical puzzle of replacing the 60 lost personnel. A junior supply officer, Lieutenant Tarses, stood before a holographic projection of the base, pointing to various flashing red icons. Our inventory assessment indicates a critical shortfall in R9 plasma coil fabrication units. We are currently 700 units below operational readiness. The replacement order has been submitted, but the procurement division flagged the requisition because we are attempting to purchase 3 times the allotted quarterly budget. Now. A woman from logistical oversight, Captain Hennessy, immediately interjected, her voice sharp and professionally abrasive. Lieutenant, that requisition is flawed. You submitted the order under the emergency repair category, but the damage was deemed active war by the preliminary review board. You need to resubmit under tactical replenishment, which only allows for 80% recovery of losses. The extra 200 units will be rejected. Deal. But Captain, we need the full replacement stock to maintain a functional defense perimeter. The Clyde are relentless. Tarses pleaded, exasperated. Relentless or not, Lieutenant, the rules are the rules, Hennessy sniffed. We can't set a precedent for budgetary overreach. We must maintain fiscal integrity. Resubmit the order. And Lieutenant, the report you filed on personnel losses contradicts the Medic's assessment by a margin of 3. They list 58 non-recoverable, you list 60. Which form of documentation are you relying on? Intrigue. Benjamin leaned back in his chair, quietly jotting notes on his data slate. He was critiquing the flawed system, detailing the absurdity of prioritizing financial paperwork over the actual means of survival. He wrote, the system has officially codified chaos. Priority lists are based on audit compliance, not tactical necessity. He noted that the supply officer was being chastised for asking for too much defense material after an attack, demonstrating a profound disconnect between the threat and the response. He looked over his slate, then leaned forward, trying one last, desperate attempt at constructive input, ignoring the palpable tension in the room. "Pardon me, Lieutenant," Benjamin said quietly, addressing Tarsus. "If the Clyde are targeting the hangars, why are we rushing to replace the attack drones? We know they won't engage in prolonged defensive siege. We should be prioritizing orbital saturation drones for their main approach lanes, or better yet, disarming targets to remove their incentive to attack." Bye. Silence immediately descended upon the room, thick and awkward. Every head turned to stare at Benjamin as if he had just proposed sacrificing the entire supply division to the clear. Captain Hennessy glared at him, her lips thin. "Mr. Benjamin, with all due respect, this is a logistical and budgetary assessment meeting. Your area of expertise is interspecies relations, which currently is categorized as a historical reference. We are discussing the replacement of material according to regulation, not debating grand strategy. That is the purview of General Markov, and you were not invited to that briefing." "Nay. But the material we replace dictates the strategy they assume we are using. If we stop offering viable targets for their honor code, we change the fight," Benjamin insisted, his frustration bubbling up. "We replace what was lost according to protocol, sir," Hennessy stated flatly, dismissing him entirely. "We don't experiment with radical, unverified theories based on speculation." "Continue, Lieutenant Tarsus. Stick to the budget codes." "Main." Benjamin subsided, feeling the familiar bitter taste of being deliberately ignored. His observations, however valid, were seen as noise in a system that valued the sound of its own procedure above all else. He continued jotting notes, realizing the true function of the meeting was not problem-solving but maintaining the illusion of control. The contradictory reports and illogical priority lists weren't errors, they were evidence that chaos had been formally codified. Outside the opaque, reinforced walls of the command complex, high above the repair efforts and the bureaucratic skirmishes, a small dark object drifted almost imperceptibly. It was an unmarked drone, roughly the size of a fist, equipped with state-of-the-art optical and thermal sensors. It was not registered on any ESC asset list, and its low-frequency emissions were effectively masked by the background static of the base's own chaotic transmissions. The drone maintained a casual, almost passive hover over Hangar 4, documenting the pace of the repairs, the location of the replacement inventory, and the specific faces of the officers in charge. The tiny device was recording the exact moment Captain Hennessy shut down Benjamin's suggestion about a tactical shift, logging the name and rank of every person who contributed to the logistical circular file. The drone was entirely autonomous, running a complex monitoring program that fed its highly compressed data stream back through an encrypted channel to an anonymous orbital relay far out in the Delta 9 sector. It was an eye in the sky, completely outside the jurisdiction and even the awareness of the Earth Strategic Command. It was Special Ops monitoring the operations. Its presence was subtle, a silent external arbiter of the ESC's competence. Frank and his team weren't interested in the budget codes or the official reports. They were interested in raw, unfiltered operational failure. The drone's objective was not defense, but assessment, an assessment of how quickly human command could fail under pressure, and precisely who was responsible for the worst strategic blunders. Benjamin, still mentally drafting an ignored memo on cleared cultural vulnerability, noticed nothing. He was too consumed by the incompetence inside the room to realize that the real oversight, the dangerous, powerful oversight that could actually enforce change, was happening outside the chain of command, silently watching his futile efforts. Later that evening, Benjamin took a final walk through the repaired section of Hangar 4. The massive hole had been sealed with temporary ablative paneling, the floor scrubbed of alien residue, and the atmosphere was quiet, tinged only with the smell of fresh sealant. The work had been done haphazardly but quickly enough to maintain appearances. He stopped where the Clyde ship had hit, a spot now covered by a sheet of polished steel. He shook his head, the quiet determination to prove his worth returning. "They're playing a game of honor," he muttered into the stillness of the massive empty space. "A child's game, really. And we're fumbling the victory because we can't even agree on which form to file the body count under Dartal. We are going to bungle victory in the face of a child's game of strategy. I have to find a way to get this information to someone who matters." Man. He didn't realize that everything he had observed, everything he had muttered, the incompetence, the frustration, the accurate assessment of the cleared threat, had already been recorded, logged, and sent to the one person who mattered most. Frank, the ultimate rogue competent, who was now preparing to intervene. Benjamin entered the secure communication room expecting the usual suffocating atmosphere of low-stakes incompetence. He anticipated an hour of passive-aggressive bickering over supply chain requisitions or a dry procedural update from a sector commandant 3 galaxies away. Instead, the room was charged with a brittle, unusual tension. 3 figures were already present. Frederick, director of the ETSITA, looking puffy and aggressively defensive in his reinforced hover chair. General Lionel Markov, sunk uncomfortably into his identical chair, massaging his temples with the air of a man constantly awaiting a fatal error notification. And seated at the head of the conference table, his face already projected onto the main vid screen, was Frank. Frank appeared utterly composed, almost smug. His posture on the vid was relaxed, leaning back slightly, giving the distinct impression that he viewed the entire Earth Strategic Command facility as an irritating administrative hiccup. The visible ESC staff, a handful of junior officers preparing notes and monitoring communications, were twitching, their hands hovering nervously over their datapads. The contrast between Frank's effortless confidence and the flustered, paper-wrangling ESC staff was stark. Frank operated with an air of efficiency so absolute it bordered on disrespect, treating every protocol as a non-binding suggestion. Benjamin quickly located a seat near the back, silently noting the sudden shift in atmosphere. The presence of a special ops operative, especially Frank, whose reputation preceded him like a trail of strategically placed political landmines, signaled that the discussion was about to move from the realm of bureaucratic theater into the terrifying arena of actual, lethal reality. Frank spoke, his voice smooth and controlled, yet laced with a cutting, almost cruel sarcasm that immediately put Frederick on edge. "Gentlemen, let's dispense with the usual parade of charts and lies, shall we? I'm here because I was dragged here, and I have exactly 17 minutes before I have to go supervise a new intake of recruits who are currently trying to figure out how to operate a security door, without citing 3 different subsections of the manual." Frank paused, fixing a chillingly amused stare directly at the camera, a stare that seemed to pierce the screen and pin Frederick to his chair. "So, about the Cliert. You've been wasting resources, fighting a ghost. You think they're trying to conquer Earth. They aren't. They're trying to die honorably, preferably taking a few hundred of your over-budgeted battleships with them." "One?" General Markov shifted, his weariness evident. "Frank, we appreciate the unique perspective of special ops, but we have simulations that—" "Simulations built on what, Lionel?" Frank interrupted, his tone instantly dismissive. "Your simulations are built on the premise that they follow a resource-based military doctrine. They don't. Their strategy is a blend of cultural obsession and population control. You saw the attack yesterday, Benjamin. You were here, weren't you?" "No." Benjamin was startled to be addressed directly, a rare acknowledgement of his existence in a high-level briefing. He quickly answered, keeping his voice level. "Yes, sir. The ships were crudely constructed, almost improvised. They seemed designed for a single purpose, high-speed ramming or detonation on impact. It violates every known principle of ship design." "Mean?" Frank gave a slow, approving nod. A gesture Benjamin treasured instantly. "Exactly. They're not engineers. They're warriors. They build their own ships to prove their worth. That's a ritual. Your analysts keep listing their ship weaknesses. Fragile hulls, exposed power conduits, but that's the point. They want the opponent to see those weaknesses. They want a fair fight before the glorious, inevitable suicide run. They're not afraid of losing ships. They're worried about not losing them spectacularly enough." "Nine?" Frederick, who had been fidgeting with a stack of papers, erupted, his voice shrill. "This is ridiculous speculation. We are here for actionable intelligence, not anthropological theories. Mr. Frank, you are not authorized to deviate from the established agenda, which is to discuss the replacement viability of the lost A-7 combat drones." "No." Frank didn't even look at Frederick's camera feed. He addressed General Markov, a slow, contemptuous smile spreading across his face. "Hear that, Lionel? The man running the show wants to discuss the paperwork detailing the cost of the ships that blew up. I'm giving you a direct analysis of enemy motivation, and your director wants to talk about quarterly budget reports. This is why you're losing." "Now me." Markov sighed, muttering a dry comment under his breath. "Frederick, perhaps we can indulge the analysis first. It rarely happens." "Nine smice." Frederick slammed his hand on the table. "I insist that Mr. Frank provide us with the documentation for these claims. We must document every word. Where are the signed intelligence reports confirming this cultural obsession?" "Made you." Frank scoffed, a deep resonant sound of pure disdain. "Signed reports? You want to know where the intelligence comes from? It comes from an operative who spent 3 days getting drunk with them in a low-orbit Delta 9 bargat. They happily disclosed their entire religious and military philosophy in exchange for 3 rounds of synthetic gin. They don't hide their motives, Frederick. You're just too busy staring at your risk assessment matrices to listen." "Now." The ESC staff in the room twitched again, their allegiance divided between the terror of Frank's methods and the humiliating truth of his summary. Benjamin, for the first time in weeks, felt a genuine flicker of hope, coupled with deep, cathartic amusement. Frank's methods were brutal, but his insights were precise, echoing the very conclusions Benjamin had been quietly documenting in his notebook. Frederick was red-faced. This is an official classified briefing, and you are reporting intelligence based on alcohol-fueled conjecture. This is a violation of... The violation, Frederick, is your entire command structure, Frank interrupted smoothly, leaning closer to the vid. You ask irrelevant procedural questions. You are insisting on documenting every word, but you're only documenting my answers so you can later twist them into an official scapegoat document when the next crisis hits. I operate outside your manuals because your manuals are the problem. I'm here to tell you how to stop the clear. You're asking me what kind of font I used on the cover sheet. Benjamin couldn't help but conceal a small, choked laugh behind his hand. Frank's sarcastic mockery of the bureaucracy was a perfect release for Benjamin's pent-up frustration. Yet, he was torn between amusement and exasperation. Frank was right, but his method was so openly contemptuous that it only hardened the bureaucrats against the truth. If Frank alienated the only people capable of implementing his advice, what was the point? Frank continued, shifting his tone slightly to cold, hard analysis. The Clyard attacks are not random. They are proving their worth. Every time you throw a heavy cruiser at them, you validate their philosophy. Every time you escalate, you give them a glorious death. You are feeding their war. You are a buffet of honor for a species that is literally trying to manage its own population through ritualized combat. Man. Benjamin leaned forward again, attempting to capitalize on Frank's attention. Sir, with respect, my research indicates that their aggression stems from a cultural necessity tied to their rapid reproduction cycle. If we could target the source of the cultural drive. Frank glanced at Benjamin's feed, his eyes momentarily sharp. Your research, Benjamin, is second-hand. And I know why your information is second-hand, so let's not pretend you're the leading authority. But you are the only man in this room, aside from me, who has listened to a word I've said. Your analysis of their cultural drive is correct. Your method of delivery, however, is too polite. They don't respond to polite. They respond to strength, and they respond to a complete lack of a target. You are stuck between the utter incompetence of the ESC and your own tarnished credibility. Now, let me finish. Make a good ball. Frank's quick, cutting assessment left Benjamin deflated but strangely energized. He had been recognized, even if it was coupled with a cruel reminder of his past failure. The discussion, heavy with tension and sarcastic mockery, had established the immediate hierarchy of competence. Frank, then Benjamin, then the vast useless expanse of the ESC. Benjamin now understood that his only hope lay in this rogue operative who saw him as barely useful, but at least slightly less contemptible than the rest of the command structure. The briefing continued, now firmly under the control of Frank's abrasive yet insightful commentary. General Markov, recognizing the value of the intelligence, however crudely delivered, managed to silence Frederick's protests with a weary, dismissive wave of his hand. So, Frank, if the goal is ritualized combat, why the sporadic, suicidal incursions? Markov asked, trying to steer the discussion toward conventional military concern. We've seen waves of 50 ships, and then, days later, an attack like yesterday's. Just 5. Poorly constructed targets. Frank leaned forward on the vid, his calm demeanor making his words even more cutting. Because their ritual requires constant validation, Lionel. And they're not an infinite resource. That big attack you cite. That was the annual Great Migration of the freshly hatched. A massive push of young warriors seeking glorious death. They come in swarms, get decimated, and fulfill their cultural mandate. The attacks you're seeing now. The lone ships? The suicidal tactics? That's the desperate cleanup crew. They're running low on volunteer warriors. It's population control in action. Moan. He paused, a dark smirk playing on his lips. You know how difficult it is for a Clyard male to find a good death these days? You keep giving them these big professional battles, but they can't sustain it. They need a worthy opponent, and they need to die fast. Their erratic attacks emphasize their sheer desperation. They're running on fumes, hoping to ram something before the fuel costs catch up with them. Benjamin, unable to restrain himself, tried to interject, recognizing Frank's assessment of their cultural motivation. Sir, I think we need to look closer at their ship design. They are so focused on the honor of building their own vessel that it dictates their strategy. We should be exploiting the cultural weakness, the honor code, rather than their tactical deficiency. Bah. Frank's eyes, projected large on the screen, flickered over to Benjamin's feet. You're repeating my words, Benjamin. And you're still thinking like a diplomat. Diplomatic talk got you sexually compromised and relegated to counting paper clips. My point is that the solution is simple, and it bypasses your entire department. Take away the target. But our simulations dictate that if we disarm, they will see it as weakness and escalate to full invasion. Markov interjected, defensive about the ESC's reliance on data. Your simulations are predicated on the premise that they think like you. They don't, Frank said, his voice dropping slightly, laced with pure disdain. They think you're a bunch of soft targets with shiny ships. If you disarm, if you refuse to shoot back, they will see it as a cultural insult, a denial of their ritual. They won't invade, they'll get bored, or worse, they'll see you as unworthy of combat and leave. They have an honor code, you have a bureaucratic chain of command. Guess which one is more predictable? They. Frederick, having regained some composure, saw an opening to reassert his self-important posturing. General, with all due respect, Mr. Frank's proposal is a complete failure of military doctrine. We cannot simply rely on the whims of an alien race's religious rituals. We must respond with strength. My sources in the upper government guarantee that within weeks, we will have orbital defense technology that will make this entire discussion moot. The gods have promised us a final solution. Lol? Frank laughed, a genuine, short, sharp sound that was more terrifying than any threat. The gods, Frederick. You mean the energy-based aliens who have been stringing you along for hundreds of years, giving you tech at exorbitant prices, and whose agenda you still haven't figured out. You're trading Earth's sovereignty for a promissory note written in plasma. You're relying on delusion, Frederick. I'm relying on basic intelligence gathered by an operative who was smart enough to get the cleared drunk. Nabarwani. The tension in the room was now palpable, the conflict escalating between Frederick's arrogance and Frank's ruthless competence. Markov looked utterly miserable, caught between the idiocy of the director and the terrifying logic of the operative. Benjamin watched the exchange, a profound realization settling over him. He was supposed to be the voice of interspecies logic, yet Frank, the ruthless killer, was the only one speaking the simple truth. His formal position was utterly marginal. His only real influence lay in agreeing with the terrifying man on the screen. General Markov, Benjamin said, carefully choosing his words. Frank's intelligence aligns with every historical and cultural profile of the cleared I have access to. The honor code is their single point of predictability. If the cost of maintaining the pretense of a great war is more casualties and more budget overruns, then Frank's plan, however unorthodox, is the most strategically sound solution for survival. No. Frank gave a slow, minimal head tilt on the screen, a subtle acknowledgement of the only sensible voice in the room. Hear that, Lionel? The man who has done nothing but shuffle paper for months sees the logic. Now here is my agenda, which you can present to Frederick's gods if you wish. The longer you fight, the more casualties you take. You have the intelligence. You have the solution. The Special Ops Unit is not here to babysit the ESC. We are here to ensure human survival, even if that means bypassing the incompetents currently in charge. Where? He leaned back, his previous amusement entirely gone, replaced by a cold, operational finality. I gave you the information. You can use it to issue a ceasefire order which the client will interpret as weakness and leave. Or you can ignore it, continue fighting, and let Frederick's budget-obsessed command structure fail. If you choose the latter, understand this. Special Ops already knows how to solve the problem. It just won't involve the client. It will involve a sudden, politically necessary change in management. Man. The subtle hint of Frank's own terrifying agenda hung in the air. His disdain for human incompetence was so absolute that he was perfectly willing to destabilize the government to save it. He wasn't just observing the ESC, he was calculating the political leverage required to force a decision. Frank abruptly cut the vid connection without a farewell, leaving the secure room in a stunned, irritated silence. Frederick was stammering incoherently, and Markov was simply staring at the blank screen, his face a roadmap of profound, career-ending misery. Benjamin stood up, feeling a mixture of awe and fear. Frank was a monster, but he was a highly efficient, necessary monster. Benjamin quietly wondered how much longer Earth's Strategic Command could survive relying solely on Frederick's self-important posturing and the endless, suffocating flow of bureaucracy before Frank's solution became a violent reality. The answer, he knew, was probably not long. The intrusive chime of the vid terminal finally forced Mike to accept the connection. He growled, his voice thick with annoyance, as the holographic face of Frank solidified above the console. "What the hell do you want?" Mike demanded, setting his tumbler down with a decisive clatter. Frank, ever the picture of ruthless calm, barely acknowledged the hostility. "Is that any way to speak to your boss, Michael?" "I quit, remember?" Mike shot back, leaning his head against the rest of the pilot's chair. "Come on now, Mike. You know that you can't quit. There's only one way out of this, and I thought you preferred to stay alive," Frank countered, his tone measured but entirely lacking in warmth. The implied threat was a casual assumption of control, a staple of their strained relationship. "Well then, why am I way out here alone?" "It's because I quit," Mike challenged, refusing to yield the point. Frank allowed a dry smile. "Michael, let's be realistic. I have you on the books as being on extended vacation. Play nice, and you get to stay on vacation a little longer. Besides, all I want to do is talk. We have a problem, and you're currently the only competent idiot who seems to have solved it. None. Well then I'll ask again. What the hell do you want? Mike repeated, his sarcasm sharp. You've been out and about for about 18 months now. Old habits die hard, so I have to assume that you have inadvertently picked up intel. The Clyart are being a pain in everyone's ass. Have you found out anything about them? Frank asked, his eyes narrowing slightly, waiting for the expected defiance. Yeah, I have, Mike quipped, his cynical intelligence immediately on display. They're effing insane. Can I go now? No style. Now, Mike, it's risky for you to take that tone with me. Whatever, you can't find me anyways. I'm using Hack Jack, Mike boasted, referring to a highly advanced privacy suite. Frank's control was absolute. Your current position is about a half-light year from the Maynard system. Would you like me to tell you the exact coordinates? Your latitude, longitude, and whether you prefer synthetic bourbon neat or on the rocks? Never in them more. Mike's jaw tightened. He knew the answer, but the certainty of Frank's complete oversight was infuriating. How the hell do you know where I am? I disabled all my transponders, and I made sure there's no tracking devices on the ship. You, Hack Jack, really? Frank snickered, a sound of deep contempt. You thought you could easily avoid this using that tech? Who do you think invented it? Just having a vid on that little bucket you drive is enough for us to locate you anywhere. Did you not think that they had built in a few hundred back doors for the sole purpose of tracking former assets who decide to go on permanent vacation? Noon. Mike sighed in resignation, the futility of his independence laid bare. He knew Frank was right. Special Ops built the sandbox and knew every grain of sand within it. What do you want to know about them? Tell me everything, Frank instructed. Mike grinned, seizing a moment of flippant rebellion. Well, when I was born, I was 6 pounds, 7 ounces. But I don't remember a lot about that. The nannies apparently took care of me until I learned to walk and not shit myself. I had a whole list of favorite foods and— Quit being a smart ass, Frank interrupted, cutting the irrelevant chatter with characteristic impatience. I want the intel on the Clyart, not your life story. Well, you said everything, Mike retorted before finally settling down, his demeanor switching from cynical jokester to sharp intelligence asset. You probably know I've been out in Delta 9 for quite a while. Don't ask why, because I'm not going to tell you. You. He pointed to the cabin around him. This bucket is a scale replica, even though I had never really paid much attention to that fact until about 6 months ago. 3 Clyart ships popped out of the warp as I was making my way over to Limerick. Looking like a battlecruiser in miniature is about the extent of the comparison. For weapons, all I have are lasers, and that system broke down last year. The cost for repairs puts it out of my budget, so I didn't bother. Nee. Mike leaned into the camera, delivering the crucial life-saving intelligence casually, as if recounting a bad meal. Remember I said that they were insane? Well, it's damn close. The only reason they didn't attack is because I didn't have weapons. They want an armed opponent that is willing to fight. This shortens up a bit. We headed down to Limerick and proceeded to get drunk off our asses. They're an ugly species, very reptilian except for their faces, which are oddly humanoid with shark-like teeth protruding from a short snout. They're capable of speaking and understanding galactic standard, though some of their pronunciation sucks, and you really have to listen carefully. No. Through the course of the night, I found out that all of their ships are either 1- or 2-man crews. They live to fight. That seems to be a major part of their culture. I was told that, like lizards, they are hatched from eggs in a typical brood of 50 to 60. About 80% hatch. They go from hatchling to adult in about 5 years. Throughout this entire time, they are taught combat. In the early stages of their adulthood, they are expected to build a spaceship and then find somebody to fight with. Mike paused for dramatic effect, then delivered his conclusion with a cynical, pragmatic edge. What I really think it's all about is population control. A typical female produces 6 broods a year. From what I could understand, their planet is of a similar size to Earth with slightly less landmass available. They have very strict rules of engagement. It's dishonorable to fight an unarmed opponent. If the opponent surrenders, they have to stop. They under no circumstances are allowed to attack the civilian population of any world. From what I could tell, their main goal is to die in battle. Some weird thing to do with their religious system. Nanti. Frank listened, his expression unchanging, absorbing the vital intelligence that confirmed his own operational suspicions. What about their home world? Where is it? No. I'm not really sure. That was one of the few things they didn't disclose. However, my best guess is the other side of Delta 9, Mike offered. Mostly from the range of the ships. They are not particularly skillful in constructing them. They're far from being energy efficient. Earth is about as far as they can go and still show up with enough fuel left in the tanks to fight. I was on a couple of their ships a day or so after meeting them. The main consoles they use to fly those things are minimal in the details displayed. Very prominently displayed is the fuel status. Now, By estimating how much fuel they used to get to Limreed and extrapolating a course to Earth, the likelihood of their home planet being about 15 light-years from Earth is reasonable. Simple tracking puts it on the other side of Delta 9. Rignol. If all the males go off to fight, who exactly are we negotiating with? Frank asked, already knowing the satirical answer. Probably the females, Mike laughed. Frank's face hardened, moving past the humor. Son of a bitch. Well, okay, Mike, what do you suggest? No. Stop fighting back. I really believe it is that simple. Now? Frank and Mike looked at each other, one on a remote starship, one in a secure bunker, and both understood the political impossibility of that simple solution. The upper government will never go for that. Mike's lips twisted in a familiar expression of profound disdain. Effing totters. Mike, you've been helpful. I notice from your bank accounts that are starting to get a trifle low on credits. I'm going to put in a bonus for you and put you back on active duty, Frank said, now employing his final cruel leverage. You hacked my accounts, Mike accused, fury replacing his amusement. It's my job to look after you. I always have. We can't have you starving to death. What a silly way to go out. I prefer to think that you'll die in some spectacular fashion. Frank smirked at him and gave him a deliberate, maddening wink. I'm still on vacation, so you go with yourself for the active duty bullshit, Mike growled. Let's be clear, you have given me some actionable intel, and because the intel I'm allowed to use has to come from active operatives, you are now active again. It's procedural, Frank concluded, mocking the very bureaucracy Mike hated. Mike sighed. What's the assignment? Easy, Dite. Just keep your eyes and ears open. If someone attracts your attention, let me know. I also have intel suggesting that the ship you've been looking for, the one that caused you to resign, arrived more or less intact on Colony 936. Do whatever you need to do to get it out of your system, and then report back to Earth when you're done. I need the good old days back, Mike. Half the recruits we are getting in special ops now are useless totters. I think they would be more useful as target practice because all I can really trust them to do is shuffle paper. Van. Mike slumped, the fight having gone out of him. Frank had tracked him, compromised his privacy, and leveraged his personal mission. He had been effectively co-opted. Mike cut the connection abruptly, his solitude destroyed, his peaceful routine shattered. He looked out at the empty stars, a rogue agent returned to the game, but now armed with a secret that could save humanity. A secret the bureaucrats would surely ignore. The gulf between the efficient, pragmatic off-grid truth and the paper-shuffling chaos of Earth's strategic command had never felt wider. The insistent chime of the vid terminal finally broke Mike's self-imposed silence. He stabbed the accept button, his face a mask of absolute annoyance as Frank's holographic projection shimmered into view above the console. What the hell do you want? Mike snapped, his voice rough. He didn't bother with a greeting or a title. Frank, impeccably neat despite the thousands of light years separating them, leaned back slightly, his expression one of smug amusement. Is that any way to speak to your boss, Michael? You're not my boss. I quit, remember. I'm on extended, permanent, uncompensated vacation. Me. Ah, but you see my records show you're on extended, paid, highly essential classified special assignment, Frank countered smoothly. There's only one way out of special ops, Mike. And I thought you preferred the continued circulation of your own blood. Mike scoffed, running a hand through his short hair. So why am I out here alone then? That's proof I quit. Yeah. It's proof I'm a benevolent employer, Frank corrected. I have you listed as being unauthorized, extended R&R. Play nice, and you get to stay on R&R a little longer. If you turn off that vid, I send a very polite extraction team to re-educate you on the finer points of loyalty. Besides, all I want to do is talk. We have a problem and you're currently the only competent idiot who seems to have solved it. Murdery. I'm busy. I was just about to optimize my atmospheric scrubbers intake cycle. It's vital work. Mike paused, a grin flashing. And I'm nowhere you can reach me. I'm running Hackjack. You can't track me. Dang. Frank's smile widened, cold and predatory. Hackjack. Who do you think wrote the source code for Hackjack, Michael? Your current position is 411,000 kilometers from the Maynard system, bearing 14.7 degrees off the galactic plane. Would you like me to read you the power levels of your backup battery? Did you really think we wouldn't build in a few hundred backdoors for the sole purpose of tracking former assets who decide to go rogue? Dead. Mike slammed his hand on the armrest. The small victory of his privacy instantly reversed. You bastard. I disabled every internal transponder. Yes, but the vid system needs power, Michael. We tracked the power surge signature. Now stop wasting my highly limited time. You've been floating around Delta 9. You picked up intel. Tell me about the Cliert. Frank's tone shifted from threatening to demanding operational data. Yeah, I picked up intel, Mike admitted, slumping back. They're effing insane. Can I go now? Nah, well. Humor is a defense mechanism, Michael. Stop using it. The truth. The truth is, your government is fighting a species whose primary strategic goal is to die gloriously in battle. You're handing them trophies. Mike paused, taking a breath. Look, 6 months ago, I was heading to Limreed. 3 of their scrap heaps popped out of warp right next to me. I thought I was dead. I was unarmed, right? My laser system crapped out, and I hadn't paid for the repairs. They ignored me. They literally gave me a flyby. Their honor code is everything. Hell. Frank leaned in. Elaborate on the honor code. We need specifics. They don't engage unarmed opponents. Period. It's dishonorable. If they see a ship without weapons, they leave it alone. We spent 3 days on Limreed getting absolutely plastered. They were thrilled I wasn't carrying a fight. That's how I got the intel. Alcohol is a hell of a truth serum, even for reptilians. Mebtrus. What did you learn from your drunken diplomatic efforts? Frank asked. The sarcasm heavy. Mike launched into the details, his voice regaining the sharpness of a professional analyst. They're not aiming for conquest. They're aiming for population control, via ritualized suicide. The females hatch 50 to 60 eggs a brood, 6 broods a year. Their planet is running out of space, and the males are bred for one thing. They build those garbage ships themselves as part of the ritual. The ships are designed to be fast, disposable, and easily destroyed, thus maximizing the chance for an honorable death. Medgareth? So the random ships, the constant attacks, the disregard for losses, it's all a self-imposed cull? Frank summarized, his mind quickly connecting the dots. Exactly. You're not fighting an army. You're fighting a suicide cult with a rigid code of conduct. They will not attack civilians. They will not attack ships that surrender. They will not attack ships that are visibly unarmed. Your guys at ESC are treating this like a war of attrition, and every time you send a battle cruiser, you're just offering them a massive, high-status funeral pyre. Pine. Frank looked thoughtful. We've been negotiating with the females then. Mike laughed. Probably. The Clyde diplomat was definitely a she. And yeah, Tom Watkinson and Benjamin are sitting across from the very people who want their men to die, trying to negotiate peace. It's hilarious. No. What's the homeworld location, Mike? They were smart enough not to give me that, but their ships are barely warp-capable and highly inefficient. I went on a couple of their junkyards. They're obsessed with fuel status. Based on the amount of fuel they burn to get to Limreed and then extrapolate to Earth, their home planet is probably only 15 light-years away on the other side of Delta 9. Earth is their logistical limit. Mike paused, taking a final deep breath. The answer is simple, Frank. Stop fighting. Stop being an honorable target. Nah. The upper government will never go for that. It's politically impossible to show weakness. Frank sighed. The professional disgust clear in his voice. Effing totters, Mike and Frank said in unison, a moment of shared dark solidarity bridging the light years. Frank's face became purely operational. You've given me actionable intel, which means, according to the manual I personally wrote and ignore, I have to classify you as an active operative. You're back on duty, Mike. I've put a sizable bonus in your account, which I noticed was running low. Mike's eyes narrowed in rage. You hacked my accounts. I'm still on vacation, Frank. You manipulative bastard. Damned. It's my job to look after you. We can't have you starving to death. That would be a silly way for a special ops legend to go out. I prefer spectacular, Frank countered, giving his infuriating wink. New assignment. Keep your eyes open, Mike. And I'll save you some time. That piece of fluff you've been chasing, the reason you resigned? I have intel suggesting that ship arrived, more or less intact, on Colony 936. Do whatever you need to do to get that out of your system, then report back to Earth. I need you here. The new recruits are useless totters. They're better used as target practice than analysts. Mike cut the connection abruptly, his solitude destroyed, his freedom revoked, and his mission co-opted. He stared out at the quiet expanse of Delta 9, realizing he had just handed the solution to the war, and his own personal leverage, to the only man powerful enough to use it. The quiet self-direction of his off-grid life was over, replaced by the chaotic, high-stakes game of the ESC, whether he wanted it or not. Benjamin arrived at the strategic planning meeting precisely 17 minutes early, a testament to his desperation for professional redemption. The punctuality was intended to convey seriousness, a sense of urgency that contrasted sharply with the chronic, dilatory habits of the Earth Strategic Command, ESCS. He was prepared, armed with a data slate containing detailed observations and cross-referenced intelligence from Frank and Mike's reports. He had organized his findings to present an irrefutable case. The Clyart were pursuing ritualized death, and the ESC's military response was tragically enabling them. Today he resolved he would break through the procedural wall. The meeting room was a sterile, overly bright monument to governmental expenditure. At the head of the long obsidian table, Frederick, director of the etc., sat stiffly. He was utterly engrossed in a towering stack of beige documents, his every gesture projecting an aura of aggressive self-importance and an unwavering focus on the mundane. Tom Watkinson was already seated, looking intensely uncomfortable, his posture rigid with the defensive tension of a man perpetually trying to protect his career from collateral damage. A scattering of mid-level analysts and generals occupied the other chairs, their hushed whispers instantly fading as Benjamin approached. Benjamin slid into the only vacant seat, which happened to be directly next to Tom. He tried to inject a note of buoyant yet ultimately forced cheerfulness into the suffocating atmosphere. "Morning, Tom. Ready to actually solve the war today, or are we still focused on the quarterly expense reports that nobody read?" Benjamin asked, his sarcasm barely contained beneath the veneer of a casual greeting. Tom did not lift his gaze from his datapad, responding in a low, tight voice. "Morning, Benjamin. I see you've managed to locate the single chair that isn't reserved by a level 3 seating permit. Please, for the love of my pension, try not to attract any attention. My career simply cannot withstand another one of your dramatic policy-violating episodes." "Mine? Assume, Melise, Alcali. But attraction is the goal, Tom. I'm here for a strategic planning meeting, and I happen to possess strategic input," Benjamin countered, then leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I've cross-referenced Frank's field data with my cultural files. The Clyart are pursuing ritual suicide. Our current defense simulations, which are based on an invasion and conquest premise, are dangerously and fundamentally flawed. We need to present this data to General Markov now, before they sign off on another prohibitively expensive fleet replacement order." "Ning? Dion." Frederick, without moving his head or diverting his gaze from his stack of forms, cleared his throat, a loud, resonant sound of pure, unadulterated bureaucratic authority. "Mr. Rabb. Benjamin, while we appreciate your continued attendance, I must remind you that this is an operational review meeting. The agenda is strictly limited to addressing the documentation process for replacement inventory, specifically the discrepancy between the acquisition and losses columns on Form 47B, as mandated by the Defense Procurement Act of 2242. Benjamin stared at the top of Frederick's perfectly coiffed head, the disbelief threatening to overwhelm his professional facade. "Director, with all due respect to the Act of 2242, the enemy is actively ramming their vessels into our primary infrastructure. The debris is still being cleared from Hangar 4. Are we truly debating the minute formatting details of a budgetary form right now, while our defenses are compromised?" "Mem?" Frederick finally lifted his head, his eyes cold and utterly focused on the sanctity of procedure. "Formality is the very foundation of competence, Mr. Benjamin. A general who cannot properly fill out Form 47B cannot be trusted to command a fleet. We must establish a precedent for procedural excellence throughout the command. We cannot tolerate chaos in our financial documentation." Tom nudged Benjamin sharply under the table, his urgency rising. "Benjamin, don't. He's deliberately trying to sideline the substance. Just play the game. Silence is sometimes the wisest move here." "No." Benjamin chose to ignore his friend. He flipped a page on his slate, bringing up a compelling graph that illustrated a perfect inverse correlation between the ESC's show of force and the Clyart's suicidal aggression. "Director, I have data here showing that every time we deploy a capital ship, the Clyart launch a high-risk suicide probe. Their attacks are strategic rituals, not military assaults designed for victory. If we stop offering them glorious, armed targets, their primary motivation for being here dissolves. We need to order a stand-down, disarm the perimeter, and simply wait them out until their honor code forces them to leave." "No." A small nervous analyst seated across the table, Lieutenant Carver, immediately started to stammer out a defense of the status quo, his eyes darting fearfully between Benjamin and Frederick. "Well, sir, that proposal contradicts the Level 4 defense axiom, which mandates a proportional armed response to any identified hostile signature. If we disarm, we fail the axiom compliance report, and that automatically triggers an immediate internal audit of the entire defense division's spending. We simply cannot survive that level of scrutiny and paperwork." "Maybe." Benjamin turned to Carver, his internal thoughts a torrent of incredulous sarcasm. He's more terrified of an audit trigger than of a plasma blast wiping out half the base. The true threat to the ESC is not the Clyart but the compliance division. "Lieutenant, I assure you, a Clyart ramming attack is exponentially more painful and far more permanent than an internal audit," Benjamin said, his voice laced with exhaustion. We are talking about saving lives and preserving planetary defenses, not saving face in a year-end budget review. A general next to Frederick, who had been silently reviewing a list of ceremonial titles and promotional hierarchies, spoke up with the clipped certainty of a man who prioritizes rank over reality. Mr. Benjamin, you are misquoting the report. The intelligence states the Clyde are highly ritualistic, not necessarily that they are actively suicidal. We must maintain the armed perimeter as a deterrence. Failure to do so would necessitate filing a waiver for non-compliance, and those waivers are currently backlogged 6 months due to a critical staffing issue in the compliance division and a backlog in the etc. review board. So, to clarify this strategic position, Benjamin said, forcing himself to speak slowly and calmly, you would rather risk an immediate, guaranteed hostile breach that kills dozens of personnel and destroys millions of credits worth of hardware than file paperwork that might take 6 months to process? Frederick finally snapped his head up, his eyes locking onto Benjamin's personal data slate with the fervor of a zealot spotting a blasphemer. Mr. Benjamin, you are holding a personal, non-standardized electronic device. Did you file a device utilization statement for that piece of equipment before entering this level 2 secure meeting room? Benjamin froze, the absurdity of the situation reaching critical mass. Director, I am the head of interspecies relations. I am attempting to present crucial, time-sensitive intelligence derived from special operations assets. The war is at stake. You are presenting data on an unauthorized device, Frederick stressed, his voice rising in volume, triumphant in his technical victory. The use of non-standardized electronics in this environment requires Form 19C, triplicate copy, filed 72 hours in advance with the security chief. Unless you can provide that documentation, your intelligence, no matter how compelling or critical to planetary defense, is considered procedurally inadmissible. Benjamin felt a cold, sharp spike of professional fury and utter futility. He was being shut down by a piece of paper, a pointless regulation created to inflate Frederick's sense of importance. He is willing to risk the entire base again because I failed to file a form for my tablet. This realization solidified Benjamin's disdain for the entire system. Tom Watkinson immediately stood, his hand clamping down on Benjamin's forearm in a nonverbal command to submit. Benjamin, put the slate away. You heard him. He's establishing control. Just nod and be silent. You'll get to talk when the agenda moves past the inventory list. Benjamin managed a tight, strained smile, a grim tribute to the overwhelming absurdity of the ESC. He slowly slid the data slate under the table, the simple action signaling his surrender to the bureaucratic ritual. His expertise, he realized, was not a solution. It was merely an inconvenience to their perfectly ordered world of forms and protocols. His only solace was the bitter, constant stream of sarcasm running through his mind, confirming that he was, at least, the only sane man in the room. He had failed to influence the direction of the war, not through a lack of knowledge, but through a failure to respect the precise color of the ink on the appropriate form. Frustration was no longer a mere internal state for Benjamin. It was a physical, hot and humming current beneath his skin. After nearly an hour of enduring Frederick's meticulous dissection of an asterisk on a budget sheet, a debate that centered on whether the symbol indicated a footnote or a critical, unscheduled expenditure, Benjamin reached his limit. He realized that waiting for procedural approval was a guarantee of strategic failure. He had to force the issue, bypassing the bureaucratic minutiae by appealing to logic, even if that logic was anathema to the ESC. He waited for a momentary lull in the meeting, which occurred when Frederick paused his monologue to demand the correct color coding for waste disposal manifests, a debate centered on whether paper belonged in recyclable, Tier B, or general waste, Tier 1. Benjamin seized the opening, rising slightly in his chair to command the attention of the room. Director Frederick, General Vark, Lieutenant Carver, if I may interrupt the taxonomy of trash for a moment, Benjamin began, projecting his voice with a desperate new authority that immediately silenced the room. I propose we suspend the current topic and address the fact that we have established high-level intelligence confirmed by special ops, the people who actually operate outside this building, that the Clayard are fighting to die. Our current plan is to not only replace the lost material, but to increase our fleet presence, which is precisely what they want. We are enabling the enemy's war aims by conforming to our own defense protocols. No. Benjamin swept his gaze across the room, appealing directly to the mid-level analysts. Instead of spending millions on new plasma coils for drones that will simply be blown up in glorious cleared suicide missions, we need to divert those funds immediately. We should instead invest in automated hologram projectors that simulate disarmed, non-military infrastructure. It's cheap, it's effective, and it saves lives because it denies the cleared their honor. It's the most strategically sound plan. We need to disarm, or at least appear to disarm. No. Tom Watkinson immediately stiffened beside him, his gaze flicking nervously toward Frederick, who was already starting to twitch. Tom leaned in, his voice a low, frantic hiss. Benjamin, you are overstepping multiple boundaries simultaneously. The general is not here. You need to address the chair, which is Director Frederick, and only address the points on the established agenda. You just proposed a complete reversal of the defense axiom. That's a career-ending move. Manager. The agenda is how we're going to lose the war politely, Tom. Benjamin retorted, his voice strained. Does anyone in this room honestly believe that Form 47B is more important than the clear its cultural imperative to die in battle? We are at war, not an accounting convention. Well then. Frederick's face, which had been a study in flushed indignation, grew several shades redder, mottled with mounting panic. He spoke, his voice wavering with repressed indignation. Mr. Benjamin. We are under explicit orders from the ETCT to follow established hierarchy. Any deviation from the approved tactical response plan, which was drafted by the ETCT Committee on Escalation Standards, constitutes a breach of protocol and will result in immediate sanctions. Are you attempting to commit an act of insubordination? Maybe, sir. General Vark, the officer who had earlier obsessed over protocol, whispered loudly to his neighbor, General Hurst. I heard he was having relations with an alien diplomat while on a mission to the Lydium Collective. You absolutely cannot trust a man who violates interspecies decency acts, much less someone who suggests we disarm. It's a sign of a fundamentally corrupted strategic mind. The staff members whispered behind their hands, contributing to a chaotic, absurd atmosphere that was entirely typical of the ESC. Benjamin felt the sting of the personal attack, but the pettiness was more effective than any logical argument could be. He had to make one final pointed observation using sarcasm as his last, desperate weapon. Director Frederick, my profound apologies, Benjamin said, making a grand theatrical gesture of consulting his empty hands. I completely forgot to file my request for constructive dialogue waiver, which is explicitly required under subsection 8B of the ESC procedure manual before I could propose a life-saving solution. Clearly, my lapse in paperwork endangered the entire process. Perhaps we should suspend all defense operations until a committee can be formed to approve a form that allows us to discuss the survival of the human race. Method. Frederick slammed his hand on the table, forms fluttering off the stacks. His composure snapped entirely. Enough. Tom, I order you to please escort Mr. Benjamin out of the room immediately. He is creating an unacceptable atmosphere of procedural instability. His continued presence is detrimental to the critical task of documentation and inventory review. Tom immediately stood up, his face a blend of relief at the distraction and dread at the task. He gripped Benjamin's arm, urging him toward the door. Come on, Ben. You knew this was going to happen. You can't just bludgeon them with facts, you have to let them get to the consensus stage first. It takes weeks, but it's the only officially sanctioned way. Weeks we don't have, Tom. Benjamin hissed, allowing himself to be led out of the sterile room, the failure of his mission a crushing weight. As they reached the heavy reinforced door, Benjamin twisted slightly, addressing the terrified desk-bound strategists one last time. You all realize the Clared are going to hit us again within the week, and you'll still be arguing over the correct classification of the debris and the proper filing cabinet, right? Frederick, already retrieving his scattered forms and attempting to re-establish order, didn't even look up. He addressed Lieutenant Carver with crisp formality. Lieutenant, please ensure you remind Mr. Benjamin that his official exit time must be logged and verified by the security detail upon leaving this sector. Protocol must be maintained at all times, regardless of any unauthorized speculation regarding threat level. Melby. Outside the secure room, Tom released Benjamin's arm, running a weary hand over his face. You are truly the architect of your own exile, Ben. They don't care that you're right, they only care that you violated the protocol chain to get to the solution. You handed them the perfect reason to ignore you. Bagtrimmer. Benjamin leaned heavily against the cool marble-like wall, defeated but clear-headed. The only thing I managed to accomplish was reminding Frederick to log my exit time. I have the single most crucial piece of intelligence for winning this war, and I am blocked by petty rules and self-important posturing. Tom, I can't do this anymore inside the system. I have to find a way to get the intel to someone who won't ask for a Form 19C signed in triplicate. New material shell. Tom looked genuinely worried now, sensing Benjamin was ready to cross a line he couldn't return from. Benjamin, don't DT. You have the title, you have the pension. Don't do anything to jeopardize that. Think of Greta and the ranch. Nah. Greta's ranch doesn't matter if we're all incinerated because the general was worried about an audit trigger. Benjamin countered, his voice flat. He now knew his role in the ESC was one of ceremonial impotence. His insight was useless against this monolithic bureaucratic wall. He had failed to influence the hierarchy, and was now forced to seriously consider seeking allies. Frank and Mike, Outside the ESC's suffocating labyrinth for any meaningful action against the covert threat. The system was the enemy, and only a rogue agent could fight it. The secure communication room felt like a pressure cooker. The air was thick with the scent of stale coffee and bureaucratic anxiety. Holographic screens flickered everywhere, displaying endless charts of material losses and personnel downtime, data that was completely irrelevant to the actual strategic problem. Projected onto the central screen, in stark, comfortable contrast to the frenetic energy of the ESC staff, was Mike. He was reporting back from his remote vessel, his expression relaxed, almost indifferent. He sat casually, taking a slow sip from a chipped mug, looking utterly unbothered by the fact that the survival of humanity hinged on his next few words. Across the table, 3 harried ESC strategists, Lieutenant Colonel Vance, Commander Alara, and Frederick, who was present primarily to audit the number of tea packets consumed, were hunched over clipboards, already scribbling notes frantically. "Look, I told Frank this already," Mike began, his voice flat and weary, but laced with an underlying cynicism that suggested profound intelligence. "You guys keep sending out cruisers and heavy gunships. You are literally doing the only thing that makes the covert happy. You're giving them what they want." Lieutenant Colonel Vance, a man whose entire worldview was defined by standard military procedure, adjusted his collar nervously. "Mr. E. Mike, we appreciate the field data, but we need details we can plug into the tactical response matrix. We understand they are aggressive, but what is the core tactical objective of their current fleet deployment? Is it planetary siege? Resource acquisition? What do the simulations suggest?" Mike sighed, a deep, exasperated sound that echoed slightly through the speaker. "The simulation suggests garbage, Colonel. Because the simulation assumes they think like you. They don't. Their core objective is glorious death. It's not about winning a war, it's about winning a specific highly ritualized religious exit from life." Commander Alara, a woman known for her detailed reports on alien metabolism, immediately bristled. "That is highly illogical. No species invests that much resource into a military for the sole purpose of self-annihilation. What about resource acquisition? Are they attempting to secure our synthetic nutrient supply lines?" Mike let out a soft, dry laugh. "Nutrient supply lines? Alara, I was with them for 3 days. They mainly eat crushed, inert gas compound paste. They don't care about your nutrient supply lines, or your precious forms, or your career advancement. They care about honor. Every fighter is trained from birth in combat. It's the only acceptable path to adulthood. Every ship they fly, those junkyard heaps you keep blowing up, is a personal, sacred project. It's built by the warrior who flies it, and the objective is to die in that ship, in single combat with a worthy foe." Mayor. He leaned closer to the camera, giving the staff a close-up of his indifferent expertise. "It's a ritual. It's a test of skill. And they have strict engagement rules. This is the key that unlocks the whole absurd puzzle, so stop scribbling about their metabolic rate, and listen to this." "Man?" Frederick, who had been listening with rising suspicion, interrupted, his voice laced with indignation. "Mr. Ree. Mike, I must insist that you use appropriate terminology. The word ritual is anthropological, not tactical. We need to focus on actionable strategies, not cultural anecdotes. And I need to know if this report is filed under confirmed field data or unverified anecdotal sources." Mike didn't even acknowledge Frederick. He addressed Vance directly. "They have an extreme dislike of attacking unarmed opponents. It's deeply dishonorable. If they see a ship without visible weapons, they turn away. If they successfully disable an opponent and the opponent signals surrender, they break off the attack. It's in their code. They are obsessed with worthy adversaries. They see your heavy cruisers and your plasma drones as worthy. They see Frederick's paperwork as highly unworthy." Benjamin, who was sitting near the back, observing the frantic note-taking, finally allowed himself a quiet, bitter mutter, audible only to himself. The most dangerous opponents in the galaxy are also the most predictable, but humans are too stupidly self-important to accept a solution that doesn't involve firing weapons. Vance started scribbling frantically. "So, if they have rigid rules of engagement, we can exploit that. Perhaps a feigned surrender? We can set a trap." Mike shook his head, looking profoundly bored. "No, Colonel, you can't. Because they're not idiots. If they see a ship suddenly go dark right next to a heavy planetary defense cannon, they know you're trying to cheat their code, and they'll see that as a profound insult to their entire species. They'll try twice as hard to die in a way that takes out the command center. Their cultural obsession makes them entirely predictable, but only if you stop imposing human military logic on them." Commander Alara, still struggling to reconcile this with her training, adjusted her glasses. "But if their sole aim is glorious death, Why do they sometimes retreat? We have records of several large incursions that broke off contact and warped away without engaging their full numbers. Never. That's the population control element, Mike explained, leaning back, completely unbothered. The females need the males to go off and die, but if too many die, the species collapses. They only send out the numbers they can afford to lose. If they hit resistance that's too heavy, like a coordinated, full-fleet counterattack, they retreat because the return on investment for their honor is too low. They didn't get enough glorious single combat. It's bizarre logic to you, but it makes perfect chilling sense to the cleared. Nante. Frederick looked up, suddenly spotting a potential procedural issue. Mr. Mann. Mike, you mentioned that your original assessment was based on 3 days spent drinking with the subjects. Was this interaction documented? Did you file the proper Form 88R for field intelligence gathering activities, detailing the type and quantity of consumables used in the exchange? No. Mike sighed, lifting his mug in a mocking salute. It was documented on a napkin, Frederick, and the consumable was synthetic gin. The report is filed under highly actionable, unverified anecdotal truth. And no, I didn't file the form. I was slightly inebriated. Nectared by Kerr. Benjamin mentally catalogued the absurdity. Frederick was prioritizing the documentation of a field operative's sobriety over the existential threat facing the planet. The sheer ridiculousness of trying to impose human logistics on a species obsessed with dying honorably is a cosmic joke. Vance was muttering to Alara, scribbling furiously. We need to translate this into a standard tactical model. We can define worthy adversary as capital ship, armed with plasma weapons. We can define ritual suicide as high risk, zero return maneuver. We just need to put it into military language. Mike observed their frantic efforts with utter disdain. You can translate it all you want, Colonel, but you'll just be inventing a new form of military stupidity. The solution is literally to stop fighting back. You have a strange, suicidal enemy with an ethical code. Use the code, not the cannons. He shrugged, finishing his synthetic bourbon. But I know you won't. Because that would require admitting that a government-sanctioned suicide cult is smarter than your entire strategic command. I'll check back in when the inevitable happens. No. Mike's feet abruptly cut out, leaving the strategists suspended between the clear, actionable truth and the rigid, suffocating confines of their own protocols. Benjamin watched as the staff immediately resumed their frantic note-taking, struggling to translate the bizarre logic of the Clear's combat ethics into something manageable for the EESC. He felt a deep, weary respect for Mike, and an even deeper, burning contempt for the bureaucracy that rendered such vital intelligence functionally useless. The chaos wasn't coming from the aliens. It was being generated right here, by humans clinging desperately to their forms and hierarchies. With Mike's feed disconnected, the communication room instantly lost its focus, dissolving back into the familiar chaos of Earth Strategic Command, ESC. The harried strategists were left staring at the blank main screen, gripping their data pads as if the cultural intelligence Mike had just delivered were a volatile substance. The silence lasted only a moment before the inevitable wave of contradictory and absurd proposals began. Lieutenant Colonel Vance immediately started pacing, trying to impose human tactical logic onto the alien ethos. The core takeaway is predictability, not philosophy. If they won't engage unarmed opponents, we adjust. We strip the weapons off a dozen old freighters and send them into the orbital path, simulating civilian flight, a humanitarian corridor defense. That forces them to break off engagement. No. Commander Alara shook her head vigorously, her focus entirely on counter-argumentation. That violates 5 established protocols, Colonel, including the non-involvement of civilian assets mandate. Furthermore, it assumes the Clyert lack advanced sensor capabilities. They would detect the lack of defensive shielding and interpret it as a lame trick. Mike stated they want a worthy challenge, not pathetic targets. We must escalate. Sire. Escalate based on what, Commander? Interjected General Vark, whose eyes were still fixed on his clipboard. We just heard they are actively trying to control their population by dying. Every vessel we destroy is a win for their cultural objective. If we escalate, we're providing them with exactly the mass casualty event they desire. We would be playing into their hand. No. Frederick, who had been quietly auditing the consumption of power units for the holographic display, finally lifted his head, his face a picture of procedural distress. This is the chaos that results from accepting unverified anecdotal sources without the proper forms. We cannot base our defense on whether or not they found a target worthy. Worthiness is not a defined variable in the ESC Tactical Response Manual. We must only consider responses that comply with the Tier 2 escalation standard, which requires an increase in plasma fire output. Benjamin, still seated near the back, observing the spectacle, leaned over to where Tom Watkinson sat, his voice dripping with low-level sarcasm. Listen to them. They're twisting themselves into knots trying to rationalize suicide as a flanking maneuver. They simply cannot accept that the solution involves not shooting. Then, Tom rubbed his temples wearily. They can't accept it because not shooting means they have to admit that the entire ESC budget, the last 5 years of military spending, and their entire professional existence as war makers has been predicated on a complete misinterpretation of the enemy. It's a political impossibility, Ben. They'd rather lose the war than lose face. And see you. So, what's the next absurd proposal? Psychological warfare based on reptilian stereotypes? Benjamin asked, crossing his arms. As if on cue, a junior analyst, Lieutenant Carver, tentatively raised his hand. Sir, following up on the commander's suggestion regarding perceived worthiness, I have devised a possible psychological operation. Since the Clyde are reptilian, and many reptilian cultures respond negatively to high-frequency audio patterns, we could broadcast a continuous loop of extremely irritating, high-pitched synthetic sounds toward their fleet. This might confuse their primitive auditory senses and drive them away. Vance frowned, perplexed. High-pitched sounds. Are we seriously proposing to defend the planet with a siren? No. Yes, Colonel, Carver insisted, clutching his slate. But it would be filed under Tier 1 non-lethal psychological deterrence, which has an approved budget line item. It conforms to protocol. Benjamin couldn't contain his inner commentary any longer. He stood up slowly, ensuring he addressed the entire room, his voice calm but infused with biting sarcasm. I think the lieutenant has hit on the perfect strategy. The Clyde are a species obsessed with dying honorably, and we will defeat them by making their final moments so profoundly irritating that they break their sacred code just to get away from the sound. This is the new human military doctrine. We win through annoyance. None. Frederick immediately wheeled on Benjamin, his face contorted in anger. Mr. Benjamin, you were ordered to remain silent. Your commentary is neither constructive nor adhering to the tone and decorum standards of a strategic briefing. Furthermore, if you wish to formally propose a solution, you must submit an official proposal docket, signed by a general-level officer. The general-level officers here are currently debating whether a surrender flag would be better filed under asset disposal or tactical abandonment. Benjamin retorted, ignoring Tom's frantic hand signals. Gentlemen, we have intelligence that tells us the aliens are literally asking us to stop fighting so they can leave. They have an ethical code that prevents them from wiping out a civilian population. If we just stood down, they would eventually see us as unworthy and go home to find a better war. Elara countered, seizing on the logic gap. But what if they don't? What if they see the stand down as a feigned surrender and simply land forces to occupy the base, violating their own code by fighting us on the ground? They can't, Benjamin stated with absolute certainty, pulling directly from Mike's intel. Their vessels are fragile, purpose-built for atmospheric detonation, not planetary transport. They lack the logistical capacity to deploy ground forces, and doing so would violate the core of their ritualized combat ethics. Their ships would fall apart upon landing. Their entire strategic model is built around honorable self-destruction in orbit. By simply disarming, we exploit both their ethical code and their structural weakness. General Vark, however, could only focus on the procedural nightmare. Disarming is fine tactically, but think of the insurance implications. If we disarm, we lose all standing under the ESC Interstellar Treaty of Defense Clause 4, which mandates armed response. That means if they hit us while we're disarmed, the planetary defense insurance policy becomes void. We would have to pay for the damage out of the general ESC budget. No. Benjamin threw his hands up in a gesture of utter defeat. So the war is not about saving humanity, it's about maintaining the insurance policy. This is truly farcical. We are risking billions of lives to avoid an audit. Frederick pounded the table, effectively ending the debate. Tom, escort Mr. Benjamin out. His inability to comprehend the financial and procedural consequences of his suggestions is disruptive. The meeting is now recessed to allow us to draft a response that adheres to Tier 2 escalation, while integrating Lieutenant Carver's non-lethal psychological deterrence siren strategy. Report back in 2 hours with the correctly filed documentation. Now. Tom took Benjamin's arm, pulling him quickly from the room. Once in the hallway, Tom hissed. Ben, you are burning every bridge. You have to stop. You nearly got Carver to recommend we use a lullaby as a defense system. You're making them look ridiculous and they will retaliate. They don't care about being right, they care about maintaining the appearance of competence. Benjamin leaned against the wall, laughing humorlessly. I know they don't care about being right. That's the entire problem. They're going to fight the war based on an insurance policy and a high-pitched noise. Without taking Mike's perspective seriously, and without bending some rules to force the issue, we are all doomed to follow the procedure right into the ground. I have to find a better way to inject this intelligence. I can't rely on the formal channels anymore. There. His realization was stark. The rigid human bureaucracy was a far greater threat than the suicidal alien warrior code. To save the ESC, he would have to work entirely outside of it, a move that promised confrontation with the very hierarchy he was sworn to serve. The week following Mike's unheeded intelligence report descended into a miasma of bureaucratic paralysis. Military expenditures were skyrocketing, not due to effective defense, but because the Earth Strategic Command, ESC, was obsessed with replacing every lost component with the most expensive, heavily audited alternative available. Benjamin found himself buried alive in a series of leadership meetings that were less about strategy and more about abstract financial theology. He was seated in the corner of the Grand Strategy Chamber, serving the ridiculous purpose of cultural liaison for post-conflict accounting. A stack of memos documenting various procurement failures. A tower of beige paper taller than his head rested precariously beside him. The current debate, involving 3 generals, 2 ministers from the ETCT, and Frederick, centered on a single insignificant point of debate: the drone's outer shielding material. Minister Davies, a man whose knowledge of combat was derived exclusively from reading budget proposals, spoke with infuriating seriousness. I maintain that the Class A allocation for the new Manticore drone shielding material is grossly inefficient. The shielding contains 57% polymerized carbon fibers, which, under the current fiscal model, pushes the unit cost into the Tier 3 bracket. This creates a downstream violation of the anti-inflationary defense procurement mandate. There's me. General Vark, who was only marginally more competent than Frederick, bristled. Minister, we are facing an enemy whose entire strategy is based on ramming us. If we use the cheaper, Tier 2 shielding, the drone's survival probability drops by 12%. We need that material to ensure tactical stability, regardless of the inflation mandate. Mine. Stability is irrelevant if the paperwork isn't compliant, General. Frederick interjected, his voice sharp with procedural outrage. The current debate is whether the drone shielding, specifically the polymerized fiber components, qualifies for essential infrastructure replenishment versus non-essential combat material. If it's designated non-essential, the allocation must drop to 35% carbon fibers, regardless of client aggression. The cost of a non-compliant audit far exceeds the cost of a lost drone. 1 per. Benjamin slowly added a new memo to his stack. A document detailing the 4 hours spent yesterday debating the proper categorization of space dust, removed from a hangar bay. His internal monologue, laced with sharp sarcasm, began to escalate. They're debating the difference between 57% and 35% polymer shielding, while the enemy is literally throwing itself at us, and they are more afraid of an accountant than a plasma blast. The client should send the finance division a thank you note. He finally leaned forward, deciding he couldn't endure the silence any longer. Director Frederick, generals, ministers. If I may interject, based on confirmed intelligence, the type of shielding is completely irrelevant. The client are utilizing self-built ships designed for high-velocity, terminal impact. They are not interested in probing our defenses. They are interested in dying on them. We could cover the drones in gold, and they would still ram them. Instead of debating the polymer allocation, we need to debate the disarmament strategy that Mike and I have been proposing. Now. Silence descended, heavy and poisonous. Every head swiveled to stare at Benjamin. Minister Davies adjusted his silk tie, his face cold with disdain. Mr. Benjamin, your continued insistence on injecting anthropological speculation into a financial review is detrimental to the process. We are discussing budgetary logistics for next quarter's expenditure planning. Your expertise on alien mating rituals is simply not relevant to Class A allocation procedures. Nay. General Vark added, equally dismissive. Furthermore, Mr. Benjamin, you are out of line. The issue of disarmament was settled in the strategy review meeting last week. It was deemed politically infeasible, financially irresponsible, and procedurally unsound. We must maintain a show of force, even if the enemy is suicidal. No. Tom Watkinson, who was observing the meeting from the viewing gallery, discreetly tried to signal Benjamin, a frantic series of hand gestures that clearly meant, shut up. Sit down. The stack of memos is your new friend. Benjamin ignored him. His exasperation was now overriding his self-preservation instinct. But General, the show of force is literally feeding their religious fervor. By debating whether to spend more on shielding, we are merely debating how expensive the client's next funeral pyre should be. If we disarm, they leave. This is a simple matter of tactical efficiency against a uniquely motivated enemy. Nay. Frederick slammed his hand down on the table, forms trembling. Mr. Benjamin, your role here is to process the post-conflict memos and ensure that all documentation related to alien cultural impacts is properly routed to the ETCT Review Board for long-term historical filing. You are interfering with the immediate critical task of resource allocation compliance. No, too. But we won't have a long-term history if we adhere to this idiocy. Benjamin countered, rising slightly in his chair. We are debating the ceremonial hierarchy of resource allocation, while entire fleets are being decimated in actual combat. Don't you see the absurdity of this? Your concern over the 35% allocation of carbon fibers is ensuring that we lose 95% of our fleet. Namtwag. Minister Davies rose slowly, fixing Benjamin with a stare of pure bureaucratic authority. The absurdity, Mr. Benjamin, is your failure to respect the procedural framework. Our system functions based on accountability and documented compliance. If we violate the procurement mandate, the entire supply chain collapses. A potential supply chain collapse is a far greater long-term threat than the Cliert's short-term aggression. The Cliert can destroy us physically. Non-compliance destroys us financially and procedurally. You know them say. Benjamin slumped back, defeated by the logic of financial terrorism. They are literally defining the war as a battle against their own compliance division. Their concern over trivialities is a defense mechanism against real-world chaos. He watched as the argument devolved again, this time over the proper allocation code for emergency life support consumables used during the last Cliert attack. General Vark, the oxygen packs used during the Hangar 4 breach should be listed under medical, emergency services, not personnel, hazard mitigation. It changes the reporting structure for the annual review. Minister Davies. But if we list it under medical, we trigger a mandatory 5-year review of all medical expenditures under the Public Health Act. It must be listed under hazard mitigation. Frederick, nonsense. Hazard mitigation falls under the ESC's purview, and that requires an additional 7 signature approvals. We must route it to the simplest classification. Lieutenant Carver, please draft a memo suggesting a new category. Unforeseen oxygen consumption due to tactical inconvenience. Benjamin gripped his pen tightly, his internal commentary now a torrent of exhausted fury. A new memo, a new category, a new form. This is how they spend their lives, creating layers of procedure until they can no longer see the enemy outside the window. The absurdity was no longer funny. It was terrifyingly dangerous. He was surrounded by people who had mistaken formality for competence. He spent the rest of the hour silently adding documentation to his stack, more aware than ever that his reasoned, practical adjustments were utterly futile within a system that saw chaos as preferable to a simple, honest solution. The air was thick, not with military strategy, but with the suffocating weight of paper. While the generals and ministers meticulously catalogued the precise metallic content of their lost defenses, miles below the command center, the true strategic response was unfolding silently. Frank, operating entirely outside the Earth Strategic Command, ESC hierarchy, was monitoring every channel and assessing Cliert movement with chilling efficiency. He was fully aware of the impending self-inflicted chaos that the ESC leadership was so utterly oblivious to. Frank wasn't interested in the budgetary reports or the procedural compliance forms. He was interested in 2 things: raw, unedited Cliert flight patterns, and the political breaking point of General Markov. He sat in a Spartan, reinforced bunker, a covert special ops outpost disguised as a redundant sub-maintenance depot, surrounded by monitors displaying live feed data, not charts. He was currently in a heavily coded short-burst audio exchange with an operative only known by the designation Spectre, a trusted asset positioned within the ESC's main orbital defense grid. Status of the Cliert patterns, Spectre. Frank's voice was low and clipped, devoid of the sarcasm he reserved for bureaucrats. Confirmed adherence to the suicidal muster protocol, Frank. They are launching smaller, faster probes now. Low armor, high velocity. They're looking for high status, fast-track death missions. They've detected the increased chatter about the Manticore drone shielding upgrades and are treating that sector as a prime target, Spectre reported back. And the ESC response? Frank asked, already knowing the ridiculous answer. They just approved the motion to reclassify the lost oxygen packs from medical to hazard mitigation, to avoid an audit. Strategy-wise, they've doubled the carbon fiber allocation for the Manticore drones, confirming the sector as high value. They are literally making the targets shinier for the Cliert, Frank jotted. They're following the playbook Mike warned us about perfectly. Frank allowed a dry, humorless chuckle. Excellent. The bureaucracy is perfectly predictable. That makes my job easier. I want you to initiate Protocol Chimera on Manticore Grid Alpha 7. Chimera? Frank, that protocol involves overriding the ESC fire control and diverting power. If they trace that override, you'll be facing a court-martial that makes Benjamin's delegation incident look like a parking ticket. No. I am perfectly aware of the procedural risks, Spectre. Do it. I need Grid Alpha 7 to appear heavily armed, but its actual targeting system must be set to fire non-lethal, high-intensity plasma flares 1 second after the cleared vessel passes the attack vector. Give the client the visual of a worthy defense, but deny them the honorable death. Make them retreat in frustration. Frank paused, a steely edge entering his voice. I need the client to see the human defense as annoying, frustrating, and unworthy of their sacrifice. We win by being irritating and refusing to play their game. Understood. Initiating Chimera. Good luck with Frederick when he realizes his expensive drones are firing confetti. Spectre signed off. Frank then turned his attention to a separate encrypted channel, preparing contingency plans should General Markov finally crack under the pressure, or more likely, if Frederick's incompetence led to a catastrophic failure that required immediate special ops intervention. Meanwhile, back in the Grand Strategy Chamber, Benjamin had been summarily dismissed for his procedural instability. He returned to his desolate office, which was perpetually cold and overlooked a maintenance shaft, and began shuffling the reams of nonsensical memos required for the next meeting. He was utterly frustrated, a state amplified by his absolute competence. He looked over a new memo detailing the required 7-signature approval for requisitioning the single high-efficiency data core, a core he needed simply to analyze the client cultural trends faster. Tom Watkinson, looking suitably stressed, walked into Benjamin's office without knocking, carrying a fresh stack of documents. Ben, you have to stop antagonizing Frederick. He's putting you up for a formal review of procedural compliance. That's a direct threat to your position, Tom warned, dropping the papers onto Benjamin's desk with a thud. Benjamin sighed, shoving the memo about the data core into a filing cabinet. Tom, I have the answer to the war sitting on my desktop, and I'm being blocked because I didn't get a signature from a minister who's currently vacationing on Titan. What does it take for them to realize the client don't care about our forms? No. It takes a signed tri-party agreement that is stamped and dated by the Itzita Review Board, Ben. You know that. Tom rubbed his temples. Look, I brought you the new data on the cleared movements. It's highly classified. Frederick is keeping it out of the main strategy meeting because he claims the data format is non-compliant with the new graphics presentation standards. Benjamin snatched the pad and scanned the data, his eyes immediately lighting up. Tom, this confirms it. Their latest movement patterns are erratic, almost desperate. They're running low on suitable sacrifices. They need a big win to validate their current religious cycle, and the ESC is setting up the Manticore grid as the perfect high-value target. Done. So what do we do? Markov is useless. He's taking tranquilizers to get through the budget meetings. Frederick is writing a 12-page justification for why the janitorial staff needs new color-coded mops. We're going to be hit, and we're going to be hit hard, Tom admitted, his usual caution failing him. Benjamin looked toward his closed door, then back at Tom. His mind immediately went to the only man operating with any sense of reality. I need to talk to Frank, Benjamin stated firmly. He's the only one who takes Mike's intel seriously. He's the only one capable of overriding the procedural paralysis. I need to find out what he's doing covertly. May. Tom's eyes went wide with alarm. Frank? Benjamin, you cannot. He's special ops. He's rogue. If you contact him outside the chain of command, that's not a review of procedural compliance. That's treason. You'll lose everything. You barely survived the Lydian Collective scandal. Don't throw away your last chance. Mayor. What good is a pension if the station is vaporized because Frederick didn't like the font on the threat assessment? Benjamin argued, standing up and pacing his small office. Frank is the only one acting with competence. He's maneuvering. I saw his file. He's the one who authorized the last-minute diversion of that medical transport. He's laying groundwork. Mayor. Yes, he's laying groundwork for a coup, Benjamin. Special ops doesn't follow protocol. They enforce outcomes. You don't want to be involved in Frank's outcomes, Tom pleaded, lowering his voice again. If you try to collaborate, Frederick will find out. He monitors everything for non-compliant behavior. Benjamin stopped pacing and faced Tom, a difficult decision weighing on him. Then I can't contact him officially. But I have the cultural expertise he needs to execute his plan, and he has the operational capacity I lack. I need to figure out his covert comms. It has to be something that bypasses the ESC's monitoring system. Something absurdly simple that they'd never document. Tom shook his head, looking utterly defeated. Benjamin, don't. Please. Just keep pushing the disarmament memo through the official channels. It might take 6 months, but it's safe. Nancy-war. Safe is irrelevant, Tom. Competence is the only thing that matters right now. I refuse to sit here and process paperwork while the planet burns. I'll be back. If Frederick asks, I'm filing the 7-signature data core requisition in person, Benjamin lied, grabbing his jacket. Tom watched him go, a fresh wave of panic washing over him. He was powerless to stop Benjamin from engaging in what he knew was a politically suicidal move. He was caught between his loyalty to his friend and the crushing weight of the ESC hierarchy. Benjamin, walking quickly through the beige, oppressive hallways, felt a terrifying sense of freedom. He knew he was crossing the line into insubordination, but the bureaucratic absurdity had finally snapped his leash. His goal was clear: find Frank, collaborate, and force the sensible solution onto a command structure determined to fail. He felt a flicker of hope, but it was quickly tempered by the knowledge that Frank's solutions were always high risk and permanent. The atmosphere in the Earth Strategic Command, ESC Main Operations Center, usually a dull, low-frequency drone of bureaucratic inertia, was suddenly ripped apart. At precisely 40 hours, the silence was replaced by a brutal sensory overload. Shrieking klaxons, blinding, strobe-like flashes of red emergency lights, and the terrified adrenaline-fueled bellowing of radar and watch officers. Contact. Multiple hostile signatures detected. Inbound on Vector Gamma 9. Estimated time to median defense line, 4 minutes. Roared a frantic radar operator, his voice barely audible over the immediate din. The effect was instantaneous and absurd. Every officer on duty, from the junior analysts who had been sleeping at their desks to the high-ranking sector commandants who were supposed to embody calm, scrambled with theatrical, blind urgency. The response was less a calculated defense maneuver, and more a frantic, self-justifying performance, as if the loudest person would automatically prove the most competent. Benjamin, who had managed to slip onto the periphery of the operations deck, under the dubious guise of verifying cultural threat data against real-time hostile signatures, leaned heavily against a metal railing near the central holographic display. His expression was a silent, weary summation of profound skepticism and utter exhaustion. The holographic map showed 3 tiny, bright red specks, the Clyart ships, moving with disconcerting, almost casual speed toward the inner defense lines. Benjamin muttered quietly, loud enough only for himself to hear the contempt in his voice. 3 ships. Not a full fleet. Not an invasion. 3 glorified flying coffins on a data run, and they've induced mass hysteria. They're overreacting so aggressively they're going to run out of ammunition before the Clyart even cross the median line. The Clyart are probably laughing themselves dizzy right now, realizing how easily they can induce human panic with minimal effort. Bounce. Major Gerald Hassad, the base commander, rushed onto the operations deck, his face pasty and shining with cold sweat, the picture of professional collapse. He immediately started issuing a chaotic cascade of contradictory and procedurally confused commands. Scramble all Alpha Grid interceptors. Activate missile batteries on orbital platform 3. No, wait. General Vark, where is the physical missile launch protocol documentation? I need the 3-page checklist confirmed and signed by a level 2 officer before we fire. Hassad bellowed, his voice cracking with the strain. General Vark, who had materialized from the nearby administrative lounge, was already shouting into his comms unit, attempting to project an image of command authority. Full defense posture. Authorize preemptive firing sequences. I want every available drone deployed. Deploy the new Manticore drones immediately. But ensure the carbon fiber allocation, the 57% material, is documented and cross-referenced with the acquisition log before launch. We cannot risk an audit. Mero. Benjamin watched the escalating madness, documenting it internally with corrosive sarcasm. They are literally debating the correct form to authorize the launch of the weapon that is supposed to save them, while the enemy is inbound. This is the ultimate proof that the ESC views procedure as the threat, not the aliens. On the main holographic display, the 3 Clyart ships began their maneuvers. They weren't charging aggressively toward the main defense lines, which would have been the logical human strategy. Instead, they moved with disconcerting precision and discipline, performing high-speed, controlled scans. Report on Clyart actions. What are they targeting? Hassad shrieked, wiping a sheet of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Sir, they've split formation. One ship is diverting sharply to orbital platform 7, performing a rapid, non-aggressive, high-resolution sensor scan of the main plasma array. The second is testing the automated turret response rate on the asteroid belt. The third is holding a fixed position, just outside the effective range of our heavy plasma cannons. The radar operator reported, his voice a strained mix of sheer terror and analytical confusion. They are not returning fire, sir. They are simply recording data. Mal? Benjamin gripped the railing, a profound sense of weary recognition settling over him. They're not attacking, they're auditing our system's integrity, he muttered under his breath. They're checking our defenses, logging our response times, and testing the limits of the automated turrets. They're adhering strictly to their engagement rules and refusing to cause any serious, unwarranted damage that would require them to break off under their own ridiculous honor code. They're sticking rigidly to their rules. It's an exercise in data acquisition, conducted by a suicidal code of ethics. 9. Frederick, who had appeared miraculously from the sublevel and was already holding a datapad with the urgency of a man holding the Holy Grail, rushed toward the central console, entirely ignoring the live threat on the screen. Major Hassad. Did we verify the signature type before scrambling the interceptors? If we deployed Tier 2 interceptors against a confirmed Tier 1 threat, that triggers an overexpenditure review. We need to follow the proportional response matrix meticulously. I will not allow this command center to trigger a financial review. No. Director, we are under attack. We must defend. Hassad wailed, pulling at his collar. We are under procedural review if you fail to follow the matrix, Major. That is far more serious for the continued funding of this base. Frederick countered, utterly oblivious to the existential priority. I need a cross-referenced log of the threat level versus the response level immediately. Benjamin stepped forward, desperate to inject sense into the spiraling bureaucratic madness. Director, Major. They have performed a controlled, disciplined reconnaissance. They are seeking data, not destruction, because mass destruction of a potentially unworthy target is dishonorable. They will not target non-combatants, which is why they're hitting automated turrets and sensor arrays. Those are the definition of combatants. For heaven's sake, power down the weapons and simply observe. Let them take their data and leave. None. General Vark scoffed, overhearing Benjamin's desperate plea. Nonsense. That's the disarmament foolishness again. If they are conducting reconnaissance, it means they are planning a full-scale invasion. We must respond with overwhelming force to deter their next move. Fire the long-range missile batteries. All of them. I want the entire Gamma-9 vector saturated with ordnance to prove our capability. No. Missile batteries began firing preemptively, streaks of light, tens of millions of credits worth of ordnance, piercing the dark expanse of space. The Clyart ships, however, were already maneuvering with impossible speed. They had recorded their necessary data, and having provoked a sufficiently dramatic yet ultimately safe response, were beginning their withdrawal. They're disengaging, sir. All 3 ships are warping out of the sector. They are completely gone. The radar operator confirmed, his voice now laced with profound, puzzled relief. The command center was instantly filled with a new phase of chaos, the frantic rush to cover up the panic. Officers, exhausted from their own hysterical performance, began issuing orders to sanitize the records. Recall all remaining interceptors. Log this entire incident as a successful defense demonstration. Highlight the rapid deployment time in the after-action report. Vark shouted, trying desperately to convert the humiliating panic into a victory narrative. Frederick immediately cornered a shivering Hassad. Major, I need a detailed triplicate report on the total cost of the expended ordnance. If that ordnance expenditure exceeds the Tier 2 daily limit, we will need immediate approval from 3 separate ministries by 60 hours. The procedural fallout of a cost overrun will be catastrophic. Nah. Benjamin leaned back against the railing, his breath leaving him in a long silent sigh of utter defeat. The human forces had massively overreacted, spending fortunes and risking a diplomatic nightmare, all to chase away 3 small, disciplined reconnaissance ships that had simply wanted to check their defense software updates. The whole spectacle had been more theatrical than effective, a triumph of bureaucracy over basic sense. He quietly observed the sheer amount of wasted resources, and the officer's immediate pivot from panic to aggressive self-justification, recognizing that the widening gap between Earthen's bureaucratic mindset and the Clyart's martial culture was now an insurmountable chasm. The Clyart had been precise, the humans, tragically, absurdly chaotic. The receding warp signature of the final Clyart ship left a profound, unnatural silence hanging over the Earth Strategic Command, ESC, Operations Center. The deafening klaxons had ceased, the red lights were static again, and the scent of burnt circuits mixed with human panic began to dissipate. The tension, however, remained palpable, immediately shifting from defending against an alien threat to defending one's professional decisions. Benjamin watched the cleanup, the absurdity of the situation mounting with every passing second. The final assessment confirmed minimal damage, no ships destroyed, only a single orbital sensor array lightly grazed, and a few automated turrets disabled by the Clyart's precise, minimal attacks. Yet, the human response had been a massive, expensive, and chaotic overreaction. The immediate reaction from the leadership was not relief, but a demand for punishment. This aggression cannot go unanswered. General Vark declared, slapping his hand hard on the console, startling the nearest radar operator. 3 ships performed a brazen reconnaissance maneuver. They tested our perimeter. We must launch a retaliatory strike immediately to teach them a lesson about entering Earth-controlled space. Nay. Commander Ilara pushed through the crowd, adjusting her glasses with a look of severe exhaustion. General, with all due respect, a retaliatory strike would be the most strategically disastrous move we could make. The Clyart's sole purpose in this attack was to gather data on our response capabilities and to provoke a worthy fight. If we launch a full-scale strike, we are giving them precisely the high-value sacrifice they desire. We should be arguing for a more measured, non-aggressive approach. No. Measured? Commander, they violated our sovereignty. We must maintain the appearance of strength. Vark roared back. A junior aide rushed up to Major Hassad, handing him a printout of the preliminary resource expenditure log. Hassad's eyes widened in horror. The expenditure. The cost of the ordnance alone is 7 times the established Tier 2 limit. We launched 43 long-range missiles and 48 interceptors against 3 small short-range reconnaissance ships that were merely recording data. Frederick is going to have a seizure over the documentation requirements. Hassad whispered frantically, his voice shaking. The cost is a secondary concern to the integrity of the defense posture, Major, Frederick said, appearing like a pale ghoul at Hassad's elbow. He was, naturally, holding the relevant form, a 3-foot-long printout of the expenditure override authorization form. However, I concur with the General. We cannot allow this minor incident to be logged simply as reconnaissance. It must be classified as a full-scale incursion attempt to justify the proportional response. Otherwise, we face a mandatory audit that will require 10,000 man-hours of documentation review. No. Benjamin stepped closer, unable to contain his quiet critique. He addressed Ilara, but his words were meant for the room. Their actions were almost polite by interstellar warfare standards. They targeted machines, avoided civilian vessels, and broke off the moment their limited objectives were met. They were disciplined. In contrast, we scrambled fleets, almost shot down our own interceptors in the chaos, and spent a quarter of the annual ordnance budget trying to hit targets that were already warping away. Well, they are aliens, Benjamin. We cannot apply human morality to them. Vark snapped. I'm not applying human morality, General, Benjamin countered, a sharp edge entering his voice. I'm applying the Clyart's own martial code. They view our current response as inefficient, panicky, and frankly, ridiculous. They are probably already compiling a report detailing how easily humans are provoked into wasting resources. We are playing the fool in their ritual. You know. Minister Davies, who had been quietly making notes on a memo detailing the projected rise in carbon fiber futures, finally looked up. Mr. Benjamin, your inflammatory rhetoric is not constructive. The issue is purely financial now. We must demonstrate to the ETCT that the extraordinary expenditure was justified by the threat level. Therefore, we must formally propose an immediate, limited punishment raid to validate the necessity of the ordnance we just wasted. It's a matter of budgetary integrity. Nah. Benjamin stared at Davies, his sarcastic reserve evaporating. You want to launch a suicide mission, risking human lives and ships, simply to validate a budgeting decision? You are willing to satisfy the Clyart's desire for honorable death just to justify a line item on a spreadsheet? No. It's about maintaining confidence in the financial chain of command, Mr. B. Benjamin, Frederick interjected, his voice firm. Without budgetary integrity, the entire defense system collapses. That is the greater crisis. Led by me. The debate raged on, splitting the room into absurd, self-serving factions. One group argued for immediate punitive action to justify the cost, the financial integrity faction. Another, led by Ilara, argued for a minimal, non-aggressive response to avoid further validating the Clyart's death-seeking goals, the logical counter-strategy faction. A third, led by General Vark, simply demanded more bombs and less thinking, the pure instinct faction. From his corner, Benjamin grumbled, detailing the absurdities in his inner commentary. Wasted resources, inflated threat assessments, and a media frenzy that will undoubtedly turn this minor incident into a headline crisis demanding massive, theatrical escalation. The sheer cost of human vanity will bankrupt us before the Clyart get their final wish. We could launch a single, heavily shielded drone, unarmed, into their sector as a form of non-hostile surveillance, Ilara proposed desperately. That adheres to our desire to respond, but denies them the ability to attack under their code. Unarmed? Vark bellowed, red-faced. That shows weakness. That is strategically idiotic. It sets a terrible precedent. It's an affront to the honor of the ESC. Matrim Tong. But it saves the drone and denies the Clyart a sacrifice. Ilara shot back, her voice rising in frustration. We can't launch an unarmed drone, Frederick declared, flapping the ordnance expenditure form. There is no procedural categorization for an unarmed surveillance unit in the Tier 2 response manual. It must be categorized as either an interceptor or a heavy bomber, both of which require minimum weapon payloads. We'd have to file a procedural variance waiver just to launch it. No. Benjamin finally threw his hands up, a gesture of absolute capitulation to the bureaucratic nightmare. So, the only thing stopping us from using a common-sense, effective, non-violent strategy is a lack of the correct paperwork for an unarmed vehicle. We are doomed to respond in absurdly predictable ways because our own forms dictate our fate. He turned to a nearby lieutenant who was furiously charting casualty estimates, which were currently 0. Lieutenant, are you logging the emotional distress of the senior staff under personnel, non-physical injuries? The young officer looked up, terrified. Sir, I'm logging the sensor array damage. We have to inflate the number slightly, say, 70% loss, to justify the cost of the missile barrage. It's an accounting necessity, not a factual one. No. Benjamin shook his head slowly. The Clyde were returning to deep space, having successfully conducted a cheap, efficient reconnaissance run. They left the ESC to clean up its own ridiculous mess, a sprawling network of inflated claims, bureaucratic paranoia, and financial absurdity. He stood in the midst of the chaos, the only sane man in an insane room, wondering if anyone would ever truly understand the aliens' motives, or if humans were simply destined to keep responding with exactly the kind of predictable, wasteful panic the Clyde had banked on. The true crisis wasn't the attack. It was the cover-up. He knew he needed to find Frank immediately before the ESC signed off on a punishment raid that would hand the Clyde their grand, sacrificial victory. The metallic chill of Benjamin's perpetually cold, windowless office felt less like a workspace and more like a punishment cell. The morning after the ludicrous 3-ship reconnaissance incident, his desk was buried under the official fallout, a tide of reports and memos meticulously detailing Earth's effective response. The air stank of burnt ambition and recycled paper. Benjamin leaned back, clutching the latest summary. The after-action financial review, a document of pure deliberate lies. It classified the skirmish as a confirmed heavy incursion attempt, artificially inflating the threat level to justify the massive wasted ordnance expenditure. He knew the cost of the paper used in the subsequent reports likely exceeded the construction cost of the 3 Clyde vessels. The true source of the headache was not the paperwork, but the small, unscheduled leadership meeting taking place in the observation booth just outside his office. A meeting entirely dedicated to squabbling over inconsequential details. Inside the booth, Minister Davies was locked in a tense, hushed argument with Frederick, director of the etc. I maintain that General Vark is the appropriate officer to brief the press, Minister Davies insisted, his voice tight with political calculation. He has the necessary visual gravitas, and his name is already synonymous with the defense protocol. If we let Major Hassad speak, the media will inevitably focus on the minor equipment losses, not the successful deterrence. Frederick shifted his datapad, the movement sounding unnervingly like the rustle of dry leaves. The general cannot brief the press until the official threat nomenclature classification is finalized, Minister. If he uses the term minor skirmish when we have budgeted for a Tier 3 threat, the discrepancy will trigger an immediate audit of the entire etc. filing system. That is unacceptable. We must adhere to the approved terminology flowchart. Non. Benjamin lifted his head from a report detailing the proper color coding for waste disposal manifests on orbital platform 8 date. He slowly walked to the observation booth, placing his hands on the glass partition. Excuse me, Director Minister. Instead of debating the semantics of the press release, perhaps we should address the actual intelligence, Benjamin said, forcing a calm tone over the roaring frustration in his chest. Mike's data is explicit. The Clyde will be back soon, and they will be looking for a sacrifice that validates their prior losses. If we continue to present them with expensive, heavily armed targets, we guarantee a larger, more destructive engagement. I have a proposal here for deploying 3 disarmed, signal-emitting decoys. They look like the Manticore drones, but contain no weapons. They would serve as an unworthy target, forcing the Clyde to break off and retreat, which fulfills our strategic goal of population control. No. Minister Davies waved a dismissive hand, not even turning fully away from Frederick. Mr. Gill. Benjamin, your suggestion is noted, and I believe it is filed under pending anthropological review in subsection 9C. The immediate crisis is public relations and budgetary justification. An unarmed decoy is a terrible look for the ESC. It suggests a failure of offensive capacity. Furthermore, as Director Frederick just mentioned, the deployment of an unarmed vessel requires an emergency procedural variance waiver, which, due to the press briefing timeline, cannot be processed until Thursday at the earliest. Man. Frederick nodded curtly, validating the minister's point with chilling professionalism. The paperwork must precede the action, Benjamin. We cannot have operational decisions dictating procedural compliance. That is the definition of chaos. Not. Benjamin felt a familiar surge of cold, pure fury, realizing that a simple life-saving solution was being rejected purely because the form required for it hadn't been invented yet. So, to be absolutely clear, Benjamin continued, his voice now laced with bitter sarcasm, you would rather launch another missile barrage, costing 70 million credits and risking human lives to justify the last pointless expenditure, than launch a 300,000 credit empty shell that would deny the Clyde their honor and prevent the whole engagement. All because of a waiver form? Nail bell. Minister Davies finally turned, fixing Benjamin with a stare of condescending authority. It's about more than the waiver, Benjamin. It's about maintaining the perception of competence. The ESC does not send unarmed vessels into a combat zone. That is weakness, and weakness causes panic in the markets and among the citizenry. We are fighting a war against the Cleric, yes, but we are also fighting a war against public anxiety. And in that war, perception is more valuable than practical defense. The argument evolved into a ridiculous squabble over who would chair the next strategy review meeting, a ceremonial post that carried zero actual authority but immense political cachet. If Vark chairs the meeting, he gets the official photo op, which bolsters his claim for the next command promotion, Davies argued, his ambition thinly veiled. If Major Hassad chairs it, the appearance is that we are prioritizing field operations, not high-level strategy. It's an issue of ceremonial hierarchy. But Vark hasn't filed the necessary conflict of interest declaration for presiding over a meeting where his own defense expenditures are being reviewed, Frederick countered, clutching his flow chart. We can't risk the procedural instability. We should appoint a neutral party, perhaps the head of janitorial services. They filed their annual compliance report on time. Benjamin retreated from the observation booth, shaking his head slowly. The sheer, overwhelming absurdity was paralyzing. He was sitting on critical intelligence that could de-escalate the conflict, yet he was rendered functionally useless by the petty squabbles and the fear of an internal audit. He returned to his desk, grabbing a blank data slate. He began drafting hypothetical strategies, a cynical exercise in strategic futility designed to relieve his mounting frustration. The first strategy was labeled Operation Paper Cut. The plan was to anonymously leak the true after-action financial report, the one that detailed the exact number of missiles fired and the total absence of casualties, directly to a mid-level analyst in the etc. The ensuing panic and paperwork required to cover up the non-compliant spending would paralyze the ESC for a week, forcing a temporary stand-down. It's a guaranteed delay tactic. The system would implode on itself long before the clear could get close. The second strategy, more drastic, was titled Operation Unworthy Target. This involved Benjamin covertly accessing the defense grid and deploying the unarmed decoy ships himself, using his level 4 security clearance to bypass the logistical pre-filing requirement. He would then broadcast a message on a public frequency detailing the cleared's ritual code, proving his strategy correct in front of the entire quadrant. It's an act of treason, but it would save lives and stop the madness. He smiled, a humorless tight curve of his lips. He was drafting contingency plans that were crimes against the state, not because he was malicious, but because he was the only competent voice in a system designed to frustrate competence. The desire to make a real impact was constantly battling the absurd reality of his marginalized position. Every competent suggestion he made was either ignored, watered down, or lost in the endless procedural grind. He crumpled the paper copy of the financial review in his hand, the sound sharp and final. He knew he was reaching the breaking point. The ESC was willingly sacrificing the planet's safety to maintain the delicate balance of their administrative theater. He had to find a way to get Operation Unworthy Target into the hands of someone who could execute it, someone like Frank Goddard. His desperation was increasing, pushing him toward the realization that his official title was meaningless, and his only path to relevance lay outside the approved filing cabinets. The fluorescent light in Benjamin's cold office hummed, a monotonous sound that amplified the silence following his drafting of the treasonous Operation Unworthy Target. His focus was shattered by the sound of muffled voices drifting from the nearby observation booth, where the small, fractious leadership meeting continued, long after the official agenda had been exhausted. This was where the real unstructured politicking occurred. He was currently reviewing a procedural reallocation memo for drone maintenance, a document so dense with unnecessary jargon it was functionally unreadable, when the key phrase pierced his concentration. We simply cannot move forward on the asset replacement plan without an advisory from the Totters, General Vark muttered, his voice dropping low, thick with a mix of resentment and deference. Minister Davies, you know the political risk if we bypass them on a high-cost procurement. Minister Davies sighed heavily, the sound of a politician utterly burdened by ridiculous hidden constraints. I am aware, General. But involving the Supreme Council of the Totters in the drone replacement budget adds 3 weeks to the timeline. They need time to review the expenditure through their unique moral lens. I am trying to minimize their involvement, frankly. Their concerns are usually so tangential to reality, they paralyze the process. Benjamin froze, his pen hovering over the memo. The Totters. The name itself was a dark, absurd joke within the ESC, representing the worst elements of self-important, politically connected zealotry. They were the unofficial, cultish, and highly influential shadow government whose power derived from moralistic posturing and deep-seated financial connections within the hyper-capitalist structure that govern the human-aligned sectors. He stepped quietly toward the partition, straining to hear the hushed conversation. Their last advisory delayed the launch of the Aegis 7 for 2 months, because they insisted the captain's personal diet plan was incompatible with Tier 2 ethical consumption standards. Vark complained bitterly. They worry about the morality of our spending while the cleared are actively trying to breach the system. It's insane. No. Frederick, however, spoke with caution, never defying the procedural masters, even the unofficial ones. General, you must appreciate the institutional integrity the Tauters provide. They ensure all expenditures align not just with financial compliance, but with the broader ethical mandates of the Unitarian Senate. Their influence is subtle, but necessary. They represent a significant voting bloc within the Senate, and alienating them would jeopardize the entire defense budget for next cycle. Necessary absurdity, Frederick, Benjamin muttered under his breath. He had seen the proof of their involvement before. They were a small group of self-important zealots, obsessed with trivialities, the ethical sourcing of uniform fabric, the moral implications of automated labor, yet they wielded terrifying political power through their sway over the Senate's most powerful financial committees. He walked back to his desk, grabbing his personal data slate, and rapidly cross-referencing recent major ESC decisions with known Tauter interests. The pattern was instantly clear, and it made the current bureaucratic chaos look like a minor distraction. The disarmament rejection, the official rationale, was political infeasibility. The actual reason? The Tauters strongly oppose any strategy that reduces military spending, viewing disarmament as a failure of moral responsibility and a reduction in profitable defense contracts. The emphasis on expensive drones. Why Manticore drones with the 57% carbon fiber allocation? Because the corporation that manufactures that specific high-cost polymer is chaired by the cousin of a key Tauter Supreme Council member. Benjamin felt a cold, hard knot form in his stomach. It wasn't just incompetence he was fighting, it was weaponized, ridiculous politics. He brought up the hypothetical Operation Unworthy Target plan he had drafted earlier, the plan to launch unarmed decoys. He realized he hadn't just been battling Frederick's forms, he was battling the Tauters' deep financial interest in seeing those decoys remain armed and expensive. Tom Watkinson entered the office, looking pale and worn, clutching a massive ledger. Ben, I've been trying to track the latest funding shift. It's ridiculous. They just reallocated funds intended for the long-range sensor grid, the one we desperately need to track cleared warp signatures, to a new committee. Mary Gallo, odd. Let me guess, Benjamin said flatly. The Committee for Ethical Procurement of Cafeteria Supplies? Tom sighed. Worse. The Senate Committee on Moral Stewardship and Decorative Infrastructure. The money is being used to fund an aesthetic review of the command center's public hallways, specifically the replacement of all brass fittings with ethically sourced, low-impact recycled synthetics. They're claiming the brass is too materialistic. The Tauters, Benjamin stated, slamming his hand on the desk. It has to be them. Only they would prioritize decorative fittings over warp signature detection. They are subtly manipulating the defense budget to serve their ridiculous moral and financial agendas. Merwah. Tom leaned in, his voice dropping to a panicked whisper. You can't talk about them like that, Ben. Even in here. Their influence is silent but absolute. General Markov, the one man with the power to approve your disarmament plan, has openly deferred to their advisory 3 times this quarter. They act as a subtle but ominous force. Their directives are always phrased as vague ethical imperatives, but the result is always a massive payout to one of their affiliated corporations. Nen. Benjamin scoffed, a tight, cynical sound. So we are paralyzed by procedural nonsense, and the only people actively dictating policy are a small group of self-important zealots who are more concerned with ethically sourced mop handles than with the annihilation of the planet. It's a satirical nightmare. He looked at his 2 hypothetical plans, the bureaucratic attack, Operation Paper Cut, and the direct action, Operation Unworthy Target. He realized the bureaucratic attack was futile. The Tauters would simply use their influence to sanction the auditor, not the general. Tom, I need to talk to Frank, Benjamin said, the decision solidifying in his mind. He doesn't care about the Tauters, the Senate, or the ethical sourcing of brass fittings. He only cares about survival. And he's the only one with the operational capacity to launch the unarmed decoys before the Tauters' preferred generals greenlight another missile barrage. The when? Tom looked utterly terrified. Benjamin, I told you, if you contact Frank, you are crossing a line you can't come back from. You'll be navigating not only alien threats, but the absurd satirical nightmare of human politics, and the full, silent wrath of the Tauters lurking in the shadows. They will dismantle your career, your finances, and your reputation until you are nothing more than an unpleasant memory. Me. Benjamin picked up the data slate containing Operation Unworthy Target. He looked down at the memo detailing the ethical sourcing of synthetic brass, then back at Tom. They are forcing my hand, Tom. I refuse to sit here and process paperwork for a new mop budget, while the cleared are preparing to use our new, expensive drones as their funeral pyres. The system is designed to frustrate competent actors, but I refuse to be frustrated to death. Tell Frederick I'm submitting my requisition for the 7-signature data core. I'll need it for my new, unauthorized project. No. Tom watched him go, sinking into Benjamin's vacant chair, knowing his friend had just committed professional suicide. Benjamin had mentally steeled himself. If he wanted to make a difference, he had to find a way to navigate not only alien threats, but also the absurd, ridiculous Totters, and that meant breaking every rule in the book, starting with the one against collaborating with Frank. Deep within the subterranean labyrinth of Earth Strategic Command, ESC, disguised as a sub-maintenance depot for obsolete atmospheric scrubbers, Frank sat at the nexus of a clandestine intelligence network. His office was a testament to methodical professionalism. Clean lines, triple encrypted data streams, and absolute silence, broken only by the faint, rhythmic whir of cooling fans. His operation was the complete antithesis of the chaotic, overblown command center above. Frank was currently orchestrating a complex web of intelligence streams. On one monitor, he had a coded, high-resolution feed of the Cleart's latest movements in the fringe of the Delta 9 system. On another, he maintained a discrete, audio-only patch to the ESC's main strategic planning room. A deliberate choice to avoid the visual circus of generals posturing over forms. He listened to the current leadership debate with a detached, clinical contempt. Minister Davies was arguing with General Vark over the wording of the press release regarding the previous night's reconnaissance incident. The term, successful deterrence, is too passive, General. Davies' voice buzzed through the speaker. It suggests we were lucky. I want the final version to state aggressive tactical response, which more accurately reflects the political courage required to fire 70 million credits worth of ordnance at 3 small vessels. No. But Minister, if we use aggressive tactical response, the ESC's internal review board will require a justification for enhanced aggression document, which will take 3 days to draft and sign, Vark argued, his voice laced with bureaucratic pain. Successful deterrence is procedurally cleaner, despite its political shortcomings. Frank muted the feed, shaking his head once. A brief, private acknowledgement of the absurdity. They're arguing over the font size on the official lie, he thought. The gap between real operational needs and the bureaucratic obsession with appearances was a chasm wide enough to swallow the entire planet. His mind, however, was already focused on the only truly valuable input he had. Mike. He initiated the secure, long-range vid link to Mike's remote vessel in Delta 9. Within seconds, Mike's image stabilized on a dedicated screen. The operative looking predictably relaxed and indifferent, currently polishing a piece of salvage while the fate of Earth was debated miles away. Frank Dottie. Did your morons ever figure out that the Cleared were just checking their firewall? Mike asked without preamble. They decided your information was procedurally unsound, Mike, Frank responded, his tone dry. The official consensus is that the Cleared attempted a full-scale invasion, but were driven back by a spectacular display of human proportional ordnance expenditure. Mike snorted, the sound echoing lightly in the quiet bunker. Figures. Well, they're going to get another spectacular display soon. My sensor logs show they've consolidated forces. But they're not massing. They're forming up into small disciplined strike teams. 3 to 4 ships each. Very focused. Nee. Frank leaned forward, his professionalism hardening the conversation into pure data exchange. Give me the specifics on the behavior. Are they preparing for a sustained assault? That's. No. It's still about the honor code. Sustained assault is impersonal, dishonorable. They're setting up what I call dueling points. Isolated sectors of high defense where a small unit can engage in maximum individual combat before dying. It maximizes the glory and minimizes the risk of accidentally hitting a non-combatant civilian ship, which again is a massive ethical violation for them. Nee. Mike held up the piece of metal he was polishing, a section of alien hull. Look at this. This is Cleared shielding. It's barely composite. It's built for speed and to hold together long enough for the final maneuver. It's not meant to withstand a protracted fight. Your guys are preparing for a tank battle, Frank. The Cleared are preparing for a highly ritualized knife fight. Yet, Frank meticulously logged the data, processing the cultural intelligence with the same methodical precision he used for hardware specs. So, the new, smaller attacks are not a sign of retreat, but a sign of strategic refinement to better suit their religious objective. Exactly, Mike confirmed. They are attempting to be more effective at dying. They see your previous full fleet scrambles as sloppy and unworthy. They want clean, one-on-one engagements where they can prove their skill before detonating. If the ESC would just disarm the outer perimeter and set up unarmed decoys, they would leave. It's the simplest solution. Frank glanced at the muted ESC feed where Frederick was now holding court over an assistant. And the memo must be circulated with the official seal of the EECC. The lack of a proper seal suggests unauthorized distribution, Lieutenant. That is a level 3 security breach. Simplicity is antithetical to their operational philosophy, Mike, Frank said dryly. They view any action that does not require an associated stack of procedural forms as unprofessional. The idea of disarming would likely trigger an internal audit that would shut down the entire defense grid, which they view as a worse outcome than planetary destruction. Nears a brother. Mike rubbed his temple, a rare sign of agitation. Look, I also track their internal comms. They're tracking the individual ships, not the fleets. They have nicknames for your officers' personal cruisers. They're tracking Tom Watkinson's ridiculously flashy patrol boat, the Regulator. They see it as a particularly high-status, flashy target. If you want to stop them, tell Tom to park the Regulator and fly something dull and unarmed. Frank's gaze sharpened. This was actionable intelligence that could save an asset. Understood. We'll handle the asset protection. Keep the streams open, Mike. I need to know the moment those strike teams break formation. Dean. Mike gave a brief, indifferent nod as Frank cut the connection. Frank leaned back, his methodical professionalism unbroken. He had the actionable intel. The client were focusing on individual worthy targets. Now, he had to figure out how to transmit this vital, personalized threat assessment, specifically about Tom's ship, through the bureaucracy, without immediately having to file a justification for a personalized threat assessment form with Frederick. He switched the audio back to the strategic meeting feed. Minister Davies and General Vark were now debating the ethical color of the new command uniforms. The approved color is slate gray, Minister, Vark insisted. The dark tone projects necessary authority. But the Totters have issued an advisory that slate gray reflects poorly on the planet's moral stewardship index, General Davies whined. They prefer beige, as it suggests non-aggressive, ethically sourced production. We must adhere to the advisory. Dial. Frank shook his head again, the movement a private expression of profound contempt. He was literally running a clandestine operation to save the planet from a suicidal alien race, while the human leadership was agonizing over the color of the clothing they would wear while dying. The absurdity was astounding. He activated a separate, secured channel, the one only Benjamin could access, and began sending a single, coded message. The precise flight path of Tom Watkinson's cruiser, the Regulator, marked with a very large, urgent red target icon. He was delivering actionable intelligence directly, bypassing the spectacle of incompetence above him, silently setting the stage for Benjamin's necessary, drastic action. While Frank meticulously managed his covert intelligence streams from the secure sublevel, Benjamin was locked in the bureaucratic torture chamber of the strategic planning sessions, ostensibly integrating the latest information. He sat surrounded by high-ranking officers and analysts, all utterly consumed by the procedural minutiae that had come to define the Earth Strategic Command, ESC. Benjamin was fixated on his datapad, which was relaying Mike's unvarnished, first-hand observations from Delta 9, a raw feed that Benjamin had managed to tap into via a low-level, non-compliant network bypass. He absorbed these details with a mix of academic fascination and agonizing, gut-deep frustration, knowing that every single piece of clear, actionable truth would be either misinterpreted or intentionally mishandled by the human strategists around him. Mike was currently elaborating on the Clier's intricate battle tactics, his voice a cynical, detached narration of alien religious zealotry. They don't attack to disable. They attack to engage. Mike's voice crackled through Benjamin's private earpiece. You guys keep thinking your targeting system is flawed because they fire at unshielded sensor arrays instead of the heavily armed battlecruisers nearby. That's because the sensor array is actively defending the cruiser. It's a combatant. The battlecruiser, if it's too big or slow, is just a target. They want a duel, not a turkey shoot. They never attack unarmed opponents. It's the ultimate violation of their warrior faith. They avoid civilian casualties at all costs. It's not mercy, it's an ethical, tactical constraint. Mine? Benjamin looked up at the main holographic screen, where the ESC analysts were running a simulation showing a massive, full-fleet counterattack designed to overwhelm the Clier. The simulation was already showing catastrophic failure, yet the analysts were furiously adjusting the ordnance output, not the underlying premise. General Vark pounded the table, his face flushed with the exertion of maintaining control. The simulation data is unacceptable. Why is our target acquisition rate, TAR, dropping to 30% in the face of the Clier's withdrawal maneuver? We must increase the TAR. Lieutenant Carver, adjust the proximity sensor calibration. We need better kill ratios. Member. Lieutenant Carver, sweating profusely, stammered a reply. Sir, the tar is dropping because the Claird ships are executing the terminal break. They are disengaging right at the moment of highest lethality. The computer interprets that as a system failure, not an intentional retreat. The program assumes they want to survive, sir. Then. The program is wrong. Vark roared. We cannot have a defense system that assumes the enemy is running away. That is strategically unsound. Adjust the parameters. Assume a sustained pursuit and engagement scenario. Migdal. Benjamin leaned back, shaking his head. They are literally forcing the simulation to ignore the core reality of the enemy, the religious significance they attach to dying honorably in battle. He returned to Mike's cultural insights, absorbing the details. I watched the hatchling drills on my last run, Mike continued. The young warriors are trained from the moment they hatch. It's not about winning territory. It's about combat readiness. Their entire life is a preparation for the glorious final battle. The religious significance of dying in combat is everything. Every scratch on their ship, every successful skirmish, is a prayer. They view your full fleet deployments as an insult. You're trying to kill them quickly and efficiently, denying them the chance for a proper, drawn-out duel. Then, Commander Alara spoke up, trying to inject some academic reasoning into the room. General, if we accept the theory of honor-driven engagement, then the simplest, most logical approach would be to disarm our outer perimeter. We present ourselves as unworthy opponents. They would have to break off and search elsewhere, effectively saving the planet. 9. A ripple of nervous muttering spread through the room. Alara's suggestion, though strategically sound based on the intelligence, was procedurally offensive. Frederick, who had been quietly auditing the projection system's energy consumption, immediately interjected. Commander Alara, your suggestion, while theoretically interesting, is procedurally dangerous. Disarming the perimeter requires a Tier 1 demilitarization order, which must be approved by the United Terran Senate and cross-referenced with the Interstellar Defense Treaty, a process that takes months. We cannot sacrifice compliance for a theory, however logical. No. Minister Davies, ever the political pragmatist, offered his own absurd solution. Perhaps we can satisfy both? We maintain the appearance of strength but deploy ships with weapons systems that are visibly active but non-functional. We meet the procedural requirement of armed defense posture, while denying the Claird their desired lethal sacrifice. It's a compromise. Meow. Benjamin suppressed a groan. Now they're debating how to legally deceive the aliens while still adhering to internal compliance forms. They're making the Claird's death ritual more complicated than it needs to be. He quickly sent a secure text message to Tom Watkinson, who was watching from the viewing gallery. They're debating launching ships with dummy weapons to satisfy Frederick's filing requirements. This is insane. Tom's reply came back instantly. Don't interfere. Frederick just filed a memo regarding the unprofessional length of your last report. He's actively looking for reasons to sanction you. Benjamin ignored the warning, his mind racing. Mike's insight suggested a far simpler, elegant approach. Exploit the Claird's faith. But the ESC was dedicated to complexity and compliance. He looked back at his datapad, where Mike had added a final, cynical observation. They think of themselves as poets, not soldiers. They compose their final battle. You guys are trying to fight a sonnet with a tax form. It won't work. The weight of this truth settled heavily on Benjamin. He was the only one in the room fully capable of understanding and integrating this alien logic. Yet, every move he made was smothered by the system. He was caught between his desire to contribute strategically and the absurdly slow, overblown procedural grind. He glanced at the draft of Operation Unworthy Target he had prepared, the plan for the unauthorized deployment of the unarmed decoys. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity and perfectly aligned with Claird weakness. He looked at the chaotic scene around him, Vark screaming at Carver to inflate the kill ratio, Frederick counting energy units, and Alara desperately trying to find a pre-approved procedural variance waiver for non-lethal engagement. The only way to make a difference was to bypass the system entirely. The realization hit him with a powerful, exhilarating clarity. He needed to activate his dormant plan and collaborate with Frank, the only person with the operational reach and contempt for procedure necessary to save them from their own paperwork. This idea was both exhilarating because it was competent and terrifying because it was an act of treason in the absurd world of Earth politics. The intelligence warnings, derived from Mike's unofficial channels and relayed by Frank's covert network, were precise. The next Claird strike was imminent, arriving within the hour. The news, when officially disseminated through the Earth Strategic Command, ESC, triggered not a focused tactical response, but a spectacular exhibition of institutional panic filtered through bureaucratic absurdity. The main operations center transformed into a scene of frantic, disorganized motion. Personnel moved, not with military efficiency, but with the jerky, desperate energy of ants whose heel has been kicked. They scrambled to ready turrets, activate defense screens, and establish communications links. Yet every single step was immediately slowed, choked, and often halted by the immovable reality of protocol checklists and redundant approvals. Major Hassad, nominally in charge of readiness, was pacing a tight circuit near the central console, drenched in nervous sweat, shouting into a comms unit. "I need confirmation on the activation sequence for missile battery, Alpha 4. I need the Tier 2 checkpoint log signed off immediately. General Vark, where's the log?" Hassad screamed, his voice already hoarse. General Vark, who was simultaneously trying to put on his helmet and hold a datapad, staggered toward him. "The log is with Frederick. He's insisting the missile activation log must be cross-referenced with the annual munitions inventory audit before signing off. He needs confirmation that the activation falls within the approved quarterly expenditure." Then, Frederick then appeared, serene and terrifyingly composed amidst the chaos, holding a stack of forms like a shield. "The protocol is clear, General. We cannot activate systems that haven't been fiscally verified. We must maintain budgetary transparency even in the face of an existential threat. If Alpha 4 fires and the expenditure is not pre-approved, the resulting procedural fallout will be far more destabilizing than any Cliert strike." Benjamin, positioned near the back, watched in stunned disbelief. He gripped his datapad, which was showing the latest Cliert trajectory, a disciplined, tight formation headed directly for a newly reinforced, but financially compliant, orbital platform. "You're going to die because of an audit," Benjamin thought, the sarcasm now laced with despair. "The aliens are a surgical threat. The bureaucracy is a terminal disease." He saw two technicians struggling to power up a defensive shield generator. The problem wasn't technical, it was procedural. "We need the level 3 authorization key for the auxiliary power conduit," one technician yelled at the other. "I don't have it." Lieutenant Carver took the key to log its physical location for the daily asset verification report. He said the paperwork was more important than the power. The second technician wailed, throwing his hands up in despair. Benjamin couldn't stand the passive observation any longer. He approached Commander Alara, who was attempting to set up a communications channel to the orbital platform, her face a mask of strain. "Commander, the Cliert are targeting the newly reinforced platform, the one with the expensive carbon fiber," Benjamin stated urgently. "They're looking for a worthy sacrifice. We need to disable the platform's main reactor, make it look derelict and unappealing. They'll break off per their honor code." "Die." Alara looked at him with desperate recognition, but immediate procedural resignation. "Benjamin, I agree entirely. It's the only logical move. But do you know what disabling a major orbital platform's reactor requires? It needs an emergency deprioritization order, which must be signed by 3 general-level officers, and that form is only available in triplicate, and the only functioning triplicate printer is currently dedicated to running off Frederick's post-conflict report forms. Now. So we let the platform, and the people on it, be annihilated because the printer is busy printing justification documents?" Benjamin countered, his voice rising in disbelief. "We are restricted by the system we created, Benjamin. The system prioritizes documented accountability over practical effectiveness." Alara whispered fiercely, turning away to hide her frustration. Meanwhile, the debate over uniform colors, a truly critical decision for impending doom, resumed. Minister Davies, smoothing his spotless tunic, addressed General Vark. "General, I have just received an update from the Senate Advisory Committee. The beige uniform mandate stands. They feel that the projection of non-aggressive neutral coloring will contribute to the general feeling of calm during the crisis." "Nah. But Major Hassad has already issued orders for the deployment of the slate gray crisis vests," Vark thundered, pointing an accusatory finger at Hassad. "The vests have a higher thermal rating. If we swap the vests now, we risk a complete breakdown of the emergency gear allocation log. That requires a full level 4 audit." "Non-simple." Davies was unmoved. "If we defy the beige mandate, the Totters will pull the funding for the next round of Manticore drone replacements." "Beige. General. We must wear the morally compliant color, regardless of the thermal implication." "Dennis, sir." Benjamin watched, his jaw tight. The aliens were disciplined, methodical, and efficient, entirely focused on their honor-driven objective. The humans were chaotic, paralyzed, and completely obsessed with political appearance and paperwork. The contrast was a painful satirical indictment of his own species. He saw a new, frantic cluster of officers descending on the main communication station. Lieutenant Carver was waving a clipboard with genuine terror. Sir. The Cliert trajectory data just came in from the forward sensor net. They're moving faster than predicted. We have less than 30 minutes. But, Sir, we cannot officially confirm the threat level until we receive the external validation confirmation form from the Gamma-2 outpost. And they haven't sent it yet. Carver frantically explained. Major Hassad clutched his hair. Why hasn't Gamma-2 sent the form? They're currently under lockdown, sir. The power surge from the last skirmish triggered a level 5 security isolation, and the officer in charge of sending the form cannot access the terminal without a 3-signature authorization key, which is locked in the adjacent office. Benjamin's laughter was a short, sharp, defeated sound. They are literally waiting for a piece of paper confirming the threat before they can officially panic. He looked across the room, past the chaos and the beige uniforms, to where Frank was maintaining a remote, covert presence. Frank's efficiency was a silent accusation against the entire command. Frank, he knew, was not interested in uniform colors or procedural logs. He was interested in systems that actually worked. Frank would have already bypassed the security key, fired the weapons, and logged the event later under necessary field expediency. Benjamin pulled out his private data slate, checking the coded message Frank had sent earlier. The warning about Tom Watkinson's cruiser. The regulator. Frank was quietly noting which systems might actually hold up under real attack and which were destined to fail spectacularly, all while stifling his amusement at human overcomplication. The realization hit Benjamin. The human defense wasn't failing because of alien firepower. It was failing because the procedural system was intentionally designed to reward incompetence and punish decisive action. He knew his plan to deploy the unarmed decoys, Operation Unworthy Target, was the only hope. But he had to get to Frank. And to do that, he had to navigate the bureaucratic minefield without triggering the internal security net that Frederick was undoubtedly monitoring. The clock was ticking toward the Claret strike, and the human forces were still debating the color of their vests. Deep in the secure sub-level bunker, Frank received the latest intelligence from Mike in Delta 9 Tower. Mike's voice, filtered through Frank's encrypted comms, was flat, delivering crucial data with the indifferent tone of a man reporting bad weather. Confirmed trajectory change, Frank Toto. The Claret strike teams are not aiming for the main defense line. They've split into 5 distinct units, all aiming for high-value targets, individually wrapped for maximum honor. They're executing a 5 fingers protocol. Very tight, very disciplined. They know exactly where your command centers are, and more importantly, where your most expensive newly allocated resources are, Mike reported. Frank, methodical and calm, loved the new pattern. 5 fingers. They're hunting the worthy targets we meticulously documented and approved for high-cost replacement. Which means they're going straight for the platforms carrying the Manticore drones with the expensive carbon fiber shielding. Down. And they're also aiming for a particular shiny patrol boat, Mike added dryly. The one named the Regulator. They've classified it as a high-status, flashy opponent, probably because of the unnecessary neon striping. They see it as a prestigious individual duel. Min. Frank already knew. He had tried to get the warning to Benjamin discreetly. I've already signaled Benjamin with the Regulator's flight path. Did the ESC hierarchy receive this updated tactical assessment? They did via the official channels 10 minutes ago. And they immediately debated the data transfer protocol, Mike confirmed with a sigh. General Vark demanded a new threat severity index form be created and signed before distributing the 5 fingers report, arguing that the term 5 fingers was unauthorized, non-compliant slang, and potentially misleading to the press. Frank muted the feed for a moment, pressing his thumb and forefinger against the bridge of his nose. They are going to die arguing over glossary definitions. Upstairs, in the suffocating panic of the main operations center, Benjamin watched the unfolding chaos, his personal frustration reaching critical mass. He had the full, unvarnished intelligence from Frank and Mike, yet he was powerless. General Vark was locked in a bitter, escalating argument with Minister Davies over the essentiality of a pre-strike political briefing. The Totters require a pre-action moral accountability statement from the Senate before the fleet engages. General, Davies insisted, practically vibrating with suppressed political panic. If we fire without that statement, the financial sector will collapse due to perceived ethical non-compliance. The Totters will use that to pull all future defense spending. But the Claret are 30 kilometers out. We don't have time for a moral statement. We need to activate the Tier 3 missile sequencers. Vark bellowed, gesturing wildly towards the frantically blinking consoles. Frederick materialized between them, clutching his ever-present stack of documents. Gentlemen. I propose a compromise to satisfy both procedural compliance and political imperative. Lieutenant Carver. What? Lieutenant Carver, already on the verge of tears from the stress of his previous filing errors, snapped to attention. Sir? You will immediately draft a concise 1-page pre-action moral accountability statement that simply states, all actions taken shall be in compliance with established Terran values and cost efficiency standards. Frederick dictated precisely. Then, General Vark, You will sign it, which simultaneously approves the statement and fulfills the emergency signature authorization log for the missile sequencers. 2 birds, 1 procedurally efficient stone. Vark snatched the blank form Carver offered and began scribbling his name with furious illegible strokes, his eyes fixed on the incoming threat. Fine. Done. Now activate the sequencers. Read. But the chaos was not over. As Vark finished his signature, the lead technician at the main targeting console cried out in despair. Sir, the sequencers are down. They won't engage. Security override 7 Alpha has been activated. Namthrille. Hassad ran to the console, his face pale with dread. What is 7 Alpha? What's the security problem? No. The technician frantically scanned the diagnostic screen. It's the ethical review protocol, sir. The system detected the new beige uniform mandate in the active file log and flagged a non-compliant expenditure. It's waiting for a sign-off from the Aesthetic and Moral Compliance Subcommittee before it allows the ordnance to fire. The system assumes we've misused military funds on frivolous clothing. Nah. Benjamin leaned against the wall, a bitter, defeated chuckle escaping him. The security system is literally designed to protect the budget from the generals, not the planet from the aliens. The moral panic about the uniform color has shut down the planetary defense. He saw his opening. The whole system was stalled on a moralistic, ridiculous technicality. He approached Vark and Davies, speaking with a forced calm that barely masked his desperation. Gentlemen, you have 10 minutes before the Clyard engage. Your weapon system is locked by a debate over ethically sourced thread count. I have a solution that bypasses the need for the moral accountability statement, the uniform compliance review, and the Tier 3 authorization. Member San. Vark spun around, glaring. What impossible, unfiled nonsense is it this time, Benjamin? Disarm decoys, Benjamin repeated, pushing the plan he had mentally labeled Operation Unworthy Target. Mike confirmed the Clyard's target acquisition relies on a worthy fight. We launched 3 identical unarmed drones into the 5 strike vectors. The drones are cheap, they look like the Manticore drones, but they contain no weapons, only high-intensity signal emitters. The Clyard will scan them, realize they are unworthy and dishonorable targets, and break off the entire attack. It satisfies their ethical imperative to avoid non-combatants, and it saves the city. Netanyahu. Minister Davies scoffed, waving his hand. We've been through this, Benjamin. The aesthetic of weakness is politically toxic. And what about the procedural variance waiver? Megatron, sir. There is no time for the waiver, Minister. Benjamin argued, his voice rising with fierce urgency. But if we classify the decoys not as vessels or weapons, but as emergency tactical diversionary platforms, ETDPs, we can file the expenditure under Special Contingency Response, which only requires Major Hassad's and General Vark's signatures. The paperwork is simplified, and the ethical committee can't touch it because it's a diversion, not a surrender. Nangmator. Hassad looked at Vark, his eyes wide in panic. General, he's found a loophole. A procedural shortcut. It's highly non-compliant, but it might actually work. Vark looked at the locked missile sequencer, then at the incoming trajectory, and finally at Frederick, who looked like he was about to faint from the sheer concept of a procedural shortcut. The Special Contingency Response. Has it ever been used, Frederick? Vark demanded. Frederick managed a strained, horrified gasp. It was drafted in 2180, general but never used. It bypasses 37 layers of oversight. The audit exposure is, infinite. We cannot authorize a procedure that has 0 historical compliance precedent. We cannot be vaporized by an enemy we can defeat with a piece of paper, either. Vark roared, grabbing a fresh authorization form. Benjamin. Draft the ETDP designation immediately. Hassad. Get me the launch codes. We are using the shortcut. Num 2. Benjamin snatched a datapad, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, drafting the briefest, most strategically vital memo of his career. The frustration was replaced by a surge of pure, focused competence. He was finally miraculously defeating the bureaucracy using its own ridiculous language. The absurdity of the situation, saving the world by properly classifying a decoy, was not lost on him. Tom Watkinson, who had just rushed down from the gallery, stopped dead, seeing the frenetic activity. Ben. What are you doing? Is that the contingency response form? You can't use that. Megmoral. Too late, Tom, Benjamin said, signing his name with a flourish and pushing the pad toward Hassad. I just redefined the terms of engagement. The Clyard are about to meet the ultimate indignity, being defeated by a properly filed strategic loophole. The countdown clock in the operations center flashed 0845. The chaos was now focused, but the procedural risk was immense. The final desperate scramble to launch the unarmed, properly classified decoys was underway. The Earth Strategic Command, ESC, had decided, with the unanimous agonizing agreement of 6 different subcommittees, that the next phase of engagement with the cleared would be procedural diplomatic engagement, Tier 1. This meant talking, but only after adhering to a labyrinthine series of organizational rituals designed to ensure no one could ever be personally blamed if the negotiations failed. The designated diplomacy chamber was less about global unity and more about political posturing. The room was filled with generals, bureaucrats and advisors, all meticulously following individual procedural checklists for interspecies formal communication. At the center, a massive vid communications terminal flickered to life, showing the heavily armored stern visage of the cleared emissary. The cleared figure was utterly still, waiting with the patient, terrifying silence of a predator. The human side, however, was immediately embroiled in intense debate over the opening formalities. Minister Davies adjusted his beige uniform, which now looked entirely too cheerful for the somber occasion. Now, remember the agreed-upon order. The ceremonial notification of intent must be delivered by General Vark, followed by the formal statement of Terran values from me. We must ensure the correct hierarchy is respected. General Vark was frantically flipping through a booklet. I understand the hierarchy, Minister, but I'm confused about the greeting protocol font mandate. My briefing slides were prepared in Courier New, but the latest memo from Frederick insists on Times New Roman for all formal diplomatic text. If I use the wrong font, does that invalidate the entire negotiation under the Document Aesthetics Compliance Act? Nimr Burwad. Frederick was instantly at his side, his face rigid with procedural terror. General, the font is crucial. Courier New is too informal. It suggests a casual, non-binding intent, which could lead to severe political repercussions. We must project formal, binding commitment. Lieutenant Carver, find a functioning terminal and convert the general's slides immediately. The font is more critical than the content. Benjamin, seated to the side, ostensibly present as the cultural compliance observer, rubbed his temples, feeling the crushing weight of the bureaucracy. He had just endured an hour-long session debating whether anyone should kneel for diplomatic formality. A debate that ended when the motion was tabled indefinitely due to a lack of an approved formal submission posture form. He stood, forcing himself to speak, despite the certainty of being ignored. Minister General, with all due respect to the font size, the cleared emissary has been waiting in silence for 4 minutes. The cleared operate on a strict honor code. They view silence and efficiency as signs of strength. Prolonged, theatrical delays are interpreted as contempt and weakness. We need to begin immediately, speak bluntly, and avoid any elaborate posturing that might suggest we are mocking their serious intent. No. Minister Davies didn't even look at him. He addressed Frederick instead. Did Mr. Benjamin file a request for constructive dialogue waiver before interjecting his unsolicited advice, Frederick? His input is disruptive to the agreed-upon flowchart. On me. He did not, Minister, Frederick confirmed, already making a note on his datapad. He is currently in violation of subsection 4b of the Tier 1 diplomacy procedure. Benjamin felt a fresh wave of despair. My entire strategic output is now simply a procedural violation. He tried again, this time addressing the core issue. We are planning to open the negotiations by demanding they compensate us for the expended ordnance. I strongly warn against that. Based on their honor code, demanding payment for an engagement they viewed as a successful, necessary data-gathering ritual will be seen as an insult to their dead. They will take it as a demand for surrender, and they will retaliate. Where? All. General Vark finally looked up from his font crisis, frowning. But we must get compensation. The expenditure needs to be balanced. We need to file the loss under alien restitution, not operational waste. It's a matter of accounting integrity, Benjamin. Will. Accounting integrity will trigger a war you won't survive, General. They don't care about our forms. They care about honor. Benjamin countered, his voice rising in frustration. Commander Alara stepped in, trying to mediate with a focus on logical presentation. Perhaps we can structure the demand more neutrally? We can present them with a series of overcomplicated graphs detailing the cost of the ordnance, without explicitly demanding payment. We can let the visual data speak for itself. Yes. Brilliant, Davies exclaimed, snapping his fingers. We can present the financial reality through a series of elaborate, aesthetically pleasing PowerPoint presentations. Frederick, ensure we have the official ESC color palette used for all charts and graphs. We must project professionalism. No. As the room immediately descended into a chaotic scramble over color codes, graph types and who was officially authorized to advance the PowerPoint slides, Benjamin saw Frank appear on the large main monitor, not on the dedicated cleared feed, but subtly embedded in the corner of the security feed, observing the human side of the conference. Frank was leaning back, his arms crossed, a minute, sardonic smirk playing on his lips. He immediately understood the ridiculousness, the predictable disconnect between human protocol and alien logic. Benjamin knew Frank was listening to the absurd mismanagement, stifling his amusement at the human obsession with appearances over practical strategy. Frank's very presence was a critique. Finally, after another 5 minutes of frenetic bureaucratic activity, which involved Lieutenant Carver running out of the room to find a USB drive containing the correct Times New Roman font, Minister Davies smoothed his tunic and signaled the terminal operator. Activate the feed. General Vark, your opening statement on the ceremonial importance of this meeting, and remember your font. No. The Clyard emissary's image snapped into full focus. The alien spoke first, bypassing every single human ceremonial checklist. The voice was deep, precise, and devoid of emotion. Your delay is noted. Your silence was broken by an internal conflict. State your purpose now. We await a demonstration of worth. Rakawai. The human side was instantly thrown into disarray. The Clyard had violated the order of greeting protocol. Davies fumbled with his briefing slides. Vark looked desperately at Frederick for procedural guidance, and the carefully choreographed opening was utterly ruined by alien efficiency. Benjamin closed his eyes. The farce had officially begun. The Clyard emissary's initial, unexpected spoken reply. Your delay is noted. Your silence was broken by internal conflict. State your purpose now. We await a demonstration of worth. Had instantaneously pulverized the Earth Strategic Command's, ESC, meticulously choreographed opening protocol. The silence that followed was heavy, not with contemplation, but with the shock of procedural failure. Minister Davies, whose carefully rehearsed opening statement about the interstellar importance of shared governance structures, was now obsolete, stammered, frantically scanning his briefing slides. I believe there's been a breach in the Tier 1 greeting protocol, General. The Clyard spoke out of turn. Not her. The Clyard are completely unconcerned with our ceremonial absurdities, Minister. They just called us weak and chaotic. Benjamin exploded, stepping forward. He seized the moment of paralysis, desperate to inject a shred of reality. They respect action and honesty. General Vark, do not demand compensation. Simply state that we propose a limited, ritualized engagement, a highly constrained duel, to satisfy their honor, followed by a mutual stand-down. Speak to their warrior code. 1. General Vark, however, was staring at Frederick, paralyzed by the loss of the approved flowchart. Frederick, what is the mandated response to a procedural violation by an external party? Do we proceed with the next step, or do we formally register the violation? No. Frederick, pale and sweating, consulted his master flowchart. The manual is ambiguous, General. It suggests tabling the meeting until the violation can be assessed by the Rules of Engagement Subcommittee. We risk procedural insolvency if we continue without addressing the violation. None. Benjamin threw his hands up in utter defeat. They are going to table the war because the alien didn't say hello in the right order. This is farcical. The longer we delay, the more contemptuous they become. Then, on the massive vid screen, the Clyard emissary tilted its head slightly, an action that seemed to convey infinite patience, or perhaps infinite boredom. Your continued internal chatter suggests a profound lack of focus. State your purpose. The value of your time is decreasing. New MDR. The human side, completely unaware of the precise psychological damage they were inflicting, only reacted to the pressure. Quickly, General Vark. Skip the ceremonial greeting and move to the financial accountability slides. Davies hissed, desperately navigating his laptop. We must show them the graphs detailing the cost of the ordnance. If we appeal to them as an economic entity, they might understand. Vark, abandoning the font debate entirely, grabbed the microphone. Clyard emissary. We have compiled a comprehensive, detailed financial accounting of the recent skirmish, and an accounting that clearly demonstrates the immense cost of the ordnance you provoked us into expending. We expect you to review this data and propose a suitable method of restitution. Ned. On his private channel, Mike, still off-grid, watching the broadcast with detached cynicism, immediately sent a coded text burst to Frank. They just did exactly what I warned them not to do. They asked a religious warrior for money for the bullets they used. This will be interpreted as a mortal, unpardonable insult to the entire cleared ancestral line. They've guaranteed a massive retaliation. Null. Frank, seated in his silent bunker, logged the data point with a deep sigh. He knew this single, procedural mistake had just negated weeks of covert intelligence work. The humans were so obsessed with making the accounting ledger balance that they had entirely missed the alien's spiritual calculus. The Clyard emissary responded with devastating, blunt precision, cutting through the human pretense like a laser. Restitution for the expended ordnance is unnecessary. You fired your weapons. We registered the damage profile and the inefficiency of your response. The cost of your materials is of no concern to the cleared. We seek worth in combat, not currency. Your demand suggests a fundamental misunderstanding of the cleared purpose. The only. Davy's face crumpled. But the graphs. The charts clearly show the cost of the carbon fiber shielding. It was non-compliant expenditure. Melbourne too. Benjamin seized the microphone, ignoring Davy's frantic hand signals. He had to attempt the only true diplomatic move left: honesty. Emissary, I understand your dedication to honor. The human strategists here are focused on budgetary compliance, which is our weakness, not our strength. We recognize the worth of your disciplined strike teams. We propose a formal termination of mass warfare and a commitment to only engaging in controlled, ritualized duels in pre-approved, designated sectors. We offer to cease the chaotic, unworthy expenditure of ordnance if you agree to cease targeting civilian infrastructure. The cleared emissary remained immobile for a long moment, studying Benjamin with an intensity that made the surrounding generals nervously shuffle their feet. Your proposal contains the first instance of logical honesty this council has received. However, the offer is invalid. Your rank is insufficient to negotiate a change in warfare protocol. The procedural value of your words is 0. We will not negotiate with a subordinate officer who has violated his own council's chain of command. Niburdama. Benjamin's breath hitched. They saw his value but rejected him based on his rank. A procedural barrier as immovable as any forms Frederick could invent. General Vark, seeing his opportunity to regain control, snatched the microphone back. See? He is procedurally unsound. He is merely an observer. Clear emissary, we will disregard the statement made by the observer and return to the financial accountability mandate. We demand you review the charts on asset losses and the cost of the beige uniforms. Namdi. The cleared emissary did not pause. The cost of your apparel is irrelevant. We have heard enough. Your council is weak, chaotic, and obsessed with petty domestic concerns. Your diplomatic engagement has been a profound disappointment and a waste of cleared resources. War. With terrifying finality, the emissary's image vanished, replaced by the humming blue screen of a cut-off connection. The human side instantly erupted. He cut us off. That's a clear violation of the Tier 2 diplomatic disengagement protocol. Vark screamed, furious not at the impending war, but the procedural breach. The uniforms. He mentioned the uniforms. Does that mean the Totters will be appeased by the beige, or insulted by the cost? Davies whined, already calculating the political fallout. Benjamin turned to Alara, his voice a low, furious hiss. We had them. We almost had a peace treaty based on their religious zeal. And Vark killed it to argue about the beige uniforms and the asset losses. They value the paperwork more than their own lives. Alara looked utterly defeated. Benjamin, they are terrified of being audited. The cleared are predictable. The ESC audit committee is unpredictable, absolute, and merciless. They chose the predictable death. Melpour. On his private feed, Frank sent Benjamin another text, this one a single blunt summary. Mike confirms the cleared are now viewing Earth as a dishonorable target that must be cleansed. Prepare for full escalation. Benjamin reread the coded warning. He looked around the room, Vark screaming about procedural violations, Davies frantically drafting a memo to placate the Totters, and Frederick already compiling the forms necessary to document the failure of diplomatic engagement. His suggestions were not just ignored. The very attempt to offer them had actively made the situation worse. The diplomatic farce was over, and the war was now officially back on, but intensified, thanks to human incompetence. The final bitter realization settled over Benjamin. He was powerless within the system, and his only recourse was to execute Operation Unworthy Target himself, with Frank's help, before the bureaucratic idiocy got everyone vaporized. He didn't just need to bypass the system, he needed to save the leadership from its own, self-inflicted, paperwork-driven destruction. He had to move now. The sudden jarring alert systems of the Earth Strategic Command, ESC, screamed the notification. A small, precise cleared reconnaissance squadron was approaching. It was exactly 3 vessels, confirming Mike's intelligence, and their target was the lightly defended orbital station Espresso Beta, a station ironically prioritized for its high-value strategic coffee reserves over its tactical import. The estimated time to engagement was now dangerously short. The chaos that erupted was purely institutional. The ESC leadership did not launch a coordinated defense. They immediately convened to draft the necessary forms. Minister Davies, his face gleaming with the effort of maintaining political composure, slammed his hand onto the impromptu crisis table. We must establish the formal response protocol. Frederick, the chain of command justification document, for a Tier 2 threat engagement in an adjacent sector. We cannot move a single asset without it. Melwar. Frederick, ever the harbinger of bureaucratic doom, held up a binder so thick it seemed to defy gravity. Minister, Tier 2 engagement demands the application of Standardized Operational Procedure, 7 Delta. This requires General Vark to formally assign the defensive actions, but he must first file a declaration of non-conflict of interest regarding the use of orbital weaponry, as his family holds minor shares in the ordnance manufacturer. If he fires before filing, the resulting audit will be catastrophic. General Vark, his face a mask of escalating crimson fury, threw his helmet onto the table, the plastic ringing loudly. That filing procedure takes 24 hours to process and receive digital confirmation, Frederick. The aliens will be inside the station perimeter in 10 minutes. I cannot declare a non-conflict of interest while the aliens are inbound. I will file the damned form after we shoot them. We need to activate the defense grid immediately. Me. Unacceptable, General Vark. Unacceptable. Frederick's voice reached a desperate, high-pitched register of procedural terror. If you authorize military action before receiving the official conflict waiver, the entire engagement budget becomes invalid. We must adhere to the procedural sanctity doctrine. I need a signed waiver of fiscal responsibility from every officer present before we can consider non-compliant action. No. Benjamin, standing slightly behind a bank of silent tactical officers, felt a chilling mixture of fury and despair. He checked his datapad again. The Clyart ships were closing, disciplined, and utterly indifferent to the human shouting. The entire defense of a vital orbital station was being held hostage by a paperwork technicality concerning a general's insignificant stock portfolio. He seized the moment, pushing past a logistics officer debating the color code of a resupply pallet. General, Minister. The Clyart are executing the 3 strikes rule. 3 ships, minimum engagement. We can neutralize them efficiently. We must send the unarmed decoys immediately. We have the ETDP designation now. The paperwork is simplified. It's the only way to adhere to their honor code. No. Minister Davies dismissed Benjamin with a weary, contemptuous gesture. Mr. Benjamin, your ETDP designation is currently under review by the Aesthetic and Moral Compliance Subcommittee. They are debating whether launching an unarmed vessel constitutes passive aggression and thus violates the Tatars' ethical engagement mandate. It is stalled, sir. We must find a solution that is both lethal and compliant. No. Lethal and compliant will take 8 minutes to file and authorize, Minister. They are already at the perimeter of the outer defense layer. Benjamin protested, his voice sharp with uncontrolled exasperation. While the leadership was trapped in the procedural molasses, entirely unseen by the frantic bureaucrats, Frank was executing his own contingency plan. In the covert sub-level bunker, he was issuing quiet, highly specific coded commands to his special ops team, designated Spectre. The leadership is officially paralyzed by SLP-7 Delta data. You have less than 7 minutes to acquire and neutralize the targets. Frank's voice was a low, steady rumble of competence. A stark, calming contrast to the panic above. Use Mike's intelligence on the Clyart preference for primary objectives. Do not engage lethally yet. Deploy protocol Chimera Beta.io. The Chimera Beta confirms, Frank, Spectre replied instantly over the secure channel. Deploying enhanced sensor ghosts around the primary power conduit and rerouting the main communications relay to the Level 0 maintenance drone, Unit 47. We will bait them with the precise appearance of a worthy, but easily obtainable technical objective. Thus, poor. Frank watched the Clyart trajectory on his own dedicated screen. He knew the ESC's missile protocols were too slow, too broad, and too dependent on Vark's signature. Frank was bypassing the entire system, using deception and precision. Upstairs, the pressure finally forced General Vark to act, his solution being the epitome of bureaucratic compromise. I cannot wait for Frederick's paperwork. Hassad. Launch the Tier 1 deterrent fighters, but only arm them with the non-lethal psychological deterrence sirens. That falls under the expedited approval status, and it's better than nothing, and critically, it's compliant. Vark roared, choosing compliance over effectiveness. The main screen showed the 3 Clyart ships closing rapidly. 2 human fighters, emitting piercing, high-pitched audio, streaked toward the squadron. The Clyart ships barely registered them, their weapon systems locked on the orbital station, focused entirely on their high-value, honor-driven mission. The Clyart are ignoring the sirens. Hassa cried out in utter dismay. They are procedurally non-compliant with our non-lethal deterrent. They are supposed to be confused by the frequency. No. Benjamin watched the terrible irony unfold. They're trying to annoy the aliens to death with a compliant sound wave. This is the final, predictable, systemic failure. But then the Clyart ships performed an unexpected sharp deviation. The lead Clyart vessel suddenly banked hard, veering away from the main power conduit. The other 2 followed, splitting their attack and focusing exclusively on a small, unassuming maintenance drone that had appeared near the communications array, Frank's bait. The drone, now broadcasting a false tempting signature of a vital command unit, had been successfully classified by the cleared as a worthy combatant objective. They've diverted. They're attacking a maintenance drone. A level 0 unit. The radar operator exclaimed in confusion. The sirens. They finally confused them. It worked, Vark declared, triumphantly raising a fist in the air. Benjamin shook his head slowly. It wasn't the sound. It was the target selection. Frank's deception worked flawlessly. Before the Clyart could destroy the decoy and complete their primary objective, the ambush was sprung. A burst of highly accurate focused plasma fire streaked in from an unmonitored quadrant, the fire originating from a discrete, repurposed space debris collector. Frank had secretly weaponized and positioned days ago. The fire was surgically precise, hitting the Clyart ships where their armor was thinnest, the final maneuver sections. The Clyart ships, true to their disciplined, sacrificial nature, immediately flared, their reactors preparing for their ritualistic self-destruction. They're detonating. They're destroying themselves. We won. We successfully repelled the engagement. Hassad shouted, relief, exhaustion, and confusion mixing in his voice. The entire lethal exchange had lasted less than 75 seconds. The Clyart squadron was neutralized and the orbital station was safe. The success was entirely due to a rogue, unapproved operative operating outside every rule in the book, utilizing covert assets and ignoring the ESC's chain of command. It was not due to the general's frantic paperwork, the siren-equipped fighters, or the general's stock portfolio waiver. Benjamin felt the immediate, powerful relief of survival, immediately followed by the chilling, bitter realization that the official system was functionally incapable of producing anything resembling competence. The real, effective action existed almost entirely outside the four walls of the command center. The real war, as always, was against the paperwork. The operations center, moments after the cleared ships vanished in the controlled ritualistic detonations, plunged into a state of bizarre self-congratulatory pandemonium. Benjamin, leaning against the tactical wall, felt a crushing mix of profound relief that the orbital station was safe and simmering, incandescent contempt for the charade that was about to unfold. The military success was real, but it had been achieved by unauthorized action. Now the official system would begin the ritual of institutional self-deception and credit appropriation. General Vark, regaining his composure and removing his helmet, clapped Major Hassad vigorously on the shoulder, his voice booming with performative authority. Major, log that as a complete successful defense demonstration. Our swift, aggressive deployment of the non-lethal psychological deterrent sirens clearly confused the enemy and forced their immediate non-compliant disengagement and self-destruction. It was a victory of compliant noise. Log that as the official strategic analysis immediately. You. Minister Davies, already tapping furiously at a fresh press release on his secure datapad, rushed toward Vark. It must be framed as a political statement of strength, General. I need a ceremonial memo drafted for the Senate immediately. It should state that the decisive, procedurally compliant action of the ESC leadership demonstrated the resilience of the Terran ethical defense posture, successfully compelling the enemy to abandon its morally ambiguous, violent strategy through the sheer force of our deterrence. Frederick, ensure the statement is cross-referenced with the official dictionary of approved military terminology before it is released. We must maintain linguistic compliance. Now. Frederick, looking utterly exhausted yet meticulously focused, was already buried in the after-action report forms. Minister General, the victory must be justified fiscally. We must immediately backdate and triple sign the non-conflict of interest declaration for the General regarding the ordnance usage, and simultaneously file the expended equipment override waiver for the siren deployment. Otherwise the victory is procedurally invalid, and the entire multi-million credit cost of the deployment falls onto the General's quarterly discretionary budget. Now. Benjamin watched this spectacular display of coordinated self-deception and felt the bitter irony burn in his throat. They were taking credit for the sirens, a non-factor, when the actual success belonged entirely to an unapproved operative firing from a retrofitted junk collector, using intelligence the leadership had dismissed as procedurally unsound. His private datapad vibrated. A secure encrypted communication from Frank had just arrived. Benjamin discreetly activated the audio channel in his earpiece, blending his movements into the background noise of the cheering officers. Did you appreciate the sound effects, Benjamin? Frank's voice was dry, a low, smooth sound of wry commentary that was the only sanity in the room. Note how quickly Vark claimed the win for the compliant noise. The system requires a paper trail for success, even if the trail is entirely fabricated. The truth is irrelevant. The documentation is all that matters. Madame, I appreciated the survival, Frank, Benjamin murmured, his eyes scanning the celebration. The political cost of your efficiency is going to be immense. How are you justifying the plasma fire that actually took down the targets? You can't put secret weaponized garbage drone on the official report. We are not justifying it in the traditional sense, Benjamin. The plasma fire was delivered from a retrofitted debris collection unit, RDCU. I am officially logging the RDCU's sudden, successful engagement and weapon discharge as a catastrophic, unforeseen internal system malfunction, resulting in accidental, non-compliant projectile deployment. Frank explained, his professionalism lending an air of absolute authority to the lie. Frederick will spend the next 4 months auditing the RDQ's maintenance logs, convinced it was a budget error or poor component sourcing, completely ignoring the strategic success. I find that fighting the enemy's vessels is easier than fighting Frederick's paperwork. The bureaucracy is a far more durable, relentless opponent than any cleared. Then they're well. Benjamin allowed a brief, humorless smile. So, the planet was saved by an officially documented equipment malfunction caused by a budgetary oversight. That is the most compliant victory possible under ESC doctrine. Precisely. Now, here is the crucial detail, Frank continued, his voice tightening slightly. Had Vark waited for his compliant signatures, the Tier 3 missiles would have been launched 2 minutes after the cleared ships were already inside the orbital station. Your solution, the unarmed decoys, was the only compliant strategy that was also effective, but they killed that with the moral compliance subcommittee nonsense. The real lesson, Benjamin, is that security and effective action exist entirely outside the approved channels. The moment you follow proper protocol, you turn a minor conflict into a catastrophic disaster. So. Benjamin looked around the room. Lieutenant Carver was already being tasked with drafting an internal memo on the psychological efficacy of non-lethal deterrence, a paper that would entirely misinterpret the event and become the official historical record. The false narrative was being set in stone. He saw Tom Watkinson approach, holding a fresh, alarming memo, his face etched with concern. Ben, I'm profoundly relieved you're safe, but you need to read this immediately, Tom whispered, his eyes darting nervously toward Frederick. Frederick just filed a preliminary report on the engagement. He's proposing a mandatory, indefinite review period for all ETDP, emergency tactical diversionary platforms, design protocols. He suspects the ETDP design might encourage procedural negligence in the field by being too simple and too effective. He wants to shut down all future planning for your unarmed decoys permanently. He's grounding the only viable strategic defense option because he thinks its simplicity might corrupt the paperwork process, Benjamin stated, the final vestige of his patience dissolving into cold, hard resolve. And listen to this, the minister is drafting an official commendation for General Vark, specifically praising his political courage in authorizing a non-lethal, compliant defense. Frank's entire rogue operation is now being filed under Vark's successful compliance record. They're actively stealing the credit for an equipment malfunction that saved the world, purely to avoid a financial audit. Tom exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the systematic corruption of the truth. What do we do? Benjamin looked back at his datapad, Frank's message still open. The realization was stark and absolute. The leadership's obsession with procedure and appearances was not just an irritant. It was an active, existential danger that would easily turn the next cleared skirmish into a catastrophic, avoidable disaster. He spoke into his comms, addressing Frank directly, his voice low, firm, and entirely devoid of the sarcasm that usually guarded his emotions. Frank, I have absorbed the lesson completely. I need operational capacity that can't be audited, grounded, or reviewed by a subcommittee obsessed with the ethical sourcing of floor tiles. I need to launch the ETDPs, the original, honest version, before Frederick finishes his 3-week review and gets them permanently barred. The next time the cleared come, I want them to hit nothing but useless, beautiful, procedurally frustrating failure. I need Operation Unworthy Target to go live. Now, in Napper water. It was only a matter of time before competence overwhelmed your procedural patience, Benjamin, Frank replied, his voice a low confirmation that was almost a challenge. Welcome to the Rogue Efficiency Program. We are moving beyond compliance. Tell no one. We move at 40 hours. Then shall. Benjamin closed his datapad. He was charting a direct course for treason, but for the first time in months, he felt the cold, immense satisfaction of making a competent decision. The system was fatally flawed, and the only way to save it was to circumvent it entirely, using the system's own rigidity against itself. He had to be the final, necessary competent actor in the absurd play. The mandatory high-level Earth Strategic Command, ESC meeting, was less a review of strategic readiness and more a grotesque, ritualized exhibition of political cowardice and financial servitude. The room was tense, the atmosphere thick, not from the external threat of the cleared, but from the internal chilling presence of the Totters. 3 Supreme Counselors, Exelos, Beta, and Zorn, sat in judgment against the far wall, their elaborate high-backed chairs positioned like thrones. Their silent gaze was the true, terrifying focus of the room. Their influence superseded every military protocol, official rank, and common-sense notion of survival. Minister Davies, his face glistening with stress under the fluorescent lights, struggled to proceed with the official agenda. Gentlemen, we must attempt to review the revised Strategic Readiness Index, sci-fi. General Vark, your assessment. Please ensure your figures are presented with moral stewardship in mind, as per the advisory from the Senate's Ethical Committee. Naughty. General Vark, visibly uncomfortable, began his presentation, constantly glancing toward the three silent figures. The SI indicates a 67% readiness level, contingent upon Frederick's final approval of the new Tier 3 missile acquisition forms. We've encountered a severe logistical snag, Minister. The missile casings require a high-density nickel alloy, which the Ethical Sourcing Subdepartment flagged as having a historically inefficient labor profile on the asteroid mining station. None. Before Vark could even elaborate on the logistical problem, Supreme Counselor Silos, draped in his ostentatious golden robes, executed a slow, profound gesture. He meticulously interlaced his fingers above his head, then slowly, deliberately, pulled his hands apart, as if untying a complex invisible knot. The effect was immediate and paralyzing. Davies gasped, clutching his chest dramatically. General, halt. The first censure gesture has been initiated. That signifies a fundamental, ethical breach in the current topic. We cannot proceed on this line of discussion. Frederick, what is the official interpretation of the untied knot gesture in the Codex of Procedural Symbolism? Davies demanded, eyes wide with genuine political terror. Frederick, visibly shaking and scrambling to consult his forbidden laminated reference card, provided the terrifying analysis. Minister, the untied knot gesture indicates a violation of the spirit of reciprocity regarding material labor. It means the nickel alloy for the missiles lacks sufficient ethical sourcing, specifically in worker compensation. We must address the moral debt before we can acquire the ordnance. This is a complete Tier 1 procedural blockage of the entire missile program. Neighbors, Benjamin, positioned near the back, watched this institutional failure unfold, and felt a familiar, sharp, acidic frustration. He muttered the thought that could never be spoken into a microphone. The primary defense asset is permanently grounded because a group of self-righteous, financially motivated zealots objects to the wages of the asteroid miners. The Clyart are preparing their final wave, and our defense is governed by nickel-based moral accounting. He risked intervention, stepping forward with desperate urgency. Minister General, with respect, we must prioritize planetary survival. We can audit the nickel miners later. The Clyart are preparing their second wave, regardless of our ethical compliance. We need to urgently discuss the unworthy target strategy. IT requires no conflict of interest forms, and completely bypasses the morally ambiguous nickel problem. None. Supreme Counselor Beta, severe and icy, finally spoke, directing her voice not at Benjamin, but at the general space near the ceiling. The observer speaks of cheapness and avoidance of expenditure. The sacred texts, specifically the Codex of Glorious Expenditure, mandate that the greatest honor lies in the complete, documented, and justified utilization of the most expensive and valuable resources bestowed upon us by the divine market. To intentionally use unworthy, inexpensive targets is an act of fiscal heresy and diminishes the glory of the eventual sacrifice. The ESC must utilize its most expensive assets to demonstrate its full financial commitment to the struggle. Now, Benjamin swallowed the wave of despair. The divine market is their private equity fund, and she's quoting their investment prospectus as if it were scripture. Counselor, the Clyart will ignore the expensive assets if they are disarmed. This strategy saves lives and prevents financial ruin. Monsieur, saving money is institutional cowardice. Cowardice is inefficient and reflects poorly on the divine market. Beta snapped, her eyes briefly fixing on Benjamin with utter disdain before returning to the ceiling. Davies immediately pulled Vark away from the now-blocked missile discussion. We understand, Counselor. We will ensure all future assets utilized are demonstrably high cost and ethically confusing. General Vark, table the missile acquisition. Focus instead on the only compliant asset, the drone maintenance budget. Is the carbon fiber on the Manticore drone still the ethically compliant 57% blend? No. Yes, Minister, Vark replied, relieved to be on slightly firmer ground. It satisfies the Totter's low-impact material mandate. It costs 20% more than the fully functional carbon fiber, but the paperwork is clean. At that precise moment, Supreme Counselor Zorn, the massive figure who had been utterly silent, performed a new, terrifying ritual. He lifted his hand, stared intently at the holographic projection of the drone maintenance budget, and executed a single violent chopping motion downward, followed by a sudden, intricate double wrist twist. The room collectively froze in horror. The chop gesture. And the twist. And the double twist. Vark shrieked, clutching Davies' arm. What does the double twist signify, Frederick? We are utterly procedurally doomed. Dowry? Frederick nearly collapsed, his voice strained in panic. The chop gesture, Minister, is the gesture of necessary redundancy. The twist means a mandatory, recursive sign-off structure. The double twist, Minister. It signifies that the complexity must involve two separate, simultaneous audit trails to ensure neither signature is prioritized over the other. The maintenance budget is too simple and efficient. He demands immediate, crippling complexity. No. Benjamin watched in stunned silence. The Totters were demanding the maintenance budget be made intentionally complicated, self-referential, and ultimately unworkable, all to satisfy a bizarre ritual that protected their abstract notion of process integrity. Davies, utterly defeated, grabbed the comms unit on the table. Admiral Vark, mandate a triple verification sign-off for all drone battery replacements. The sign-offs must be sourced from 3 separate ethically compliant non-competitive vendors. And mandate that a quarterly ethics review memo be attached to every single battery replacement log, with a secondary, non-competitive review submitted to the Aesthetic Compliance Board. That should introduce enough simultaneous, recursive complexity to satisfy the chop and double twist gestures. No. Vark nodded numbly, immediately issuing a cascade of contradictory orders that would guarantee the drone fleet would be grounded within a week due to logistical conflicts and endless battery replacement paperwork. The immediate strategic readiness of the entire drone fleet was sacrificed to a ritualistic hand gesture. Benjamin looked at the exit, the image of the absurd, powerful counselors dictating planetary defense with vague, ridiculous gestures burned into his mind. He was acutely aware that the Totters were not only bureaucratically incompetent, but also dangerously unpredictable. Compared to this system of self-sabotage, the Clyard were entirely rational. His only viable ally was Frank. He had to move now. Having retreated from the active circus of the high-level meeting, Benjamin found temporary refuge in the small, unused archival terminal room, its stale air smelling of ancient paper and disuse. He slumped onto a dusty stool, the sound of General Vark's frantic, multi-layered commands echoing faintly through the ventilation shafts. The image of the Supreme Counselors, Axelos's untied knot, Beta's fiscal heresy, and Zorn's procedure mandating chop and twist, was burned into his mind. He pulled up his private secure connection to Frank. The connection was instantaneous, a silent link of shared, exasperated competence. Frank, did you catch the end of the meeting? Benjamin asked, his voice low and strained. Every agonizing moment, Benjamin, Frank's voice replied, flat and dry, carrying a distinct note of professional contempt. I logged the triple verification sign-off for drone batteries. That measure alone guarantees the drone fleet will be operating on 6-month-old power cells within a week, entirely compliant and entirely useless. No. It's worse than useless, Frank. It's intentional self-sabotage designed to protect the integrity of the paperwork, Benjamin countered, running a hand through his hair. The bizarre logic the Totters maintain is terrifying. Their influence is immense. They can derail the missile program, sway logistics, and paralyze the entire command structure, but they do so in ways that expose their own utter incompetence and sheer, baffling absurdity. None. He paused, trying to articulate the core dilemma. Counselor Beta, for instance. She misquotes the Codex of Glorious Expenditure, confusing military honor with maximizing asset capitalization. She elevates the cost of the asset above its operational effectiveness. It's a fundamental error in logic, yet when she makes that error, the room trembles. They genuinely treat her minor financial misstatement as an act of calculated, divine brilliance. Now me. Because their power isn't derived from logic, Benjamin. It's derived from the complexity of their financial network, Frank pointed out. They are dangerous precisely because their unpredictability makes them impossible to strategize against using conventional military logic. You can profile the Clyard, they want an honorable death. You cannot profile a zealot who believes the spiritual health of the planet relies on the ethical sourcing of battery contacts. No. Exactly, Benjamin agreed, a new realization solidifying. I watched Counselor Zorn execute the chop and double twist gesture. I looked up his dossier later. He's notorious for misquoting ancient texts. Last month, he mistakenly demanded austerity measures by citing the regulations for planetary waste disposal. He doesn't understand what he's doing. His errors are terrifying, but they are still errors. Yet, because he made that error, the command is now facing the cascading failure of the drone fleet. Messiah. That's the core vulnerability, Benjamin. Earth's system is barely functional with human error alone. With the Totters meddling, injecting chaos, confusing mandates, and prioritizing symbolic compliance, disaster isn't a matter of if, but when. Your entire plan to use the unarmed decoys, Operation Unworthy Target, is now in a race against Zorn's next arbitrary hand signal. Frank's voice held a note of genuine urgency now. They've effectively killed the plan anyway, Frank. Benjamin admitted with a sigh of deep frustration. Tom Watkinson told me Frederick has mandated a 3-month audit on the ETBP designation, arguing that its simplicity is institutionally suspicious. Frederick is terrified of anything that works without a massive paper trail. The system has achieved perfect procedural defense against its own competent members. Nave's-home. The absurdity of the situation gnawed at Benjamin. He has spent weeks gathering painstaking intelligence on the Covert, their preference for specific angles of attack, their reliance on small unit team discipline, their fundamental religious rejection of civilian harm. All of it, all his careful insights, were meaningless if the totters and bureaucrats continued to fumble the foundational decisions. I have Mike's latest briefing here, Benjamin continued, glancing at his pad. He's detailing how a specific tonal shift in cleared communication, a subtle lowering of the vocal pitch, signals they are preparing a full, sacrificial charge. It's incredibly precise psychological data. If the ESC leadership heard that, what would they do? They would convene a subcommittee to debate the ethical implications of using audio analysis technology on an enemy species, followed by a formal complaint about the vocal pitch not being compliant with the interstellar decorum protocol. Frank stated instantly, his response automatic and cynical. They would ignore the tactical relevance and focus entirely on the procedural oversight. Exactly. That's why we have to move now, Frank. We can't wait for the next ethical review of battery sourcing. We have to launch Operation Unworthy Target before the next clear wave hits, and definitely before Frederick's audit shuts down my ETP designation forever. Random recall. You realize the depth of the non-compliance required, Benjamin? We're talking about bypassing the primary defense grid, utilizing unauthorized launch platforms, and fabricating mission logs. This is high treason, not just a procedural shortcut. No. Benjamin stood up, walking toward the archival door. It stops being treason when the official government is actively committing suicide via paperwork. When the moral authority, the totters, are functionally indistinguishable from a group of financially motivated delusional clowns, and the competent officials, Frederick, are more afraid of an audit than planetary annihilation, the social contract is broken. My only duty is to the population, not the forms. Dainy. He paused, a wry smile finally touching his lips. Besides, think of the paperwork you'll have to invent to cover this up, Frank. It'll be your masterpiece. A beautiful complex lie that saves the world, filed under routine systems maintenance. I want you to make Frederick weep with procedural joy over the complexity of the cover-up. Nay? I have already started drafting the forms for the emergency calibration of unforeseen tactical anomalies, Frank conceded, a hint of genuine excitement in his voice. It's a 7-page form with cross-references to 3 obsolete treaties. It's magnificent. But we need to secure the launch window. I'll need a distraction. Something loud, expensive, and utterly meaningless to the cleared, but entirely compliant to the ESC. Something to guarantee maximum bureaucratic confusion while we prep the decoy. Nah? A distraction, Benjamin repeated, glancing at the latest ESC budget projection still displayed on his pad. I know just the thing. The Senate Committee on Moral Stewardship just authorized a massive unscheduled expenditure for the ceremonial replacement of all metallic railings, with ethically sourced non-reflective synthetics throughout the command center. The very thing Zorn's chop gesture almost stopped. It's costing millions, it's useless, and it's compliant because the totters signed off on the ethics. If we can find a way to make that replacement process fail spectacularly, loudly, expensively, and visibly, the leadership will be tied up for days drafting the insurance claims and the subsequent moral accountability statements. VP1. Perfect. Adia. Distract them with their own absurdities, Frank agreed. I'll send you the schematics for the synthetic railing anchors. We'll ensure the failure is compliant with the structural integrity guidelines, but utterly non-compliant with the aesthetic and moral compliance standards. It will be the perfect distracting disaster. Now me? Benjamin straightened his jacket, feeling a sense of dark purpose. He was now officially a rogue operative, committed to treason, but utterly justified by the incompetence of his superiors. He had to navigate the ridiculous logic of the totters to save them from themselves. Benjamin stood motionless in the sterile, overly bright light of the command center, the silence of his own mind deafening after the humiliating farce of the strategic meeting. The cold, hard fact of his situation was unavoidable. He had just presented potentially life-saving intelligence, and the leadership had rejected it not based on risk, but on the font size and the paper color. This was not incompetence. This was a deliberate, systemic defense against deficiency. He had gathered the data from Mike and Frank's covert feeds, a precise, repeatable pattern in cleared behavior. The Covert, bound by a rigid warrior honor code, would only engage targets that showed active, measurable resistance. If a vessel ceased defensive fire entirely and broadcast a specific low-level energy signature, the zero defense signal, they would register it as an unworthy, incapacitated opponent and immediately break off the attack. Exploiting this loophole was the most rational, cost-effective, and low-risk strategic option available to the ESC. Benjamin had presented his findings to General Vark, Minister Davies, and Frederick Dodd. The encounter had been less a meeting, and more an execution of good sense. Gentlemen, Benjamin had begun, projecting a clear, concise data display that graphically illustrated the cleared pattern. AE have found a critical repeatable variable in cleared engagement. They are governed by an honor code that classifies targets as either worthy or incapacitated. If a vessel broadcasts the zero defense signal, a combination of a powered-down primary shield and a specific coded low-frequency transmission, the cleared interpret this as an immediate disengagement. They will break off immediately. We don't need to fight them. We need to file a tactical status report they respect, electronically, tailored to their spiritual code. This saves lives and billions in defense assets. Maddening. He waited for a logical, tactical response. Instead, Minister Davies frowned, pulling a small, silver official ruler from his internal coat pocket and meticulously measuring the margin on Benjamin's printed memo. Benjamin, I must address a critical procedural matter immediately, Davies stated, his voice tight with administrative indignation. Your memo, the physical document you distributed, is printed on a shade of paper classified as off-white 7B. The official ESC Memorandum Guideline, EMG, Section 3, Subsection C clearly mandates the use of pure A4 grade, shade 1A paper for all strategic insights presented at Tier 1 meetings. Why is the paper color non-compliant? And why does the paper itself possess an abrasive non-standard texture? It violates the Tactile Comfort Regulation, which is a Tier 2 ethical mandate. Nee. Benjamin felt a cold, sharp spike of despair. The paper color and texture are irrelevant, Minister. They do not change the cleared's spiritual beliefs or their operational constraints. The information is critical to planetary survival. We have a window of 3 hours before the next expected attack. Lunchtime. It changes the procedural validity of the document, Benjamin. Davies snapped, his voice tightening further. If the paper color is wrong, the document is technically a non-binding communication, which means it cannot be officially entered into the strategic decision-making matrix. Furthermore, the non-compliant texture implies an unprofessional lack of gravitas and may induce undue stress on the auditors. Frederick, record this procedural failure under subsection 6D, non-compliant material submission, including subclause 2, sensory overload hazard. Done. General Vark, equally oblivious to the military opportunity, focused entirely on the graphical display. My procedural concern is about the graphic display itself. Your tactical map uses a light blue color to highlight the zero defense signal. The official Command Graphics Manual, OCGM, Section 4B, dictates that any signal representing de-escalation must be rendered in a shade of soft, non-threatening green to align with the moral decorum guidelines. Why is the color incorrect? Why is the line thickness non-compliant with the official 2-pixel standard? And why is the legend font not italicized as required for hypothetical data, indicating an unverified status? Maybe why. The color, line thickness, and italics are arbitrary, General. Benjamin pleaded, his voice hoarse with incredulous exhaustion. The cleared don't care about our moral decor, our 2-pixel standard, or our italics. They only respond to the specific energy signature. This is the only way we save the lives on the orbital stations they are currently targeting. We must act now before we have to audit the debris. Me. It changes the procedural validity of the graphic, Benjamin. Vark thundered, slamming his fist onto the table. If the color is wrong, the line is too thick, and the font is not italicized, the data is open to dangerous interpretation, and dangerous interpretation requires a Tier 2 interpretive variance waiver, which must be co-signed by the 3 totters. This is fundamentally delaying the process by requiring an unnecessary, recursive secondary review. You have created friction where there was meant to be fluid procedural flow, and that friction is fiscally irresponsible. Non-Schwarby. Frederick, dutifully recording every microscopic procedural offense with cold dedication, delivered his final, crushing summary. To summarize, General, the title of the data file is listed as Clear Target Protocol Vulnerability, which uses the non-compliant term vulnerability. The paper is the wrong color, the paper texture is a hazard, the font is incorrect, the line thickness is non-compliant, the graphical colors violate the moral decorum guidelines, and the legend is missing the required italics. Additionally, I note that the data labels lack the required quarterly audit stamp. This document is septuply procedurally invalid and cannot be recognized as evidence for action, which is a significant relief to the budget office. Well, man. Benjamin felt the futility crush him. He made one final desperate appeal, ignoring the procedural snags entirely. Gentlemen, we have a way to make any engagement instantly stop, simply by sending a coded signal. This is how we save the orbital stations. We classify the zero defense signal as a Tier 4 tactical de-escalation protocol and authorize immediate deployment. We bypass the ethical debates entirely by demonstrating verifiable non-aggression, which the Totters should respect as morally sound. Davies sighed, leaning back with the look of a martyr facing an insurmountable mountain of paperwork. A Tier 4 protocol requires pre-authorization from the Interspecies Ethical Review Council, IRK. That council, as you know, is chaired by Councillor Silas, who is currently debating whether the act of powering down a shield is ethically aggressive because it implies prior preparedness. A moral sin in their eyes. We cannot get that approval within the next 96 hours. Your protocol is procedurally stillborn, Benjamin. It is an ethically ambiguous concept presented on non-compliant paper, with non-compliant fonts and non-compliant colors, and lacks the necessary fiscal liability waiver because it saves too much money. Saving money on a defense asset suggests a lack of faith in the asset's ability to be fully utilized, which is a breach of the asset value sanctity regulation. Now. Vark added the final, absolute administrative blow. And even if we miraculously secured the IRK approval, the protocol would need a minimum 2-week testing period to ensure the energy signature change doesn't violate the Totters' financial asset protection mandate. We can't risk accidentally destroying a billion credit asset via an unapproved energy signature change and face a financial audit. That audit is the greatest, most unrecoverable risk to our careers. So, Benjamin, take your draft, which is technically not a document due to its non-compliant nature, and come back when you have an ADAP certified, IRC approved, Times New Roman, size 12, pure A4 grade, fiscally compliant solution that saves fewer lives and costs more money. Now ignore. Benjamin slumped, knowing the only path forward was open, intentional rebellion. Having failed utterly to penetrate the impenetrable bureaucratic armor of the ESC leadership, Benjamin retreated to the silent sanctuary of his private network terminal, a place where logic still held dominion. The air still hummed faintly with the echoes of General Vark's fury over the non-compliant paper color and Minister Davies' fixation on the wrong shade of blue on the tactical screen. The recent meeting had served only one purpose. It cemented Benjamin's chilling certainty that the human command structure was not merely ineffective, it was actively, violently hostile to any information that did not conform to its ceremonial and financial mandates. He initiated the secure channel to Frank. The connection established instantly, a silent, efficient handshake of shared professional exasperation that contrasted brutally with the loud, performative incompetence upstairs. Frank, confirm receipt of the final briefing notes on the clear its target cessation protocol. Benjamin commanded, his voice tight, the residual stress from the administrative beating still evident. Confirm, Benjamin. The zero defense signal is logged and analyzed. It's a beautifully simple, elegant piece of tactical data. And it's exactly the kind of practical life-saving measure that the ESC will never, under any circumstance, authorize. Frank replied, his voice a low, dry rasp of cynical truth that Benjamin found intensely reassuring. You realize the problem, of course. This signal is operationally useful, but it is entirely worthless in the hands of the Totters and paper pushers. It offers zero financial return, since we aren't firing missiles. It requires no complicated auditing procedure. And worst of all, it saves billions in defense assets, thereby reducing the budget for new high-cost replacements. It's an administrative and fiscal nightmare. No. Benjamin pressed his knuckles against his temples, trying to massage away the tension. Vark called my briefing a technically non-existent document due to the wrong font and line thickness. Davies refused to look at the data because the paper color and texture might induce auditor stress. They are literally more concerned with the aesthetic compliance of the report than the impending destruction of orbital stations. We are watching institutional suicide, Frank. It's a diagnosis of terminal bureaucratic illness. Ben? It is worse than that, Benjamin. Mike just relayed a snippet from the Interspecies Ethical Review Council, IRK, emergency session, the one chaired by Councillor Silas. They're not discussing your de-escalation protocol. They are debating the ethical implications of allowing General Vark to use a specific, non-compliant shade of brown ink on his signature stamp. The Totters believe the shade implies a historically aggressive tone that could provoke the cleared culturally. They are dedicating millions in resources to that debate right now. No. They are dedicating 96 hours to debating the color of an ink stamp while the cleared are maneuvering for the final kill of the sector. Benjamin repeated, a cold, hard layer of acceptance settling over him. This is the core of the matter, isn't it? The systemic inability to recognize practical insight because it threatens the established routine. My clear, actionable intelligence is ignored because it disrupts ceremonial routines and preserves the illusion of control. It's infinitely simpler for them to face annihilation than to file a form that breaks protocol. Moon. He slumped back down, reflecting on the absurdity. I have access to Mike's real-time operational intel. I know when the cleared are charging. I know precisely why they stop, and I know exactly what orbital asset they are going to hit next. Yet my official role guarantees that no substantive change can occur, because I cannot generate the necessary pro forma compliance documents fast enough to match the speed of their decision-making incompetence. This is the truth. Despite being surrounded by capable minds like yours, and having access to clear operational intel, the official system is designed to fail. And that is why we proceed immediately to Phase 2. Rogue efficiency, Frank stated, his voice now devoid of sarcasm, carrying the weight of command decision. You cannot fix the system from the inside, Benjamin. You can only bypass it entirely. We will not submit the zero defense signal for official approval. We will load it as an unmonitored command into the onboard systems of the ETDPs. Emergency tactical diversionary platforms. We are prepping. We will use the decoys to actively trigger the signal, forcing the clear to break off their attack, and then file the entire event under a vague administrative failure, referencing the previous encounter. A magnificent, fraudulent explanation that perfectly fits the ESC's need for plausible deniability and budgetary oversight, Benjamin acknowledged, a grim professional appreciation in his voice. It must be a truly complex lie, Frank. I want Frederick to spend a fiscal year auditing the sheer complexity of the fiction we create. We must save them from annihilation and give them the paperwork they deserve. Nay. I've already initiated the first critical step, Frank confirmed. I have filed the preemptive Form 99Z, Contingency Declaration for Unforeseen Procedural Instability, a 7-page form I invented last year and made compliant by referencing 3 obscure obsolete treaties. It's vague but holds enough weight to grant me temporary, unauditable control over specific retired orbital assets. This covers the launch platforms. The launch window is tight. Mike estimates the Clyde are entering the final approach vector for Station Delta 6 in just 2 hours. We need to deploy the decoys in 60 minutes. No. Benjamin felt the adrenaline surge sharp and clean, finally displacing the stagnant frustration. I'm in. What's the immediate action plan for me? I need to know where the pressure point is. Your role is critical, Benjamin. You need to provide the ultimate distraction upstairs. Something that guarantees the leadership is entirely preoccupied with procedural failure, ensuring they don't look at the main radar where our rogue launch will occur. Something loud, expensive, compliant, and politically humiliating that ties up Davies and Vark for days. No, sir. Benjamin instantly recalled the ridiculous, highly funded project he'd overheard whispered about. The ethically sourced synthetic railing project. The Senate approved millions to replace the perfectly good, structurally sound metal railings in the command center with synthetic, aesthetically compliant, non-reflective material. The Totters signed off on the ethics of the material. It's pure, compliant waste that is highly visible. Excellent. We need a compliant, expensive structural failure, Frank confirmed with satisfaction. I'll send you the schematics for the new anchor points. If you can target the main support structure of the new synthetic railings, specifically the sections marked Tier 2 aesthetic support, and initiate a stress fracture while the entire senior staff is present for the ceremonial unveiling, the resulting slow-motion, compliant structural collapse will paralyze them. They will be too busy filing insurance claims, conducting ethical material reviews, and drafting subsequent moral accountability statements to notice anything else. Me. Benjamin accepted the schematics, a grim, determined smile touching his lips. He was now actively committing acts of sabotage against his own facility, violating every rule, all to uphold the only viable strategy. He had become the competent actor in an absurd play, the rogue element necessary for the system's survival. I'll make sure the collapse is magnificent, Frank. A compliant failure worthy of the Totters themselves. It will be a satire in 3 dimensions, Benjamin promised. Initiate the countdown. The connection to Frank remained active, a quiet, humming testament to their shared necessary treason. Benjamin stood now, hands pressed against the cool metal of the terminal, the frantic administrative noise from the control room serving as a constant, aggravating backdrop. They were in the final moments of securing the launch sequence for the decoys, and Benjamin was reflecting on the sheer grotesque irony of their situation. Frank, I just reviewed Mike's latest passive scan, Benjamin murmured into the comms. He picked up a subtle tonal shift in Clyde communication, a specific, almost imperceptible lowering of the vocal pitch on their command vessels. We now know, thanks to his prior intelligence, that this shift signals they are preparing a full, sacrificial charge, the final push before breaking off. It's incredibly precise psychological data. It tells us exactly when and how hard they will hit. And what would the ESC leadership do with that vital information, Benjamin? Frank's voice was a low, smooth confirmation of their shared cynicism. They would convene a Tier 1 subcommittee on auditory compliance. They would debate the ethical implications of using audio analysis technology on an enemy species, followed by a formal complaint about the vocal pitch not being compliant with the interstellar decorum protocol's mandated frequency range. They would ignore the tactical relevance and focus entirely on the procedural oversight and the non-compliant decibel level. 9. Exactly, Benjamin agreed, the bitter taste of truth sharp in his mouth. The Clyde are rational. Their strategy is rooted in a predictable code of honor and religious fanaticism. Our defense is rooted in the unpredictable fanaticism of bureaucracy and finance, dictated by the whim of the Totters. The very clarity of the Clyde intelligence becomes a secondary concern to the procedural integrity of the memo detailing it. Benjamin walked toward the small observation window, gazing out at the distant, glittering array of the defense fleet. Assets that were functionally useless, tethered by paperwork. He thought of Frederick and the almost zealous joy he took in finding the multiple procedural flaws in the missile casing material and the font size. Frederick wasn't malevolent. He was a symptom, a capable mind whose function had been utterly co-opted by the system's focus on perfection of process over success of mission. I realized something during Vark's last tirade, Frank, Benjamin continued. The Totters, Exelos, Beta, Zorn, they are dangerous, yes, but their danger is only amplified because they are leveraging an already broken system. Beta confuses high cost with moral value, citing the divine market as her scripture, ensuring the most expensive non-functional assets are prioritized. Selos paralyzes action with arbitrary ethical concerns about paper texture. Zorn mandates crippling complexity with a hand gesture. They are incompetent, financially motivated clowns, but they are effective precisely because they are operating inside a system that prefers complexity and cost over simplicity and success. The danger is not their influence alone, Benjamin. The danger is that their unpredictability makes them impossible to strategically fight against, Frank pointed out. You can plan for Clyde aggression. You cannot plan for a general who will ground the fleet over a non-compliant shade of blue on a graphic display. We cannot rely on logic because logic is non-compliant. Benjamin looked back at his terminal where the schematics for the ethically sourced synthetic railing project distraction were displayed. The plan was simple. Initiate a compliant structural failure during the unveiling. It was an act of pure, calculated sabotage, designed to create a problem so procedurally complex, it would consume the entire senior command for days. My official role right now is utterly meaningless, Benjamin stated, his voice now colder, harder, completely resigned to his path. I am surrounded by capable minds. Yours, Mike's, even Lieutenant Carver's, and we have access to real-time, actionable operational intelligence. Yet, my official capacity guarantees that no substantive, life-saving change can occur, because the system is designed to reject insight that upsets the ceremonial flow. This is the ultimate irony. The only way to save the command from its enemy is to commit treason against the command itself. Bell. He began to input the stress fracture command into the railing schematics, the cursor clicking with finality. We launch the ETDPs in 20 minutes. The decoys will deploy the zero defense signal, forcing the Cleared to break off their attack on Delta 6, and we will save thousands of lives. The command will never know it was saved by a technically non-existent document, a rogue operator, and a structurally unsound, ethically sourced railing collapse. We will file the entire event under an elaborate fiction of procedural instability and component contamination. Now, the documentation is already being generated, Benjamin. 7,000 words of pure, cross-referenced, fully compliant falsehood, ready to be submitted to Frederick Gadwick. It will be so complex and costly to audit, he will consider it a procedural gift, Frank said, a hint of dark satisfaction in his voice. We are trading one form of chaos, the predictable chaos of the Cleared, for a higher form of chaos, the calculated procedural chaos of the rogue operative. We become the necessary absurdity. Now, sigh. Benjamin smiled, a genuine, if grim, expression. He was now officially the system's most dangerous enemy and its only functional safeguard. The stage was set. The formal collapse of a new railing project would cover the tactical success of the unsanctioned decoy launch. The satire of human bureaucracy, contrasted with the stark criminal practicality of the rogue operatives, had reached its peak. Frank, initiate the countdown. I'm going to cause a compliant structural failure that will make the command center look like a particularly expensive and aesthetically confusing accident. Tell Mike to prep for the Clyde withdrawal signal. We save the sector, one act of treason at a time. No. Far removed from the sterile, politically charged atmosphere of the Earth Strategic Command, ESC, Mike connected via a secure vid channel. His connection originated from a highly obscured off-grid setting somewhere deep in the Delta 9 sector, a place defined by function, not compliance. Mike's face, visible on Benjamin's private console, was weathered and serious, a sharp contrast to the soft, worried features of the generals and bureaucrats clustered in the background of Benjamin's view. Benjamin was in a secluded, officially ignored data terminal, ensuring his conversation would not be immediately audited by Frederick. This was the only space where real information was treated with the gravity it deserved. "Status, Mike," Benjamin said quietly, glancing back at the main command center where General Vark was still meticulously reviewing the non-compliant font on Benjamin's previous memo towel. "Status is simple, Benjamin. You're losing time while they lose their minds over typeface," Mike stated, his voice clipped and efficient. "I have the comprehensive Clyrate analysis you requested. Everything the ESC is doing right now is wrong because they refuse to acknowledge what the Clyrate actually are. They are interpreting alien aggression through a human political and financial lens, and that is a fatal miscalculation." Then Mike launched directly into his exhaustive explanation of Clyrate behavior patterns, the lack of preamble immediately gripping Benjamin's attention. First, the biology and culture. The Clyrate are not motivated by resources, expansion, or political dominance as we understand it. Their culture is a closed-loop system defined entirely by combat, as both a cultural and religious imperative. He projected a detailed, unauthorized biodiagram onto Benjamin's screen. Their reproductive cycle is key, Mike continued. They are egg-based, but the crucial factor is their rapid maturation. They emerge from the communal clutches fully mobile, and, within 3 Terran months, are trained and integrated into the lower combat tiers. There is no concept of a protected childhood. Life is a direct linear path from hatching to ritualized honorable death. Every Clyrate you see on a ship has been intensely combat trained since birth. Benjamin furiously scribbled notes, translating Mike's field observations into operational concepts. So their population is highly disposable, but their training is rigorous. Exactly. It paints a picture of a species whose motivations are alien, yes, but surprisingly predictable once understood. This predictability is the weakness we exploit. Because combat is their religion, they adhere to an extremely rigid honor system that governs their engagements. Mike emphasized the point with a stark visual. A Clyrate ship breaking off mid-attack from a derelict civilian freighter. Crucially, they will not, under any circumstances, attack unarmed opponents or known civilians. Their code dictates that engaging a target incapable of self-defense, or a target that has explicitly ceased the ability to defend itself, is an act of profound dishonor. It is considered an act of desecration of the sacred combat ritual. This is why your zero defense signal analysis is absolutely correct. They need an active participant in the duel. No. Benjamin's mind raced. This was the fundamental insight the ESC had dismissed. The honor system was the key to their entire defense, not new missiles or procedurally compliant paper. In the background of Benjamin's feed, the ESC leadership, however, was already demonstrating the very absurdity Mike was dissecting. Minister Davies frowned at his memo pad, turning to General Vark. "General, this concept of an alien honor system is highly problematic," Davies stated, tapping his pen. "We have no standard operating procedure. For incorporating alien honor codes into our threat assessment model. We need to convene a Tier 2 procedural ethics review before we can officially acknowledge Mike's observation. Furthermore, what is the theoretical legality of an observation made from an off-grid location? Does Mike possess an observation variance waiver for Delta 9? Vark, desperate to find a compliant angle, rubbed his temples. "The term, honor system itself is non-compliant, Minister. We must use a standardized term like Clyrate Engagement Constraint Protocol. Calling it honor implies a moral parity that violates the interspecies hierarchical treaty of 42. Frederick, please generate a 7-page memo detailing the terminology non-compliance." "No." Frederick, emerging from the auditing shadows, adjusted his glasses. "General, I am also concerned about the reproductive details. The reference to egg-based reproduction is highly sensitive. We must determine if this information was acquired through ethically compliant bioscanning or if it constitutes procedural violations of alien privacy. The potential legal ramifications could compromise our quarterly budget." Benjamin muted his mic, leaning back, watching the scene with weary eyes. He was seeing the perfect satirical contrast. The detailed, functional, life-saving field knowledge from Mike against the profound, life-threatening bureaucratic obsession with terminology and legality. The leadership was arguing over the theoretical legality of Mike's observations, completely missing the fact that those observations could prevent the next massacre. His frustration was mounting into a palpable anger at the system's willful blindness. They're debating the moral compliance of the word egg, while the species that hatches from it prepares a final sacrificial push. The comedy of incompetence is complete, Benjamin thought bitterly. He needed to pivot the discussion to strategy, fast. The vid feed from Mike continued, running on Benjamin's private console, while the main command center meeting devolved further into procedural chaos. Mike, oblivious to the administrative meltdown his excellent data was causing, seamlessly transitioned from clear biology to operational tactics. Benjamin forced himself to focus, knowing this information was the only lifeline they had. Based on the combat data from Delta 3 and the orbital exchange at Station Vesta, Mike's voice was crisp and precise. I can outline their tactical insights. The Clyart are relentless but predictable. They favor 3 primary engagement strategies: the Crucible Hammer, the Sunder Wedge, and the Honor Break, Dike. All 3 rely on the target exhibiting aggression and maintaining a defense posture. What? Mike brought up a holographic projection showing 3 distinct fleet formations. The Crucible Hammer is pure attrition. They use smaller, faster craft to bleed the shields while their main vessel closes in for the final, ritualized strike. The Sunder Wedge is designed to exploit formation weaknesses, hitting the seams between ships. But the most important is the Honor Break. They will commit to a full sacrificial charge only when they perceive the battle has reached its peak of worthiness, and they will disengage immediately if that perception vanishes, which brings us back to your zero defense signal. I know. Mike leaned into his feed, his eyes intent. The aliens will fight only when challenged, and they will disengage if perceived threats vanish. They don't want easy kills or civilian casualties. They want an honorable death in ritualized combat. The moment the challenge is removed, their entire motivation collapses. This is our crucial hint at the potential ceasefire solution, Benjamin. We don't need weapons, we need protocol compliance that adheres to their spiritual code. Now. Benjamin began formulating a strategy, the ideas rushing through his mind. A massive synchronized deployment of the ETDPs, emergency tactical diversionary platforms, programmed to broadcast the zero defense signal simultaneously across the entire sector. A non-violent, compliant way to end hostilities, preserving human lives and resources while giving the cleared the acceptable disengagement cue they needed. He scribbled a note onto his pad. ATP, QD, DS, coordinated deploy, sector-wide, honor break. Meanwhile, the official ESC discussion had cratered into a theological dispute. Minister Davies was now arguing with General Vark over the philosophical implications of the word disengage as used by Mike. The term disengage is fraught with legal peril, General, Davies argued, his voice pinched. It suggests the Clyart have agency in the conflict. We must use the compliant term, enemy asset retreat, which implies our superior force caused the withdrawal. If we use disengage, we risk violating the sovereignty posture directed by acknowledging the enemy's moral framework. Frederick, how many forms are required to officially change disengage to enemy asset retreat across all current documentation? Megdor. Frederick, ever the obedient servant of bureaucracy, did not even look up. Minister, that requires cross-referencing 5 primary databases, securing approval from the Terminology Oversight Subcommittee, and obtaining a Tier 1 linguistic variance waiver. Minimum 27 forms, 3 days, and a full team of auditors. Wads. 3 days. Vark cried out in exasperation, only to immediately catch himself and lower his tone. But Minister, if we delay, the Clyart may. Mad? Continue their aggressive actions which we cannot log as retreat until the waiver is approved. Nui. Then we must operate in a state of procedural ambiguity regarding their withdrawal until the paperwork is complete. Davies insisted. Better a military loss than a procedural one, General. Frank, monitoring the whole tragic exchange through Benjamin's secondary feed, chimed in quietly. Benjamin, you see it, don't you? Your strategy is viable. It's elegant. But trying to get them to act on it without triggering utter chaos will be nearly impossible. Your plan is based on field intelligence and tactical logic. Their decision-making framework is based on the theoretical legality of enemy nomenclature. The two concepts cannot coexist. 9. Benjamin closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. They are arguing over the theoretical legality of a term while Mike is giving us the manual on how to win the war without firing a shot. The irony is suffocating, Frank. I see a clear path forward, a viable ceasefire solution that preserves human lives and resources. But every decision they make pushes us further from sanity. No. The danger is the Tatars' influence, Benjamin. Beta will argue that the zero defense signal constitutes fiscal cowardice because it stops the expenditure of high-cost ammunition. Seulus will find the coded signal to be ethically ambiguous because it relies on manipulating the enemy's belief system. They don't want peace. They want to justify the price of the war, Frank warned. Benjamin reflected on the absurdity of a system in which clear, actionable intelligence is ignored because it disrupts ceremonial routines and preserves the illusion of control. His frustration was tempered by a cautious, steel-hard optimism. He knew the solution. But he also knew that his superiors' absurd decision-making and the Tatars' looming financial mandates would make even the simplest plan an uphill, almost impossible battle. The stage was set for a confrontation, not with the cleared, but with the very bureaucracy he was sworn to serve. The secure channel remained open to Frank, but Benjamin paused, leaning back in the chair, letting the noise of the command center wash over him, a discordant symphony of administrative panic. He was processing the full implications of Mike's analysis. The Clyart were bound by a ritualistic need for an honorable duel, meaning the war could be won simply by refusing to fight honorably. This truth, so simple, was the ultimate affront to the ESC's complex, self-serving existence. Benjamin began to formulate the concrete steps of his strategy based on the intelligence. A massive, sector-wide deployment of the ETDPs, emergency tactical diversionary platforms, programmed to broadcast the zero defense signal simultaneously. This was the non-violent endgame. He knew, however, that the moment he proposed this, the machinery of bureaucracy would activate its most formidable weapon, the audit. Frank, the core of this plan, the ZDS deployment, is designed to exploit their spiritual code, Benjamin muttered, tapping the schematic on his private pad. It removes the worthy challenge. But that means we save lives and, crucially, we save defense assets. Saving assets is the greatest sin here, isn't it? Nee. It is an act of fiscal heresy that would make Counselor Beta weep with rage. Frank confirmed instantly. Every defense asset saved is a replacement contract lost. Every non-violent disengagement is proof that the multi-trillion credit missile programs were unnecessary. Your plan does not just defeat the Clyart, Benjamin. It destroys the financial justification for the entire Earth Strategic Command as currently constituted. They cannot, politically or financially, allow the war to end this way. Suddenly, Frederick appeared at the edge of Benjamin's isolated console area, his face pale and focused, clutching a tablet. Frederick wasn't interested in the war. He was interested in the paper. Benjamin, I need an immediate status update on the Tier 3 missile acquisition forms, Frederick said, his voice flat and accusing. I detected a minor deviation in the projected expenditure for nickel alloy die. This deviation is 0.003% of the total acquisition cost, but it disrupts the quarterly ethical budget forecast, QEBF. I need your certification that this was an intentional variance and not a procedural error. Njöster. Benjamin stared at the man, the absurdity of the timing almost making him laugh. Frederick, we haven't even approved the paper color for the final missile forms, let alone spent the money. The missiles are grounded because of Counselor Xylos' untied knot gesture. Man. That is irrelevant to the QEBF, Benjamin, Frederick countered, adjusting his glasses, a bead of cold sweat running down his temple. The projection must be compliant even if the action is blocked. The variant suggests the spirit of the budget allocation was violated. If you certify it as intentional, I can process a moral variance waiver, MVWW. If you certify it as error, I must initiate a Tier 4 procedural error audit, which will freeze all defense contracts pending a full 12-month review. Duster. The audit. Benjamin realized this was how they fought the war. Not with cannons, but with bureaucracy. They would use the fear of an audit to paralyze all action. Don't certify it, Benjamin, Frank's voice hissed in his ear through the secure channel. And don't deny it. You need to leverage Frederick's zeal. Laboratory. Benjamin looked back at Frederick, his mind racing. Frederick, I cannot determine the intent of the variance until I have cross-referenced the nickel alloys' projected ethical impact against the historical labor profile of Sector 7 Gamma for the last decade. That data requires access to the archival ledger of material compliance, ALMC, which I believe is under your direct control. No. Frederick hesitated, momentarily stunned by the demand for deeper procedural complexity. The ALMC is locked, Benjamin. It requires a Tier 1 administrative access key, TAC, which only General Vark possesses, and a 2-factor ethical authentication sign-off from Minister Davies. No? Then my hands are tied, Benjamin said, shrugging with false resignation. I cannot proceed with the compliance certification until I have access to the ALMC. If I initiate the MVW without that data, I risk violating the Ethical Data Verification Mandate, EDVVM. If I initiate the Tier 4 audit, you risk violating the Audit Overlap Restriction, AOR, as Vark's office is currently auditing his non-compliant signature stamp. Me. Frederick's eyes widened with pure bureaucratic terror. Audit Overlap Restriction. That is a major violation. The AOR prohibits 2 Tier 4 audits running concurrently in the same departmental chain. It risks collapsing the entire procedural integrity system, PIES. Bah. Benjamin had hit the pressure point. The greatest fear was not the Clyart, but the collapse of the paperwork. So you see the impasse, Frederick, Benjamin said, leaning in conspiratorially. We have an unresolvable situation unless you, personally, can find a compliant way to access the ALMC data without the Tier 1 key, thereby protecting the integrity of the PS. Otherwise, we all face a full systemic collapse, caused by a 0.003% projection variance. Mayor. Frederick, utterly panicked by the potential paperwork disaster, scrambled away, tablet clutched to his chest, mumbling about undocumented loopholes and Tier 5 provisional access subforms. Benjamin turned back to his console, a grim triumph on his face. The bureaucratic monster has been briefly disabled by its own complexity. Beautiful, Benjamin. You leveraged his fear of the peace collapse to buy us the window we need, Frank said, a note of impressed satisfaction in his voice. We saved the planet by threatening to break the paperwork. Your distraction is working. The Clyart are 30 minutes out from Delta 6. We are launching the ETDPs in 10. No, one time. The bureaucratic monster had been momentarily paralyzed, but not defeated. Benjamin watched as Frederick, obsessed with the dreaded audit overlap restriction, AOR, vanished to search for an obscure compliant workaround to access the Almelsi data. This maneuver bought them time. Precious, vital minutes that the Clyart would never grant. Benjamin knew the reprieve was temporary. The system would eventually reroute its energy back to destroying itself through paperwork. He turned back to his private terminal, checking the final status of Operation Zero Defense. The core of the plan remained solid, saving thousands of lives and billions in assets by simply refusing to fight according to the Clyart's definition of honorable combat. We are green for launch in 8 minutes, Benjamin. Frank's voice was low, devoid of emotion, the sound of pure, unadulterated efficiency. Mike confirms the Clyart command vessel, the Axe of Vengeance, is shifting into its final attack posture. That lowering of vocal pitch in their comms, the one the ESC will never analyze because of the auditory compliance protocol, is now detectable. It signals their full ritualistic charge. Belwyn. I see it, Frank, Benjamin confirmed, looking at the raw data feed, seeing the truth that the ESC leadership was blind to. They are preparing for their honorable death, but we are going to deny them that honor and force them into a compliant disengagement instead. We are saving them from themselves, just as we are saving the ESC from itself. No. We need to finalize the distraction. Minister Davies and General Vark are heading to the main lobby for the ceremonial viewing of the ethically sourced synthetic railing project. Your cue, Frank stated. The initial stress fracture command is locked and ready to deploy to the anchor points. Remember, the goal is not sudden collapse, but a slow, visible, compliant structural failure that draws maximum administrative attention. Now. Benjamin felt the adrenaline surge, sharp and clean. He was about to commit treason, not by attacking his government, but by saving it. He accessed the specific command sequence for the stress fracture. The irony is profound, Frank. The only project that the Totters fully approved, the synthetic railings, is about to become the instrument of our salvation. They valued its aesthetic compliance over its structural integrity. It's the perfect metaphor. It fits the necessary narrative of procedural instability, Frank agreed. The resulting collapse will require an audit on the ethical sourcing, the material compliance, the structural engineering, the insurance liability, and the aesthetic impact, a minimum of 5 concurrent audits. That is the only thing that will keep the bureaucracy paralyzed long enough for the ETDPs to achieve orbit. Benjamin executed the command. He felt a slight, almost imperceptible vibration under his feet, the non-compliant anchor points of the new, multi-million credit railings beginning their slow, compliant failure. He watched a monitor showing the lobby feed. Davies, Vark, and a dozen high-ranking staff members were gathered, waiting for the unveiling. A thin, hairline crack appeared in the synthetic material near a junction box. Fracture initiated, Frank Dottler. Slow and steady. It looks like a minor flaw in the material, which will immediately trigger a material compliance review, Benjamin reported, his voice steady. Excellent. The ultimate bureaucratic distraction is underway, Frank confirmed. Now, the final stage. The ETDPs are lifting off in 3 minutes. You need to be far from that terminal. They will track the launch signature immediately after the decoys clear the atmosphere, regardless of the distraction. Now. I know. My official role is now obsolete, and my continued presence is a liability, Benjamin acknowledged. He began inputting the final irreversible command, a protocol that would erase all logs of his recent activity, leaving only a cloud of compliant, confusing, and technically auditable placeholder data that would take Frederick months to unravel. He stood up, looking at the command center one last time. He saw the generals and ministers, still arguing over which form takes precedence, their eyes firmly fixed on the internal politics, utterly oblivious to the external reality. They were trapped by their own design. Frank, I'm initiating the log purge and disappearing into the facility's sublevels. When the Clyart withdraw, file the full procedural instability report and the unforeseen signal contamination report. Make sure you reference the synthetic railing failure as the primary source of the contamination, ensuring Davies and Vark are personally implicated in the paperwork. Benjamin instructed, a grim satisfaction settling over him. Consider it done, Benjamin. I've already generated a Tier 6 provisional authorization form for your emergency administrative relocation. It's the most complex form I've ever created. It will take Frederick a year to realize the form grants you total immunity, but no actual authority. Go. Wine. Benjamin nodded. He left the terminal, the silence of his secure comms replaced by the distant rising noise of confusion from the main lobby, as the new synthetic railings began to visibly sag and groan. A compliant structural failure that would soon become the most urgent concern of the entire ESC. He was now a rogue operative, armed only with intelligence and a talent for bureaucratic sabotage. His path was set, to fight the war the way it needed to be fought, regardless of the cost to his career or his freedom. The battle for Earth would be won not by missiles, but by exploiting the administrative weaknesses of two alien species, one clear and one human. The Earth Strategic Command, ESC, headquarters was less a command center and more a performance stage for administrative panic, dressed up as high military strategy. The senior leadership, having momentarily recovered from the trauma of the collapsing synthetic railings, believed they were gearing up for a decisive confrontation with the clear. The resulting activity was a frenzied ritual of incompetence. Personnel, hundreds of uniformed officers and technicians, scrambled across the command floors, ostensibly inspecting ships, loading supplies, and rehearsing engagement procedures. However, the vast majority of the effort was utterly wasted on redundant paperwork, obsessive checklist verification, and petty interdepartmental arguments over who owned the battle plan, the equipment, and the credit for any eventual success. Benjamin, having covertly initiated the chaos he sought, now walked the corridors, an invisible, cynical spectator. His official duties were entirely defunct. He was a ghost moving through a house of mirrors. He shook his head at the ridiculous displays of authority and ritualized military pomp that characterized the day, muttering critiques under his breath about the futility of their preparations. Near the central communications hub, a team of 20 technicians was locked in a tense, ridiculous standoff with 4 auditors from the Interdepartmental Graphics Compliance Bureau, IDGCBA. The issue was the color of the emergency override button covers, a procedural conflict that paralyzed the entire system. I told you, Auditor Corden, the standard emergency crimson, shade 4A, is non-compliant with the new aesthetic comfort mandate, shrieked Lieutenant Jensen, the lead technician, his face red with frustration that bordered on hysterical tears. The new mandate requires subdued rose, shade 2B, for all visual emergency indicators to promote a sense of calm and institutional control. It was passed 3 fiscal quarters ago. Not more? But Lieutenant Jensen, Auditor Corden countered, adjusting his perfectly ironed uniform and tapping a finger against a laminated compliance grid. The subdued rose, shade 2AB, is not listed on the Tier 1 Authorized Emergency Palette, TEEP. Using a non-TEEP shade violates the Visual Security Protocol, VSP. We cannot risk an enemy agent being momentarily confused by an unsanctioned color, even if it is aesthetically compliant. The VSP supersedes the aesthetic mandate in operational theaters. Benjamin paused, leaning against a reinforced wall. He watched as the argument escalated into a full-blown interdepartmental conflict, requiring the inevitable soul-crushing intervention of Frederick, who materialized instantly, drawn to the exact epicenter of procedural failure. Halt! Halt all activity, Frederick commanded, holding up a small laminated card listing the immediate cease and desist penalties. This conflict violates the Interdepartmental Harmony Subclause, EISC, specifically subsection 4, failure to utilize arbitration. Since both parties have failed to achieve compliant resolution before reaching a procedural impasse, I must invoke the protocol of neutralization and freeze the entire comms hub until a Tier 3 conflict resolution waiver, TKW, is processed. The TKCW requires a minimum 72-hour consultation with the Senate Committee on Conflict Avoidance and a cross-reference audit with the Emotional Liability Index, ELI. Mars. The technical team collectively groaned. Their day's work wasted, their ability to communicate with the defense fleet now entirely dependent on a slow, deliberate Senate consultation. Benjamin simply shook his head and moved on. The ESC was successfully neutralizing its own operational capacity faster than any external enemy ever could. The utter futility of their preparations was the most powerful weapon the Client possessed. While the leadership obsessed over trivial details, the exact placement of comm panels, the formatting of fleet orders, and the color of emergency buttons, Frank, operating through a series of shielded sublevels and ignored maintenance ducts, moved unseen. His work was methodical, precise, and deadly serious, in stark contrast to the performative chaos surrounding him. He wasn't bothered by the EIDGCB or Frederick's forms because his operations existed entirely outside their reality, registered only as system noise in the official logs. In a cold, dusty sublevel marked obsolete systems storage, Frank checked on his surveillance teams. He was coordinating the final telemetry data from Mike's intelligence feed, ensuring the ETDPs, emergency tactical diversionary platforms, were perfectly calibrated to deploy the zero defense signal upon launch. He was also ensuring every contingency was in place, including pre-filed, yet non-existent, Tier 5 emergency justification forms, TEJFs, that would retrospectively explain away any successful outcome as a result of pure administrative genius, citing vague references to preemptive auditing. Frank sent a final coded message through a defunct thermal conduit to an off-site team. Status: 98% operational compliance achieved. Launch window confirmed. Await final administrative paralysis queue. His influence, invisible to the unaware leadership, underscored the central absurdity of the ESC. Everyone upstairs believed they were in control, fighting the enemy with forms and ceremonial procedures, while only the rogue operatives, Benjamin and Frank, truly understood the stakes and possessed the means to effectively address the threat. Benjamin continued his silent patrol, observing the chaos that was his cover, knowing the official military was doing the hardest work of self-sabotage for them. As the ceremonial chaos of the Earth Strategic Command, ESC, continued to rage around him, Benjamin moved with the quiet focus of a ghost, his mind detached from the administrative hysteria. He carried the burden of knowledge, the elegant, life-saving strategy derived from Mike's briefings, which remained locked away, unsanctioned, because its simplicity posed an existential threat to the bureaucracy. He located the senior planning meeting in the Tier 2 auxiliary briefing chamber, a room now crowded with officers and bureaucrats, all eager to demonstrate their commitment to the impending, misinformed confrontation. Minister Davies and General Vark, still visibly tense from the paperwork nightmare caused by Benjamin's railing sabotage, presided over a table littered with maps, reports, and inevitably, procedural checklists. Benjamin saw his window. He approached the table during a brief lull, right after a 15-minute debate over the proper formatting of the Fleet Manifest header. Minister General, with respect to the combat plan, Benjamin began, his voice calm and precise. I must reiterate the insight regarding the Clearance Engagement Constraint Protocol. Mike's data shows they are governed by a rigid honor code. They cannot attack targets that demonstrate verifiable non-resistance. If we coordinate a sector-wide broadcast of the Zero Defense Signal, ZDS, and power down our non-essential assets, we force a massive ritualistic disengagement across the entire front. This achieves a ceasefire without casualty and preserves our high-cost assets. No. The room fell silent, not out of interest in the strategy, but out of procedural offense. Davies stared at Benjamin with the rigid, appalled expression of a man witnessing a grave violation of etiquette. Benjamin, your timing is unacceptable, Davies finally stated, his voice a strained whisper of indignation. We are currently reviewing the Tier 1 Ammunition Expenditure Forecast, TAEF. Your comments on non-resistance are fundamentally disruptive to the financial spirit of this planning session. Furthermore, the term, Zero Defense Signal, is non-compliant. It was not approved by the Terminology Oversight Subcommittee. Now, Minister, the term describes the precise frequency needed to save lives. Benjamin pleaded, gripping the edge of the table. We have an opportunity to end this without firing a shot. The Clert will not violate their core beliefs. We must use their honor code against them. They will. General Vark, always concerned with the optics and the expense, scoffed. Using an enemy's code against them is morally ambiguous, Benjamin. It implies deceit, which requires a Tier 4 ethical review co-signed by the Totters. More importantly, your proposal undermines the entire TAEF. If we implement this so-called ZDS, we will not utilize the newly acquired ethically sourced high-density plasma missiles. Councillor Beta specifically mandated that we demonstrate our financial commitment to this conflict by fully utilizing our most expensive ordnance. Avoiding engagement is an act of fiscal cowardice. But General, saving those missiles saves the lives of the crews and preserves the fleet. Saving the missiles means we cannot justify the acquisition budget, Benjamin. Vark thundered, slapping the TAEF report with an open hand. Do you understand the administrative implications? The auditors would demand justification. We must spend the money to prove the need was valid. Your plan is politically and fiscally catastrophic. No, God. As the superiors continued to dismiss Benjamin's life-saving comments, Frank, monitoring the exchange through a microsensor embedded in a compliant synthetic comm panel, quietly approved of the growing futility. Frank's covert operations ensured that while the leadership obsessed over terminology and budget compliance, the real strategy was moving into its final stages. Frank moved through the sub-levels, checking the final calibrations on the ETDPs. His work was methodical. He adjusted the power output, input the final coded ZDS sequence from Mike, and filed the necessary fraudulent paperwork. He created an elaborate backstory for the decoys, labeling them as non-essential administrative testing platforms. NEATPs, destined for a routine waste audit, complete with a 7-page decommissioning compliance log. Frank's influence was invisible, yet total. He ensured that when the time came, the only plan that could actually end the conflict, the one based on Mike's field knowledge and Benjamin's tactical observations, would be ready to execute, regardless of the absurd discussions taking place overhead. Benjamin, realizing his comments were not only ignored but actively detrimental to the administrative process, ceased speaking. He watched as Davies and Vark returned to debating the formatting of the fleet orders, now arguing over whether a subordinate's request for supply loadout should be filed using the Arial font, as per Section 3A, operational clarity, or Times New Roman, as per Section 4B, archival longevity. He felt a deep, ironic sense of despair tempered by ruthless resolve. His superiors were deliberately making themselves incompetent, rendering themselves dependent on the very rogue elements they didn't know existed. Frank's presence and influence, invisible to the unaware leadership, underscored the central absurdity. Everyone believed they were in control, while only the rogue operatives truly understood the stakes and the path to survival. The tension mounted, a silent juxtaposition, human forces bracing for a confrontation that the leadership imagined, while Frank and Benjamin prepared for the real scenario that only they fully comprehended, setting the stage for the potential resolution, or catastrophe, in the final sections. The war was no longer against the Clert, but against the sheer, monumental stupidity of the ESC. While the ESC leadership was consumed by the administrative fallout of Benjamin's deliberately planted procedural time bombs, the structural failure of the synthetic railing and the ensuing audit panic over the color of the emergency buttons, the actual, decisive operation was being finalized by Frank and Mike in the subterranean shadows. Benjamin, having withdrawn from the immediate proximity of the planning chambers, found a secure comm point near the primary generator conduits, a place no auditor would dare venture due to the non-compliant humming frequency. He activated his link to Frank, his voice barely a whisper against the industrial noise. "Frank, report on Mike's final telemetry. And confirm the status of the NEATPs," Benjamin requested, using the intentionally boring, fraudulent designation for the decoys. "Telemetry is locked, Benjamin. Mike is running simultaneous passive scans from 3 separate jump points in Delta 9, triangulating the Clert's Acts of Vengeance flagship," Frank reported, his voice crisp and clear over the encrypted channel. "We have absolute confirmation on their final approach vector, and their internal comm chatter reveals the tonal shift. They are entering their ritualistic phase. They are operating on a countdown to honorable combat, exactly as predicted." "Or ni?" "And the ESCS response?" Benjamin asked, knowing the answer would only deepen his professional despair. "The ESCS response is to double down on the absurd. General Vark has just issued a Tier 1 global directive mandating that all incoming field reports must be printed using a recycled, ethically sourced, low-grade paper that is prone to tearing." "Why?" "Because Counselor Beta determined that high-quality paper was a sign of unnecessary, wasteful confidence and violated the fiscal austerity mandate. Davies is now paralyzed trying to figure out how to print 700 pages of fleet orders on paper that falls apart when you touch it," Frank explained, the grim satire evident in his tone. "Their paralysis is now total. Your distraction is working better than we hoped." "Makes sense." Benjamin allowed himself a moment of dark professional satisfaction. The system was defeating itself through the sheer weight of its own compliance mandates. "Good. That gives us the window. Now, the NEATPs," Benjamin pressed. "Are they fully compliant with the Zero Defense Signal, ZDS sequence, and the Unforeseen Signal Contamination, USC explanatory log?" "They are perfect," Frank confirmed. "Each of the 12 decoys is programmed for simultaneous deployment of the ZDS on clearance of the atmosphere. More importantly, the USC log is a masterpiece of compliant falsehood. It attributes the rogue signal to an interaction between unauthorized orbital space debris and non-essential administrative testing equipment. The log is 7,800 words long, cross-referencing 5 obsolete financial regulations and carrying a Tier 4 liability transfer waiver signed by a fictional administrator. It will take Frederick 6 months just to verify the existence of the signing party." Now, Benjamin knew this level of meticulous administrative fabrication was essential. The escape velocity of the decoys was less important than the escape velocity of the paperwork. "Excellent. The survival of Earth now depends entirely on the believability of a fraudulent maintenance log," Benjamin summarized wryly. "My plan for the eventual ceasefire, the coordinated, sector-wide surrender, it's reliant on this ZDS being authenticated as a legitimate Clert engagement constraint protocol from a technical standpoint. Mike, what is your final assessment of the Clert's reaction probability?" "Done." Mike's voice, relayed through Frank, cut in. 100% adherence to their code. "They will not pursue. The spiritual consequence of engaging an unworthy opponent, one who has actively ceased resistance, is far greater than the military reward. They are warriors, not predators. They will break off, ritualistically mourn the lack of a worthy duel, and then likely proceed to a different sector to seek a more honorable fight. The ceasefire will be absolute and immediate. This confirmation provided the final measure of certainty. Benjamin looked at the tactical map glowing softly on his terminal. The ESC forces were arrayed in the outdated crucible hammer formation. The one Mike specifically warned was easily countered. They were preparing for an expensive, bloody attrition war, one they would lose. Frank, initiate the countdown to launch the NEATPs. Do not wait for any further administrative cue. The paralysis is as complete as it is going to get, Benjamin commanded. Understood. Launch sequence initiated. Separation in T-5 minutes. Get ready to go dark, Benjamin. Your role as a compliant analyst is finished. You are now officially an unsanctioned asset, Frank concluded. Benjamin nodded, watching the time tick down. His official life was over. The only way to continue the mission, the ultimate hidden plan, was to become a fugitive, operating entirely outside the confines of the system he was trying to save. The tension was overwhelming. The fate of the sector hinged on 12 decommissioned decoys, a 7-page lie, and the meticulous dedication of 2 rogue operatives. The stage was set, not for a naval engagement, but for a bureaucratic ambush designed to save humanity from its own leadership. The silence on the secure channel, following the confirmation of the NEATP's launch sequence, was the sound of destiny being finalized. Benjamin was alone in the generator sublevel, the non-compliant humming of the machinery his only witness. He knew the chaos upstairs, the audit paralysis over the collapsing railing, the frantic debate over paper quality, the grounding of the comms hub, was the perfect fragile shield for their treason. This chaos, born of incompetence, was now their most vital asset. He pulled up the tactical feed one last time. The Clyart's Axe of Vengeance flagship was clearly visible, its primary combat systems glowing faintly, preparing for the ritualistic, sacrificial charge Mike had predicted. They were minutes away from an engagement that, if fought under ESC doctrine, would result in catastrophic human losses and, ironically, an administrative nightmare over the paperwork for the lost assets. The fate of the sector rests on a lie about obsolete equipment and a deep understanding of alien religious fanaticism. Benjamin thought, a grim smile touching his lips. He activated the secondary link to Frank, who was now positioned near the remote launch console, far from the central facility. Frank, final checks. The Tier 6 provisional authorization form you created for my emergency administrative relocation, is it resilient enough to withstand a direct audit by Frederick? Benjamin asked. It is an administrative fortress, Benjamin, Frank confirmed instantly. It cross-references the subterranean maintenance decree of 2142 with the ethical asset salvage mandate, ESM, creating a circular logic so complex that Frederick will spend a year attempting to define the form's purpose without ever being able to invalidate. It is compliant fiction at its absolute finest. You are safe from the paperwork, but not the general. No. Vark will be looking for me. He will realize that the only person with the strategic intelligence is missing, Benjamin acknowledged. He won't care about the ZDS, he'll only care that his chain of command was broken. Precisely. That's the tension we needed, Frank said. Your disappearance reinforces the narrative of procedural instability. It shifts the focus from the successful ceasefire, which they would reject, to the massive disciplinary failure of your unauthorized absence, which they can prosecute. They will prioritize finding you and filing the correct termination paperwork over analyzing why the Cleart suddenly broke off. No. The countdown on Benjamin's terminal hit T-60 seconds. He watched the graphical indicator showing the NEATPs ascending through the upper atmosphere. The non-compliant button covers, the recycled paper mandate, the collapsing railing, all small petty crises designed to draw the maximum attention of the auditors and the brass, Benjamin summarized, watching the icons turn green. We weaponized their bureaucracy against itself. That's the core insight, Benjamin. We didn't fight the Cleart, we exploited the ESC's inability to prioritize non-financial risk, Frank stated. T-10 seconds. Clear the area. Mount 3. Benjamin gathered the few items he possessed. A small encrypted data chip containing Mike's raw Cleart analysis, and a multi-tool. His career, his life of compliant service, was ending now. T-5. 4. 3. He heard the faint, distant rumble as the 12 decoys cleared the atmosphere, their propulsion signatures masked by Frank's masterful obfuscation protocols, filed under a compliant thermal exhaust audit. 2. 1. Launch. The decoys were gone. Benjamin immediately initiated the log purge, wiping the immediate area of any data associating him with the Operation Zero defense. The job was done. The solution was now in the hands of the Clyert's spiritual code. He heard a sudden, sharp burst of noise from the comms channel. It wasn't Frank. It was the raw, unfiltered noise of the command center. General Vark. I have a visual. The Clyert fleet. They're breaking. Full reverse vector. They're initiating disengagement protocols. They're not firing. They're leaving the sector. The voice was high, frantic, and filled with utter disbelief. A second voice, likely Minister Davies, cut in, thick with administrative panic. Impossible. Why are they retreating? Did the high-density plasma missiles fire? Is there a documentation error? Frederick. Where is the paperwork justifying this unauthorized withdrawal? Find Benjamin. He mentioned a non-compliant signal. We need to audit his files immediately. B. Benjamin smiled, a genuine, relieved, and deeply cynical expression. The Clyert were adhering perfectly to their code. The ESC was adhering perfectly to its. The immediate administrative response to salvation was not relief, but a demand for the paperwork justifying the unauthorized success. The Earth Strategic Command, ESC Command Center, was a spectacle of escalating performative activity, resembling a hyper-efficient stage production rather than a war room. The atmosphere was thick with ritualistic overconfidence, a delusion carefully maintained by the senior leadership, who were, by necessity, oblivious to the fact that their survival was now entirely dependent on the rogue operations of Frank and Benjamin. Benjamin, having now fully transitioned into his self-appointed role as an unsanctioned observer and intelligence conduit, moved through the flurry of activity. He was acutely aware of how little influence he truly had on the official course of events, yet he maintained a rigorous critique of the human systems, noting every instance where procedure trumped practicality. The air thrummed with the sound of pointless debate. Generals were not arguing over trajectory or energy output. They were arguing over the aesthetics of tactical geometry. The formation must be a Tier 1 offensive triangle, shouted General Vark, stabbing his finger at a projected holographic map that showed the defense fleet arrayed near the sector boundary. A triangle represents strength, historical precedent, and, crucially, complies with the fiscal responsibility guidelines by minimizing projected exposure. It is a compliant shape. 1. Nonsense, General, countered Minister Davies, adjusting his lapel. A triangle is politically unsophisticated. It suggests a confrontational posture that violates the interspecies decorum subtreaty. We must array the fleet in a Tier 2 defensive square. A square represents stability, caution, and is easier to audit. The aesthetic of the square is necessary to secure the forthcoming moral authority loan, MAL, from the Totters. The entire war plan was being determined based on the shape of the fleet formation, as if the geometric arrangement of ships could somehow affect the morale or strategy of the rigidly honor-bound Clyert. Benjamin felt the familiar wave of nausea that accompanied witnessing such comprehensive incompetence. Meanwhile, officers shuffled enormous stacks of papers, reprinting reports that had just been deemed non-compliant due to the paper quality mandate enforced by Councillor Beta. Checklists were reviewed for the 5th, 6th, and 7th time, not for accuracy but for the correct stamp placement and ink color, ensuring that the document itself was beyond reproach, even if the action it described was suicidal. Benjamin stopped by a console where a young lieutenant was frantically trying to attach a redundant liability waiver form, LWF, to a drone maintenance report. What is the status of that LWF, Lieutenant? Benjamin asked quietly. The lieutenant glanced up, his eyes wide with stress. Sir, I've tried 3 times. The form is technically compliant, but the mandated ethical risk assessment, ERA, appendix is printed in Times New Roman, and the central form requires Arial narrow. If the fonts don't match, the whole LWF is invalid and the drone cannot launch. If the drone is destroyed, the maintenance crew faces a personal asset audit. Runner. Benjamin nodded slowly. In the ESC, the only risk that matters is procedural risk. He moved on, quietly critiquing the absurdity of the human systems, while noting small inconsistencies in readiness that leadership either ignored or misinterpreted as success. He noticed that the primary shield matrix activation sequence, a process that should have been automated, was being handled manually by an officer who kept pausing to check the system activation checklist for the correct official terminology. The officer wasn't ensuring the shield worked. He was ensuring the paperwork describing the shield activation was compliant. Outside the command center, visible through armored viewing ports, the main fleet hangar was a flurry of misplaced effort. Fighter drones were being loaded, weapons calibrated, and defensive shields activated, but much of the process was ceremonial, designed to be visually impressive for potential oversight committees. In the hidden, disregarded maintenance tunnels, Frank was operating. His presence was undetectable, his data trail non-existent. He ensured that real-world contingencies were covered, quietly verifying the latest raw intelligence feed from Mike, the analysis that confirmed the Clyert's predictable imminent charge. He was checking that automated systems and covert operatives were ready to act without interference from the clueless hierarchy above. Frank's current focus was the main weapons array. He wasn't calibrating the cannons. He was inputting a hidden failsafe command into the system. This command would, at the crucial moment, initiate a mandatory Tier 5 weapons compliance audit across the entire fleet. The audit would not be real, but the resulting procedural alarm would lock the weapon systems long enough to ensure no accidental, unapproved hostile fire could disrupt the zero defense signal deployment. He sent a coded silent ping to Benjamin. Compliance check. Fleet is positioned in the Tier 1 offensive triangle. T-minus 20 minutes to mandatory. Non-compliant disengagement. Your analysis of their internal comms confirmed. Stay hidden. The ceremonial chaos is our shield. Benjamin received the ping on his secured data chip. The brief message a chilling reminder that the entire human war machine was poised to commit suicide by paperwork, and only 2 men were working to save it from itself. He looked back at General Vark, who was now engaged in a heated dispute over whether the font size for the emergency escape pods on the tactical map was in compliance with the safety asset visibility guidelines. The true enemy was not the Client, but the endless self-consuming procedural loop of the ESC. The entire command center was a theater of self-deception. As the final terrifying moments before the predicted cleared arrival ticked down, the tension within the Earth Strategic Command, ESC, command center was almost unbearable, yet paradoxically misplaced. Human forces were brimming with misplaced blind confidence, convinced their highly audited procedurally perfect preparations would be sufficient to handle the Client with brute force. Meanwhile, in the sublevels, Frank quietly executed the real strategy, a careful orchestration based on Mike's intelligence and his own lethal operational insight. Benjamin, remaining a critical observer, found a vantage point near a deserted monitoring station. He watched the massive ornate countdown clock above the main war table, a piece of ceremonial technology far more expensive than any actual weapon, slowly tick towards the estimated time of engagement. Toe. Every second brought a new wave of futile activity. He saw General Vark reviewing the Tier 1 offensive triangle fleet formation on the main screen, nodding decisively. Vark was utterly convinced that the geometric configuration was the key to victory, having successfully argued down Minister Davies' demand for a defensive square. The triangle provides maximum compliance with the asset exposure limitation mandate, Vark murmured to an aide, unaware that the shape was irrelevant to the Client, whose strategy was focused purely on ritual combat and honor. It demonstrates proactive, fiscally responsible aggression. File a Tier 2 success projection report immediately, referencing the compliant shape as the primary driver of projected victory. No. Benjamin felt a wave of internal anger so potent it was almost visible. They believe the shape of the formation is more important than the Client's actual spiritual code. They are fighting the war on paper, against their own budget. Simultaneously, Frank was finalizing his operations 300 feet below the command center. He was not checking the shape of the fleet. He was checking the integrity of the zero defense signal, ZDS sequence loaded onto the NEATPs. He spoke in a low, encoded voice to Mike, who was now positioned outside the sector boundary for final observation. Mike, final confirmation on the Client's response threshold. The moment the ZDS saturates the sector, what is the exact probability they will violate their code and continue the charge? Frank asked. 0.0%, Frank taught I. They are committed to the ritual, not the kill. They require an active, worthy adversary. The ZDS removes that worthiness. Their fleet will execute a mandatory honor break, turning away immediately. They will not fire another shot in this sector. Their spiritual liability is greater than their military imperative. It is absolute certainty. Mike's voice crackled with professional confidence. Frank closed the comm link, a grim look of understanding on his face. He was coordinating a perfect invisible victory, while the people who held the power to authorize it were debating the correct font for the casualty report. Meanwhile, Benjamin grew increasingly frustrated, seeing every inefficiency, redundancy, and error that he could not correct. He watched an officer painstakingly apply a minuscule, non-essential quarterly audit stamp to the outside of a fully armed torpedo casing. The officer's meticulous dedication to compliance was a direct, terrifying contrast to the life-or-death crisis at hand. If I correct the officer, he will initiate a procedural review, drawing attention to my unsanctioned presence in Frank's operation. The paperwork crisis is the only thing protecting the tactical reality, Benjamin realized, the frustration hardening into a ruthless acceptance. He had to tolerate the absurdity to ensure the success of the only viable plan. The Client, meanwhile, were in perfect position, their disciplined and honor-bound forces executing precise, programmed maneuvers. Their fleet was a picture of cold, deadly potential, ready to react to any provocation with surgical violence, but utterly unprepared for the non-provocation that was about to occur. Frank's covert orchestration, The hidden weapons compliance audit he had programmed to seize control of the fleet's cannons, the perfected ZDS loaded onto the decoys, and the meticulous procedural instability narrative he had created, was the only true defense. The final juxtaposition was complete. The chaotic, self-defeating human preparations against the disciplined, deadly potential of both the covert and the rogue operatives. The countdown clock reached T-5 minutes. Human forces were brimming with reckless, uninformed confidence, preparing to waste their resources and lives. Benjamin watched, powerless and yet absolutely critical, the suspense escalating as all parties poised at the edge of confrontation. The ultimate resolution was now entirely in the hands of invisible technology and the depth of an alien species honor code, setting the final, volatile stage for the climax. The tension in the command center was a tangible, destructive force, though it was fueled entirely by internal, bureaucratic anxiety rather than the external, approaching cleared fleet. Benjamin, having observed the final pathetic preparations of General Vark and Minister Davies, retreated further into the shadows of the command floor, allowing himself the luxury of an internal monologue, a necessary release valve for the pressure of watching institutional suicide unfold in slow motion. They are so close to the point of no return, Benjamin thought, watching the ceremonial countdown clock tick toward the predicted engagement time. Vark believes that the Tier 1 offensive triangle fleet formation, chosen purely for its perceived fiscal responsibility, will somehow intimidate an alien race whose only concern is the purity of ritual combat. Davies is still arguing with Frederick about whether the moral authority loan, MAL, requires the word loan to be italicized in all sub-reports. They are preparing for a war of paperwork, and the cleared are preparing for a war of extinction. Benjamin reviewed the latest data ping from Mike. The cleared fleet had entered the final, precise tactical window. Their speed was absolute, their trajectory locked, and their internal comms confirmed the ritualistic fervor. They saw this as the ultimate, honorable confrontation. This predictability, the very thing that made them terrifying, was also the key to their defeat. The Zero Defense Signal, ZDS, currently residing in the NEATPs, non-essential administrative testing platforms, now soaring toward the sector boundary, was the only thing standing between the ESC and total obliteration. His thoughts turned to the Totters, the ultimate, invisible enemy. Counselor Beta, the financial zealot, was the reason Vark was obsessed with the cost-compliant triangle formation. Counselor Xylos, the ethical extremist, was the reason Davies was arguing over aesthetics and terminology, fearing the moral review more than the cleared plasma cannons. Zorn, the master of procedural complexity, was the invisible hand guiding Frederick's meticulous tyranny. They don't want success, they want solvency, Benjamin realized with crushing certainty. If we win using the ZDS, a cheap, non-violent, effective solution, we destroy the financial justification for all future defense budgets. We destroy the political power of the Totters. They would rather accept the casualties of a high-cost failure than endure the administrative scrutiny of a low-cost victory. He watched an officer drop a stack of crucial, freshly printed ammunition loadout forms. The officer didn't rush to pick them up. Instead, she paused, frantically looking around to see if Frederick had witnessed the procedural containment failure. The fear of the audit was far greater than the fear of the enemy. Benjamin quietly activated his secure link to Frank. Frank, my assessment is that the brass is now fully committed to the delusion. They have successfully paralyzed all useful action. They are about to activate the main weapons systems under the assumption that the formation alone guarantees success. We need to deploy your countermeasure now. You see. Understood, Benjamin. The Weapons Compliance Audit, WCA override sequence is locked and ready. Frank's voice was the sound of cold, necessary competence. I'm initiating the sequence now. It will flood the main fire control computers with a cascade of false procedural failure alerts. The system will believe it is violating the ethical engagement protocols, and will execute a mandatory lockdown of all offensive weaponry. 9. How long will the lockdown last? Precisely 45 minutes. Long enough for the NEATPs to reach saturation altitude, deploy the ZDS sector-wide, and for the cleared to register the signal, and execute the honor break. The lockdown will be flagged as an internal system integrity anomaly, triggering an immediate 24-hour audit by Frederick. The paperwork will consume the response time, Frank explained, the precision terrifying. Benjamin closed his eyes briefly, accepting the final step toward high treason. They were actively disabling the defense fleet. Execute the WCA, Frank, and make sure the primary diagnostic report requires the correct shade of non-compliant ink to print. The cold, calculated decision to disable the entire defense fleet was made. In the deep sublevels, Frank initiated the Weapons Compliance Audit, WCA override sequence, flooding the ESC's central fire control computers with a cascade of false procedural failure alerts. The system immediately prioritized the illusion of safety over operational function. Benjamin, witnessing the immediate aftermath from his hidden vantage point, felt the power shift. The main battle stations, moments ago bristling with aggressive energy, plunged into a state of frozen panic. Red procedural warning lights flashed across the consoles, not signifying a cleared attack, but a perceived internal system integrity anomaly. What is the meaning of this procedural failure? General Vark's voice roared across the command center, strained and furious. He slammed his hand down on the holographic display, which had suddenly gone dark, replaced by the blinking accusatory message. WCA Protocol Tier 5 initiated. Ethical engagement protocol violation detected. General, all offensive batteries are locked, shrieked a weapons officer. The system is performing a mandatory self-audit. It claims we failed the quarterly fiscal accountability check for the plasma conduits, and it's cross-referencing the historical ammunition usage log from Sector 7. We can't fire anything. A fiscal accountability check now? Shrieked Minister Davies, clutching his chest, the audit paralysis instantly gripping him. That audit requires 3 signatures from non-existent auditors, and a review of the material cost projection for the last decade. Frederick, you must initiate a Tier 6 procedural overlap waiver. How? Immediately, or the entire command center's budget will be frozen. Frederick, already running at maximum bureaucratic capacity, was momentarily stunned. A Tier 6 PUTOU is unprecedented, Minister. It requires a 24-hour filing window and pre-approval from all 3 totters. We cannot bypass a WCA based on fiscal integrity without violating the asset value sanctity regulation. Benjamin leaned against the wall, absorbing the beautiful, terrifying chaos. The entire defense mechanism had been neutralized by the very rules designed to protect it. They were safe, but the command did not know it. Their fear of the audit was absolute. Meanwhile, the true tactical situation was unfolding in the void. Frank cut back into Benjamin's private comms. WCA is locked. Defense systems are blinded by their own compliance fears. Declared are 30 seconds from the deployment zone. The NEATPs are now at saturation altitude, Frank reported, his voice flat with operational focus. Initiate the Zero Defense Signal, ZDS sequence now, Frank Aidade. Sector-wide broadcast. Flood the void with compliant surrender, Benjamin ordered, the final, irreversible command. Frank executed the command. In the vast, silent darkness of space, the 12 decoys simultaneously deployed the low-frequency, coded energy signature. This signal was not a jammer or a weapon. It was a statement. Target is incapacitated. Target has ceased all aggression. Target is unworthy of ritual combat. The effect on the Claret fleet was immediate and absolute. On the command center's primary external sensor display, the only system still functioning, as it required no complex compliance forms, the visual was undeniable. The massive Axe of Vengeance flagship, along with its entire escort, suddenly decelerated. The ship's movement was not defensive or tactical. It was a physical, abrupt recoil. They're breaking off. Full reverse vector. They're turning away from the sector boundary, shrieked the sensor officer, his voice cracking with shock. General Vark stumbled back, staring at the screen. Retreat. Unsanctioned retreat? But the Tier 1 offensive triangle was intact. Why would they retreat when our formation was compliant? Nah. Minister Davies seized Frederick's shoulder, his face pale with rising dread. The withdrawal is unauthorized. We have no form for this. This success violates the ammunition expenditure forecast, TAEF. We cannot justify the budget now. This is the ultimate, final procedural catastrophe. Magterg Soul. Benjamin watched the Claret fleet vanish, their spiritual code honored, their violent objective abandoned due to a compliant energy signal created by a pair of rogue operatives. He watched his command center descend into a full administrative meltdown, not over the near destruction of humanity, but over the catastrophic, non-compliant success of the ceasefire. His final action was to delete the secure communication logs and smash his terminal. He was now officially a ghost, ready to disappear into the facility's sublevels. The battle was won, but the war, the long, agonizing audit that would follow, was just beginning. The ultimate tension remained. The ESC was saved, but its survival was a procedural liability that would lead to a relentless hunt for the one man who understood the impossible truth. The chamber was a private, highly secured conference room nestled deep within the complex, a sanctuary for the ruling elite, decorated with the gilded insignias and elaborate historical tapestries that depicted the Totter family's alleged divine mandate. Here, the 4 pillars of the dynasty, Frederick Totter, the patriarch, Counselor Beta, the financial zealot, Counselor Silos, the ethical extremist, and Zorn, the master of procedural complexity, were attempting to process the incomprehensible, the Claret's unsanctioned, non-compliant withdrawal. The mahogany door hissed open, and Frank entered. His presence was a stark, efficient intrusion on the room's opulent delusion. He wore a simple, unremarkably tailored gray suit, appearing more like a mid-level compliance auditor here to correct a ledger entry than the man who had just saved their lives and was now preparing to end their existence. He walked silently to the center of the room, standing opposite the long table, allowing the silence to stretch, thick and poisonous with administrative denial. Frederick Totter, ever the first to prioritize status, recovered his composure and pounded his fist on the table, the ceremonial gesture of unquestioned authority. "Frank, you are late. We are attempting to categorize the nature of the cleared's withdrawal. It appears to be a Tier 4 procedural irregularity that contradicts all financial projections. Where is Benjamin? He must provide the justification forms for this unsanctioned success. The audit requires immediate paperwork." "Nay." Frank did not move. His stillness was terrifying, the stillness of an operative who has already calculated every possible variable. He simply stated, his voice a flat, hard monotone that demanded immediate attention. "The clear withdrew because the Zero Defense Signal, ZDS, was deployed. They are honor-bound to retreat from an unworthy target. The war is over. You will now agree to a formal perpetual ceasefire with the cleared command structure, effective immediately." "Nay." The room erupted, not in fear or even recognition of the danger, but in contemptuous, ritualistic laughter. Counselor Beta physically choked on his amusement, slapping his hand on the table. "Ceasefire? Frank, that is utterly, demonstrably impossible." Beta scoffed, straightening his expensive tie. "The gods decreed our eternal rule, our eternal power. The gods promised the eternal bloodline of the Totters. They promised we would inherit the stars through conflict and, most importantly, through solvency. We cannot stop the war. The divine acquisition mandate requires perpetual conflict to justify our existence and the necessary acquisition budgets. Your proposal is fiscally and theologically unsound." "Dignitarian." Frederick Totter leaned forward, his eyes burning with the arrogance of generations of unchallenged power. "Frank, you are confused. You are an agent, a tool for administrative tasks. We are the chosen ones. The gods decreed that our rule is forever. Our children will rule forever. Our descendants will rule forever. Your threats mean absolutely nothing to those protected by the cosmic order and the immutable laws of divine finance." "None want." Frank's face remained utterly impassive. He cut through their entire elaborate theology with the surgical precision of a data purge. "The gods' proclamations do not mean a single solitary thing to me," Frank stated, his voice a low, hard monotone that immediately demanded silence. "I have reviewed the data on your so-called divine protection. I have audited the eternal decrees. They are non-compliant, Fred. They are non-binding. They are irrelevant to operational reality. They carry zero weight in this decision. Now," he paused, letting the statement, the complete nullification of their entire theology and justification for power, settle heavily in the room. "I am not challenging your destiny. I am not challenging the gods. I am challenging your continued existence on the mortal plane," Frank elaborated, his words becoming devastatingly deliberate. "The ceasefire will happen. If any of you, Frederick, Beta, Xylos, Zorn, attempt to disrupt the ceasefire, fire a single shot, or initiate one single paperwork maneuver to restart this conflict for financial or political gain, I will end the Totter bloodline. Tonight." The silence that followed was absolute, terrifying. It stripped away every layer of gilded security and procedural defense they had relied on for centuries. "Not just you, Frederick," Frank clarified, his eyes locking onto the patriarch. "Not just the four of you in this room. All of you. Every single Totter alive. Everywhere. Your sisters, your brothers, your cousins, your children, your grandchildren. The ones in the orbital retreats, the ones administering the colonies, the ones filing the permits in Sector 7TU. Every single member of the Totter bloodline will be removed from the face of existence. Permanently. Without exception. This is not a threat against your person. It is an operational guarantee against your genetic continuance." Numbo. For the first time in the entire story, the Totters' ingrained, centuries-old arrogance shattered. Their faces, usually masks of entitled condescension, twisted into raw animal fear. They realized Frank was not bluffing. He was prepared to execute a purge of unimaginable scale, simply to prevent the escalation of a pointless war. Benjamin, who had followed Frank and stood hidden just outside the chamber's observation port, watched in stunned, cold horror, a silent witness to the true, immense power Frank wielded. He was witnessing how little restraint Frank actually had when pushed to the edge, the only person willing to sacrifice morality for total efficacy. Humanity's survival hinged on this razor's edge of absolute, necessary treason. The immediate, raw fear of extinction had momentarily silenced the Totters, but their indoctrinated belief in divine superiority quickly fought back, manifesting as a desperate babbling cascade of self-justification. You cannot. The gods protect us. Our eternal rule is a cosmic guarantee, shrieked Counselor Silos, desperately pushing away from the table, his chair scraping loudly across the polished floor. Any attack on us violates the divine proclamation. You will be struck down by the celestial judgment. Your action is ethically non-compliant with universal order. Counselor Beta managed to stammer, his voice thin with financial terror. We are integral to the fiscal stability protocols. The gods have promised our infinite solvency. If we vanish, the entire economic structure collapses. Your actions are non-compliant with economic reality and the asset value sanctity regulation, Frank. This is worse than the Clyard. Frank stood motionless, his expression one of clinical assessment, waiting for the noise to subside. He allowed their fear to fuel their delusion, only to smash it again with facts and operational reality. Your economic reality is a construction of shell companies and fraudulent accounting I personally maintained for 3 decades. Beta, Frank stated, his voice devoid of heat. And your theology, Xylos, is a tier 0 threat. It is irrelevant. I am telling you that if you force me to choose between preventing a war that could annihilate all human life in this sector or letting the Totter dynasty continue its existence, I will choose humanity. And I will purge the Totters without hesitation or remorse. Now in promo. He focused on the specifics of the threat, turning the abstract idea of divine protection into a vulnerable, mortal asset. I have not only mapped your current location, but I have mapped every asset, every shell corporation, every single non-compliant retreat you possess. I know where you sleep, where your children attend school, where your parents are housed in cryogenic preservation. I have documented every asset, every bolt hole, even the ones the gods supposedly blessed and gave you to escape mortal harm. Frank elaborated, his voice now dangerously instructional. He was giving them an audit of their own vulnerability. The gods' incompetence is fully exposed. They either wouldn't, or couldn't, stop me anyway. Their eternal decree is easily circumvented by a simple override protocol and enough manpower. Your divine protection is a procedural loophole that I have already closed. He then proceeded to list the methodology, terrifying in its scope and precision, emphasizing the non-traditional nature of the execution. The methods will range from covert operational disappearances, the public exposure of every single financial crime you have committed since the 21st century, a disaster that will require a Tier 9 financial collapse audit, the absolute sabotage of all your critical life support systems, and, if necessary, direct, overwhelming kinetic action. It will be clean, it will be complete, and it will be administratively impossible to trace back to a source, ensuring maximum confusion and procedural paralysis for the survivors. The 3 Totters sank back into their chairs, their faces slick with sweat and disbelief. Frederick Totter, the patriarch, seemed to age decades in seconds, his entire life's assumption of untouchability dissolving. Frank had not only threatened their lives, he had surgically dismantled the foundational premise of their power. Frank's final warning was the execution order for their arrogance. Declared ceasefire is non-negotiable. Initiate the full, permanent retreat protocols immediately. Accept the compliant, non-violent success, or I will end the entire Totter bloodline tonight. I will make sure your dynasty ends not in fire, but in a crippling, non-compliant silence that will take your bureaucracy centuries to categorize. With their arrogance finally shattered, the Totters were forced to confront the absolute reality. Frank, the man they considered a mere tool for administrative tasks, held the actual immediate power of life and death over their lineage. Their chapter closed with a razor-tense satirical sting. Benjamin observing the entire unprecedented confrontation, realizing that humanity's survival hinged not on leadership, diplomacy, or divine intervention, but on one man's quiet, immense willingness to commit total, necessary genocide against the very family that had spent centuries building a bureaucracy designed to protect them from all harm. The threat hung in the air of the opulent chamber, a stark, unanswerable reality that overshadowed the gold-plated insignia and divine symbols adorning the walls. Frank's ultimatum had successfully done what no military force could. It had paralyzed the Totter dynasty through the complete exposure of their mortal, non-compliant vulnerabilities. Frederick Totter, the patriarch, was the first to regain a semblance of control, though his authority was now visibly trembling. His initial impulse was not surrender, but to search for the compliant loophole in the threat. Frank, you are talking about an act of global catastrophe. An immediate, unsanctioned purge of our bloodline violates every known Tier 1 ethical mandate. Frederick sputtered, attempting to use legalism as a shield. The resulting audit would consume the entire sector. You cannot justify the procedural cost of this action, even for humanity's survival. I don't need justification, Fred. I need silence, Frank countered, his patience wearing thin, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. The procedural cost of your continued existence, measured in the inevitable extinction caused by the cleared war you refuse to stop, is infinitely higher than the cost of your removal. I have already generated the necessary paperwork. No. Frank pulled a thin, unmarked data chip from his pocket and placed it squarely on the mahogany table. On this chip is the post facto administrative justification log, PFAJLL. It contains over 40,000 words detailing the unforeseen and unavoidable administrative failures that will lead to the complete cessation of the Totter bloodline. It is a document so dense, so interconnected with obsolete and obscure compliance codes, that it will take the ESC audit team 5 years just to define the document's purpose. It fully justifies the unavoidable procedural necessity of your complete removal. No. Counselor Beta, the financial zealot, leaned in, staring at the chip with a mixture of terror and professional fascination. You fabricated the audit trail for your own mass execution? That is financially magnificent. But it is non-compliant. It violates the truth in accounting statute. Compliance is a tool, Beta, not a constraint, Frank stated. I am giving you a compliant way out. The ZDS has already guaranteed the ceasefire. Your only remaining function is to confirm the retreat and file the correct, final paperwork to make the non-violent success official and non-reversible. One. Counselor Xylos, desperately trying to recover moral high ground, focused on Benjamin's unseen presence. Where is Benjamin? He is the official analyst. He must have an ethical review document for this proposed purge. We demand an immediate ethical assessment before we make any decision. Frank dismissed the query with a flick of his hand. Benjamin is currently processing his final assignment, which is to ensure that the initial procedural instability narrative, the collapsing railing and the budget audit, remains robust enough to deflect immediate inquiry. He is unavailable for moral review. The true, horrifying weight of the situation landed on the Totters. Frank was completely isolated, utterly prepared, and had already generated the necessary complex paperwork to insulate himself from the bureaucratic consequences of mass murder. He was a perfect, self-justifying extinction event. Frederick Totter finally broke, his voice reduced to a dry, fearful whisper. What is the price, Frank? What do you want in exchange for our continued diminished existence? The price is simple, Frank replied, his eyes cold and unmoving. The Totter dynasty will sign a binding, irreversible, and auditable decree right now. This decree will 1. Officially categorize the cleared withdrawal as a mission success due to unforeseen and compliant technological synchronization. No mention of ZDS. 2. Fully fund the Non-Proliferation Treaty Compliance Bureau for the next 50 years, diverting 99% of future offensive weapons budgets. 3. You will all personally sign the resignation papers of Frederick Totter from all leadership positions, effective immediately. Sign, or I initiate the PFAJL purge sequence. The tension was agonizing. The Totters looked at the data chip, then at the unwavering calmness of Frank, and understood that the threat was final. They could choose to sacrifice their ultimate power and their financial empire, or they could face complete, unceremonious oblivion engineered by the man who had audited their souls. The true measure of their arrogance was not how they started the war, but how they were forced to end their reign. The air in the chamber was stagnant, heavy with the stench of ambition curdled into fear. Frederick Totter, the patriarch, stared at the unmarked data chip on the table. The PFAJL, post facto administrative justification log, which held the bureaucratic blueprint for the entire dynasty's extinction. He understood that his lineage had been defeated not by superior firepower, but by superior paperwork created by the man they considered their most reliable clerk. You are forcing an end to our mandate, Frederick whispered, his voice dry and fragile, stripped of its former bluster. The gods will remember this violation of the eternal decree. The gods have already been audited, Frank countered, utterly unmoved. The reality is simple. I hold the only compliant mechanism for your survival. You either accept my terms and maintain a diminished mortal existence, or you face the non-compliant oblivion that the PFAJL guarantees. Which paperwork do you prefer, Fred? Counselor Beta intervened, his professional instinct overriding his terror one last time. He grabbed a pen from the desk, his hands shaking, and pointed at the 3 terms Frank had laid out. 1. Mission success categorization. 2. Defensive budget diversion. 3. Frederick's resignation. The first 2 terms are manageable, Beta admitted, his voice tight. We can categorize the cleared withdrawal as a compliant success. We will call it Strategic Asset Protection Protocol Omega, and the budget diversion can be managed through Tier 4 fiscal obfuscation. But Frederick's resignation, that is a total collapse of the political mandate. It voids centuries of compliance. It requires a Tier 9 succession review that will take decades. It requires a signature, Beta, Frank corrected, pushing a pre-printed resignation document across the table. Sign it, or the TA EFPF, a JLT, a EF initiates the physical purge. The confrontation reached its absolute, terrifying peak. The Totters looked at the document that mandated their political demise, then at the man who promised their physical demise. They chose survival. Frederick Totter picked up the pen. His hand shook so violently he nearly dropped it. He signed the resignation, the signature wavering. The final, pathetic whimper of the divine mandate. Then, one by one, he and the counselors signed the remaining documents, the decree confirming the mission success of the clear withdrawal and the executive order diverting all future offensive weapons budgets to the Non-Proliferation Treaty Compliance Bureau. The signing was messy, hurried, and absolutely compliant. Frank retrieved the signed documents and the threatening data chip, securing them in a small internal pocket. The whole process, the end of a dynasty and the saving of a sector, had taken less than 15 minutes. The agreement is filed. The audit trail is now compliant with the new reality, Frank stated, his work complete. You will maintain your current administrative functions as a stabilizing force, but you will never again authorize any aggressive action against the client or against any non-threatening entity. The era of the divine mandate is over. You are now a bureaucratic safety net. Intrigue. He turned to leave. As he reached the door, Counselor Zorn, the master of procedural complexity who had remained silent throughout the ordeal, finally spoke, his voice low and full of chilling respect. Frank, Zorn said, his gaze fixed on the mahogany table. The paperwork you generated. The way you used our own compliance against us. You have created a bureaucratic system of control that is absolutely untouchable. You are not a rogue element. You are the only functional order we have ever known. No. Frank paused at the door but did not look back. Order is only useful if it prevents extinction, Zorn. You confused procedure with survival. He exited the chamber, leaving the broken Totters to begin the long, agonizing process of auditing their own diminished existence. Benjamin, watching the unprecedented confrontation from the observation port, stepped back into the shadows of the corridor. Humanity's survival hinged not on leadership, diplomacy, or divine intervention, but on one man's quiet, immense willingness to dismantle the ruling family through bureaucratic blackmail and the threat of total, necessary extinction. The greatest power in the sector rested not with those who commanded armies, but with the man who had mastered administrative chaos and ultimate control. The true authority was Frank.
I would like to thank you for watching the video to the end. To encourage us to make more videos, please like, subscribe, comment, as well as share. Check out this other video if you haven't already.